These events will be referenced below for clock synchronization analysis. The timestamps associated with these two events are based on a combination of the Lexus infotainment power on event and tech stream time count. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, you did.
Analysis. So in the same paragraph, am I correct that you're discussing a couple of tech stream events, 1162.1, power 1162.2, and tech stream time count? And you are talking about that tech stream event.
Yes, you did.
So in the same paragraph, as you're talking about an alleged collision, correct?
Correct.
And in your paragraph of your conclusion that we were referencing, conclusion 1, is this paragraph talking about the basis for that conclusion 1? And in your paragraph, your view, it has no relationship whatsoever to conclusion 1.
No, correct.
So let's go to your discussion of a collision and a tech stream event. Let's go back to paragraph 3. You see, you mentioned the word collision in paragraph 3, correct?
I do not.
I'm sorry, I just had paragraph 3. I meant page 3, sir. Page 3.
Yes, page 3. Yes.
Page 3, that paragraph we were just looking at, paragraph 4.
Yes, sorry, yes, I do say collision.
You see the word, use of the word collision.
Yes.
And again, that term is used in the same paragraph as you're identifying tech stream events 1162.1 and 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get the basis to use the word collision at that part of your report?
That would have been from crash reports.
And whose crash reports?
The Massachusetts State Police.
So you used Massachusetts State Police reports to discuss allegations of a crash, collision.
Yes.
Do you state anywhere in your May 8th report that you used those reports at all? Do you list it in your references?
No, not in this report, no.
And as a matter of fact, this is the first time, right this previous moment, that you are mentioning those reports at all, correct?
No, those were mentioned in my initial report.
But I'm talking about your May 8th report.
Yes, sorry, yes.
Okay. Your statements, and I want to clarify this because this is the ultimate topic I want to go to. It is not your conclusion that every tech stream data event means that there is a collision. Do you, sir?
No, that is not my conclusion.
So isn't it correct that you can have tech stream events and they're not collisions?
Yes, you can.
And isn't it a fact that a text stream event, sometimes called a trigger event, is not like an airbag type deploying, correct? They're just, and we're going to get to this later, it's just something that happens with a Lexus vehicle that can cause the vehicle to register a tech stream event, correct?
Correct.
And some people refer to tech stream event as a trigger, correct?
Correct.
But there's many things that can happen with a vehicle that can cause a trigger, correct?
Correct.
We will come back to that. So you would agree, again, that a tech stream trigger event does not mean that there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A tech stream data event doesn't mean that airbags were deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
By itself, no.
By itself, it doesn't mean, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications databases and not devices and transporting that data for immediate processing and storage or for real-time analysis and analytics reporting, correct?
I don't think I understand your question. If you could rephrase.
Sure. A text stream event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications and databases. Is that correct?
I would not call it applications and databases, no.
What would you call it?
So from various sensors or other modules on the vehicle.
Okay, so
Sure.
It's Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from various sensors and modules on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
Why don't we stop here, Mr. Alessi?
Yes.
Okay. Folks, we'll take our morning recess. So it's
Hello, I'm a towel.
All right,
I'm
please.
back. 1 second.
Sheriff, close your notebooks and follow.
It is so good to see you, little towels. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We are on morning recess. Bob Alessi at least finally got to the data. But my goodness, he wasn't really making very much progress. Like Alessi, this is why Alessi couldn't start his cross with the data, because he was going to get embarrassed, and that's what happened. All right, little towels, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks very much for tuning in. Look at that. Towel had great timing. Towel didn't win today. He did his best. But I did not win. I tried. Another day, ladies and gentlemen. Another day. That's all right. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's so good to see you. Oh, my goodness. Look at Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Look at Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Oh, good to see you all, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, Little Towel. We're going to start some kind of like fundraiser fund for Little Towel. I have to obtain some more like court documents now, but I didn't prevail. I did my best. I was in court this morning and lost, but I tried, folks. I gave my apologies. I got to compliment the justice system. I did my best, Little Towels. But now I'm here. Now I'm with you, and we're waiting to come back into session. My name's Grant Smith Ellis, and as you can see, folks, I think I'm still a little melancholy about the passing of my father, and did my best, though, and I think I'll see what I want to get a civil attorney, and we'll see how that goes. But goodness, Little Towel went in there. I gave my oral argument. It was about 4 minutes long. The hearing was about 6 minutes, and Towel lost. But yes, no, I had a civil hearing and I lost. But I gave it a Scout's honor, ladies and gentlemen. I gave it a Scout's try. Gave it my best effort. Left everything in the courtroom, did my best. It was a pretty congenial hearing, all things considered, and Towel did not win. That's all right. That's all right, folks. Sometimes you go into court, you make the best argument that you can on the facts and the law. You respect the judge's decision. You see about getting an attorney if you think there's new evidence or things like that, and that's what Little Towel might do. But it was a civil hearing, so. And then I also can confirm that today I read into the record that there was an affirmative finding of no probable cause last year in July of 2024 related to an incident at the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. So Towel was affirmatively in that hearing in Dedham District Court in front of a magistrate, affirmatively cleared. There was an affirmative finding of no probable cause. So that was today's hearing, ladies and gentlemen. I do my best. It's not that I don't think I could be a practicing trial attorney or argue in court or things like that. It's just, I think a lot about it, it's hard on my body, like to be in court, and it's hard because I'm not well. My physical body is not doing well. And it's hard to think about like that, like we get so prepared for one thing, when you get in there, you do a good job, whether you win or lose, like you respect the process, like you do a good job. And like, I think it's hard for me to focus on an outcome based preparation. I like to cover things and analyze them, which is kind of what I said in court. I'm more of an analyst, but anyway, so that was how it went. 6-minute argument. I think both sides were very respectful of each other. I didn't win the argument, but I did my very best. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, even when you don't win an argument in court, we were talking very generally, even when you don't win an argument in court, you can feel solace. I feel a lot of solace knowing that I prepared. I went in there, I gave a decent argument. I said authentically how, I felt and the relevance of my position. Thought the judge gave me a fair shake, listened to what I had to say. I'm sure either I'll request the FTR audio so I can listen to it. Who knows? Maybe like a member of the media or something will post it. Decent argument. It's about 6 minutes. No written finding, just an oral ruling from the bench. But that was Little Towels Day in court. Just speaking generally, like I was sitting there in the shower this morning and I was thinking, oh, okay, so this is like what it's like. Attorneys every day have to prepare, and they're like, okay, I'm gonna go argue this, and then I'm gonna go, it's quite a morning. Oh, God bless you, Paul Doherty. I will get a decent lunch after the break. I listened, by the way, to everything Alessi was doing on Cross. I had it on the I set up on my radio so I could listen on the way home. I couldn't watch the witness, but I was listening. And it was at least Alessi started crossing on the substance of the report, but you can see why Alessi waited to do this till today. It's weak. Alessi's cross is weak. It is literally a weak cross. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, and God bless you, Paul Doherty. I don't know, what's my favorite lunch? I guess, like, Murder by Maestro the other day was like, Grant, like, can you not get Burger King? It's like all sugar. And I was like, okay. So then I found this really nice place where I live that it's only like $14, which is way more than I know. I try to spend about $8 per lunch, because if I go to Star Market and I get a grilled chicken breast, I get some rice, I get some cheese and some bread, even if I buy it in bulk, I pay about $8 for a meal. Because if I cook the grilled chicken, if I eat the rice, whatever. So if I'm going to eat out, I try not to pay more than like $8 to $12, because I think that's like reasonable. It's basically the same cost as if I cooked a good piece of chicken at home with rice. Now, there is one place in town. It's a little more than my $12 normal. It's $14.95 or something. But they make the best grilled chicken, rice, homemade potatoes, and that is what I'm going to get, Paul Doherty. God bless you, you super towel friends. But yes, we'll talk more in the coming weeks. Like, let me talk to my attorney. I had a really good attorney last summer for that magistrate's hearing. He knocked it out of the park. There was no probable cause, of course. There was an affirmative finding. Just an excellent attorney, though. Let me talk to him. I haven't retained him or anything. I don't even think he does civil work for that context. I retained him in the criminal context, although I was cleared. Affirmative finding of no probable cause. Yeah, let me talk to my attorney. Let me see what we can do. Even if it's not him, maybe I'll get counsel and we can raise a little money and pay the lawyer and do some kind of filings. I don't know. I will follow my lawyer's advice and we will go from there. But yes, that was Little Towels Day. Alessi was not doing a very good job on Cross. I was listening on the way home, but then again, after being in court this morning and actually arguing, you get so much more respect for the attorneys. Like, I don't know if I can put into words how hard it is, even if you really know what you're talking about. Like, I knew, in some sense, I'm not a lawyer, but, I knew what I was going up there to argue, right? Like, I was arguing this one of these cases. I knew it pretty well. I knew the appellate interpretation of the case. I knew what I wanted to say. It's by the end of that oral argument, I was literally shaking. Like, my body was shaking, my voice was starting to crack, and I am a relatively good public speaker. I speak in front of thousands of people all the time. That was one of the hardest things I've ever done. And I'm not necessarily a practiced trial attorney, but my word, that I gave it my all. Yes. Okay. So I will try Willow's bark for my headaches. I actually did not take Tylenol today. I'm trying very hard not to take it because it's really starting to hurt my stomach, and I don't eat a lot, so I'm not taking as much Tylenol. I do want to say, though, as I was listening to Bob Alessi's Cross there on the way home, I have so much more respect for lawyers. Like, even though I don't argue in court a lot, I don't plan on arguing in court a lot. I'm never going to take the bar. I'm going to be either a teacher or some kind of consultant or regulatory consultant, whatever. In fact, I'm opening a consulting firm soon, by the way. So if you or any of your friends, we're not doing it yet. I need to file these forms, and my doctor has to sign off. It's this whole complicated process. But when I get permission, over the next 2 years, I'm going to try opening a consulting firm. And what I'd like to do is, if you know anybody, this is just towel planning, but if you know anybody who's interested in the adult or medical use space in Massachusetts or other states like Maine, I think I could help with Vermont. If you know anybody who wants to buy a business, open a business, think about the regulatory apparatus, whatever. Towel's thinking about opening a consulting firm. I got 2 colleagues who want to work with me. It's very, very interesting. I hope we'll talk about it more in time, but I'm going to do that. And then I was just thinking about that because I was making the analogy of I am fascinated by the law from an academic perspective. Practicing the law, first of all, I'm a law student, not a lawyer. None of this is legal advice. But when you're pro se and practicing the law, it is the hardest thing in the entire world. Because yes, you can go in there as a pro se litigant like I did today, and I made a really good IRAC argument. Just a really decent argument, and I didn't win, but I presented it well. I thought I made my points succinctly. I listened to what the judge was saying. I prayed for. I asked for the judgment that I wanted at the end, and then I even said, in the alternative, here's something I'd like to propose. I just did well. But no matter what, if you're not an attorney, they look at you. The judge will look at you huh? Wow, how'd you come up with that? They won't. It's hard to get the judge, in my opinion, to listen to to you making a legal argument if you are just a pro se litigant, even if you're very well prepared. So that was hard. That was hard for me, friends, but I did my best. And then as I was driving home, I was thinking, Bob Alessi, you know what? I don't like how he does his crosses. I don't really I didn't like yesterday. I think it's a little bit too didactic. I don't even know, I didn't even know you could be too didactic with a cross, but it's very, it's more of a learning experience for Alessi. He likes learning information normally. But yesterday, he was very, uncouth, in my opinion. But I also have a lot of respect for just being able to do it. Because to do that, I can do it. When I was talking to the judge and I were the only people that I could see. It was just me and the judge. That's very hard though. I tuned the whole room out and just focused on the judge. Alessi's got to, and Brennan and Jackson and Yannetti, they got to focus on the witness, the judge, the opposing counsel, and then the jury. It's unbelievably difficult. I know that we make kind of we're very hard on these lawyers. Especially the defense lawyers, but it takes incredible skill to not just to get the words out, not just to speak in a way that the room, the witness, the judge can understand, the jurors, but to get the words out in a steady tone. Yes, Alessi gets a little bit angry, I think, sometimes, but to get the words out in just a steady tone, it's very impressive. It's very impressive. Yes, didactic. That is a really good word. It is and Alessi and the witness here are both being didactic. They are both very intelligent. They both, Alessi, I really think Alessi might have lost the jurors yesterday with that stuff he was doing with his nonsense, going at the witness. Because, the meat of this, Alessi should meet this witness, in my opinion, where the witness is at. They're both very smart. There is no doubt in my mind that Bob Alessi is very smart. There's no doubt in my mind this witness is very smart. So, drop the pretense, Alessi. He hasn't said I can call him Bob yet, but maybe we'll go to dinner one day after this case is over. Drop the pretense. Focus these questions that he's asking today, although he's not doing a great job, which is why he didn't ask them yesterday. This is what should have been the basis of your cross yesterday, Mr. Attorney Alessi. This is what I would, yes, you're not doing great with it. Yes, there's no bombshells. It's not really helping the defense because the science and the data is the science and the data. And we're literally talking about a clock sync between a Lexus and an iPhone, which don't keep time the same way. And so when you focus, yes, it's weaker to your argument, right, to focus on the substance. But I was angry at Bob Alessi yesterday. Not angry, incredulous at his morality. I was angry that he disrespected the rules of the game. What you and Bob Alessi and Hank Brennan are brilliant. Okay, Bob Alessi's more of like an environmental deposition lawyer, but he's brilliant. And so is Hank Brennan. They are both brilliant. And there's a mutual respect that comes along with like how the rules of the game are enforced. Like a judge really only gets involved if the lawyers can't come to like an understanding. So it's kind of like, okay, children, like, come on now. But with this one, like, there's no rule that says Alessi can't, like, just smear the witness. You know, you can do it, like, under the auspices of, like, credibility or whatever, but it's very uncouth to do it in that way. Like, especially when, like, the whole issue Alessi led with was, like, did what, you select a date range on your LinkedIn and then you didn't graduate in time? Like, okay, everyone does that. Karen still has Bentley professor up on her LinkedIn. Alan Jackson is a district attorney candidate for LA. He hasn't run since like 2014. Like everybody puts their expected range of when they're going to be at school on LinkedIn, and then it ends. So like people were like, oh my God, it's a great cross yesterday. No, it was the opposite. It's something where if you actually think about it, if you're absorbing what Alessi is saying, he's trying to deflect from the report when he asks questions about LinkedIn. So clearly somebody told Alessi overnight, I think he picked up on it, like, don't start with that. Like that was, and he did kind of start with it a little bit, but they were like, don't start with that. Like that was not, like, clearly the jurors were left wanting for more about the actual substance of the guy's report, of Burgess's report. So Alessi today, at least to his credit, spent the first 2 hours going into the substance, but there's no bombshell there for the defense. It's only bombshells for the prosecution. There is no gotcha moment on the report. This isn't a good cross right now it's a good cross in that it's respectful of the witness finally in the process, and it plays by the rules of the game, but it just is absolutely bad. Yeah, no, so here's the LR. I saw your comment. I hate gambling. Oh my God, I hate buying a $2 scratch ticket. Like, yes, I'm interested in the numbers of it. Okay, so I like the idea of the house sets odds based on statistical methodologies, like baseball, for example. Like I never bet on baseball, but I love looking at the methodologies that the house uses to set the odds. Okay, and so I'm always looking at like, okay, so like what's the like best return? What's your best chance of beating the house? Because where's there the most variability in the outcome of a game? And it's absolutely baseball. Absolutely baseball. And even then, not that I wouldn't do it. I could if I wanted to, but I hate it. I hate the concept of it. It scares me. I did it a few times, like when I would get like promotional bets back in the day for free from these companies, because they all would do it when their app started in Massachusetts. Oh my God, I hate it. It makes me so nervous, even over like $2.50. And I think that's why it's like my body is screaming at me, like, you cannot be a trial lawyer. You shouldn't even be an appellate lawyer in terms of like my decision making, because I get so wrapped up in it. Like if I think like I found a really good argument and I think that I've applied the facts, issue rule application conclusion, like I can't fathom like either a jury or a judge, like I just can't fathom them making a decision that's not in line with that. And that's hard for me because the system, like the judge might know something I don't, or just have a perspective I don't. And so when decisions don't go in the way I expect, I'm immediately like, oh, that's worse like than gambling. Like there must be like, I have to figure out like if I can appeal this or what the flaw is. And that's not what the system likes. It does not like that. Like it would rather you be like, oh, okay, figure out what the judge was thinking about that you didn't realize. Like the judge is smarter than you, so figure that out, and only appeal if you absolutely really need to. And so I think my mindset, like I don't think of it like gambling. I think of it like universal moral principles being applied objectively. So the whole notion of there being human variability in the application of universal moral principles or law, yes, I respect it. I have a lot of diplomatic respect for the system, but it just blows my mind. I'm just like, whoa, what is this? Mandy Strong, so let me just be clear here. The reason why this cross is not really going well for Alessi, like, yeah, we're going through the questions, but there's nothing here. The witness is so confident because the data that the witness analyzed is right. the witness, this witness and Aperture's other witnesses, they're the ones who actually figured out the timeline and the data accurately. It was Reed's witness who didn't, Maggie Gaffney during the first trial, who didn't get a full chip off. So like what this witness was doing, it's not that it was inaccurate, Mandy. You have to think about honorary towel spouse. You have to think about a little bit it's like a puzzle, right? Like if you're the state expert and you see this 2.4 gig chip off, you're like, wait a minute, like this should be more, like there's 3 boards on there and an SD card. So at first, what Burgess was saying was like, well, wait a minute, this can't be right. This just has to be a transcription error. The storage amount can't be 2.4 gigs or megabits, whatever. Like this has to be, I have to just, because if you think about it, the conversion from megabits to megabytes is by a factor of 8 to 1, okay? Because it's by numerical to hexadecimal, I think, conversion. So that would be 10 to 2. But either way, the conversion from bits to bytes is 8 to 1, all right? Roughly. So like your internet speed, like its raw speed is different than what it's measured in megabits. Like what you get in megabytes is different than what you get in megabits, but you can convert megabytes to megabits by roughly dividing or multiplying by 8, whichever way you're going. So what Burgess was saying was like, listen, this kind of looks like there was just a conversion error, because it shouldn't be 2.4 gigs of data off the chip off. It should be closer to 8 or 10. So what's 2 by a conversion factor of roughly 8, somewhere around 16? Okay, so maybe it was a conversion error. Then Burgess was like, wait a minute, it's not a conversion error. Like, it's just the chip off wasn't done right. So you see what I'm saying? Like, it's not Burgess who made any errors. Burgess was the genius who figured out that Reed's expert during the first trial was trying to either intentionally or unintentionally hide data. So Burgess was the one who put it all together. Then Burgess was the brilliant one who was like, oh, and now we have the infotainment and Lexus black box EDR data. We can use it to figure out the actual running clock from when Karen Reed turned on her car outside the waterfall and when she turned the car on at 507 outside John's house, etc., etc. Genius, folks, genius. This man is a genius. That's what I'm saying. I know it's hard for a lot of you, and I wish I had been here to talk a little bit about it this morning. But ladies and gentlemen, this is nerdy stuff. Like Murder by Maestro and I were not just, I know a lot of you were like, Grant, why are you so excited yesterday? Well, okay, for nerds, this is like the greatest thing ever, listening to this information, because this guy Burgess is a genius. Like his interpolation of this data and the fact that he figured out that the first chip off wasn't done right, then they did another chip off and got the infotainment and black box EDR data, and then were able to figure out timestamps based on that. It's brilliant. If you speak numbers or hexadecimal code or whatever, if you speak that language, which I promise you, I mean, I'm not bragging, I do, and so does Murder by Maestro, this is brilliance. It's pure brilliance. And again, and if you have that added layer of kind of like, we could call it lay legal acumen, but if you have that added layer too, where you can be like, oh, Bob Alessi knows this, and Bob Alessi is attempting to deflect from that. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, that is exactly what was going on. Like, Bob Alessi knew how bad it was. Bob Alessi knew this witness was really smart, really, really smart. So he used what I would call like a speaking cross. Like, he wasn't crossing that witness for the jury. He was crossing that witness for the public who was watching. And that's not, like, that is not a good cross. Don't do that. I'm telling you right now, do not do that. Because you'll win the PR battle, but you'll lose the war. Like, you'll win the initial PR battle, but it will come at the cost of the war when the actual, like, cross comes out about the data. You can see this witness is on point about the interpolation of the data and the timestamps and the clock syncs. It's all on point. Oh, did someone come into Super Chat? Oh, Super Towel Chat. Hold on, who was it? Oh, it was Honorary Towel Spouse. Yes. Oh, yeah, no, but Mandy Strong. So listen, I think that what it really comes down to is that this man was pursuing an advanced degree, or a BS, a Bachelor of Science degree, while simultaneously working a full-time job and then also getting a bunch of certificates in the field, which are very, very important. And I think what ended up happening was this guy's CV said he was attending the school, but his LinkedIn profile, and I know this is right actually, his LinkedIn profile said that he had finished or something. Now, this probably wasn't the guy, and I know this wasn't because I know how LinkedIn works. It wasn't the guy saying, oh, I stopped going there or I graduated. When you start a degree program and put it on your LinkedIn, you say, okay, I expect to graduate by 2018. I expected to graduate law school by 2025. I think I'm probably going to, but like it wasn't at the time I expected because I didn't finish one class or something because, well, a few things, but mostly my dad died. So like if you were like, Grant, like you set your LinkedIn to have you graduating now, are you still going to graduate? I'd be like, well, yes, but I planned 3 years ago to graduate in 2025 and, I now need 3 more months. That doesn't mean I'm implying I actually graduated. It means 3 years ago, I thought my program would go for 2 years or 3 years. So anyway, that's what happened there, Mandy. And I agree. The Reed defense got really desperate. Like I know as a lay towel, not a lawyer, not legal advice, I know what a desperate cross looks like. I know what a desperate cross looks like because I know what I would do if I were desperate on cross. And that, as a lay towel. And that is what Bob Alessi did yesterday. He was very desperate. It was to make a splash on a vacuous point that doesn't go to the actual report. And now every witness, you want to find something where you can impeach their credibility if you can, whatever. But what you need to do is, like, if I just get up there and I'm like, witness, didn't you one time when you were going swimming, didn't you tell your brother that there was an alligator in the lake when there was no alligator in the lake? And the witness would be like, maybe. And then I could be like, why did you tell your brother that? Now the witness could be like, oh, well, I was joking with him. But then I could be like, oh, but you lied, didn't you? There was no alligator in the lake, Mr. Burgess. And he'd be like, isn't that right? And he'd be like, yes. And I'd be like, so you lied about the alligator. Isn't that true, Mr. Burgess? Yes. You know what I mean? Like, you can do that. I don't doubt that would come in, but yeah, as an example, you can do that style of cross. Oh my God, it's Murder by Maestro. Hi, Colleen Henry. Hi, Dewdrops. But yes, listen, you can do that style of cross, but it is not a good idea because the more effective style of cross is like this. Like, say you have a state expert who wrote a report 2 years after an incident or something, like this guy, right? But didn't actually do research. He just interviewed, let's say he just interviewed Miss O'Keefe or something and then wrote a report based on just what Miss O'Keefe said 2 years after the fact. This is how I would cross him. So you wrote this report 2 years after the incident in question, right, Mr. Burgess? Yes. And when writing your report, did you only speak to Miss Peggy O'Keefe? Yes. And when writing your report, did Miss O'Keefe bring any notes or other documents with her? No. Now I'm using a hypothetical. This witness didn't do this at all. I'm using as an example. Okay, so Mr. Burgess, your report's conclusions are based just on the word of Miss O'Keefe, right? Yes. Okay, now, Mr. Burgess, is it true that in your field, obtaining other perspectives when writing a report can help the report to be more robust and accurate? Yes. But you didn't interview anyone else for this report, did you, Mr. Burgess? No. Mr. Burgess, did you interview Karen Reed? Did you interview, etc.? That's how you cross on a report, okay? And then you can say something like, and this was 2 years after the fact, wasn't it, Mr. Burgess? And the person you interviewed, Mr. Burgess, would you say the human memory gets better or worse over time? It gets worse, doesn't it? Yeah. And you'd say that the interview you got at the 2 years after the point was probably less accurate than the details recorded contemporaneously in the police report, right? See what I mean? That's how you cross. That is how you cross. And Bob Alessi wasn't doing that. What I mean is that's how you cross on someone's integrity. You don't just gratuitously say, didn't you lie about an alligator one time, when clearly the person wasn't lying about an alligator. It was just not even a joke, but it was just a misunderstanding of how they were presenting something. You don't do that. You want to cross on, you can do that for the public. It's going to make you look bad in the courtroom, though. You want to cross in a way that will get you the respect of your colleagues or even law students who aren't lawyers. You have to actually cross you have to impeach based on the substance or something at least relevant to the data in the report. And he couldn't do that. He couldn't do it. I'm telling you. He just simply could not do it. Also, I don't think people were talking about Dr. Jessica Hyde, one of the state's witnesses. Do people realize why? I don't think Turtle Boy does, but do those hair wrappings can be for a number of reasons. One, because someone's hair is damaged. Two, because they wear a hairstyle that requires that to be wrapped up. It doesn't just, you know what I mean? It's ridiculous. And furthermore, even if she was Islamic or Muslim, who cares? it's just ridiculous that people, not you folks in chat, but it's ridiculous that anyone would be like, oh, one of the witnesses has like a hair covering on. Okay, like, first of all, what if it is religious? You should be extra respectful. If you said something about a yarmulke, for example, if a witness wore a yarmulke up on that stand and somebody said something, like, I would, I'd be very upset. And don't tell me there aren't absolutely crazy, out of their mind people who don't go online and say, oh, like the Arabs did this, did 9/11, or the Jewish people did 9/11. Nonsense. It's all nonsense. And it would be very hurtful, and it is hurtful and offensive if someone said that about whether a Jewish person or a Muslim person. It's just absurd. It's gratuitously offensive, and it's shock jock stuff. It's worse than Alessi's cross yesterday. It's offensive to the criminal or the justice system. And Alessi knows it, in my opinion. Like, that's not, you don't go home feeling good about yourself when you do a cross like that. Like, whether you make a splash or not in the media. As a lawyer, like, in my opinion, like, you didn't live up to the, what is it? Like, noblesse oblige or whatever. And that, call it paternalistic if you want. There is that. That's like rooted in the legal system. The lawyers don't even talk in English. They speak in legalese. So, I don't know. I just think that Alessi shouldn't feel good about that cross yesterday. It was not helpful on the substance. And now that he's actually crossing on the substance, he looks like an idiot. And listen, I'm not calling Alessi an idiot. Anyone would look like an idiot compared to this expert who literally speaks this language all the time, every day. Bob Alessi does not. Even though I do, and even though Murder by Maestro does a little bit, like, even we are not conversant in the level of analysis that Shannon Burgess can do. And Shannon Burgess is only one of 4 witnesses from Aperture. My goodness, folks. My goodness. Little Towel was back for you. We got to spend a whole morning break together. God bless all of you. I appreciate you guys tuning in. We're going to want you little towels, washcloths, towelettes, hemp towels, flannels, soap dispensers, paper towels, beach towels, etc. It's so good to see you all. It was interesting. My timing was pretty good, actually. I got home about 10:45, and I did drink a lot of water today. I drank two full 32-ounce waters, so I'm staying hydrated. I know some of you will be very pleased to hear that. And now we're waiting to come back into session. Oh, goodness, folks, we're about to come back into session. I see the Karen cam. I know everybody's excited. I went into auctioneering announcer towel mode. Remember, don't forget to like or subscribe to this stream if you like it. YouTube.com/James with Ellis.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burgess. I'm going to pick up, sir, where we left off. A text stream trigger event does not automatically mean there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't, without more, mean an airbag deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean, without more, that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications in databases, correct?
Sensors and other modules.
That's right. You
Correct.
said that earlier, sir.
Sure.
Sensors and modules. You reviewed the raw text stream trigger events on Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
No, I did not.
Oh, you did not?
No.
Do you understand whether, do you have an understanding whether Mr. DeSogra reviewed those events in his March 5, 2025 report?
I do not.
So you did not review the raw data for text stream trigger events on Miss Reed's vehicle, and you did not therefore perform any analysis of that data as you sit here today, correct?
Correct. Outside of what Dr. Welcher provided.
Are you aware that there were approximately 30 text stream trigger events in an 8-month period on Miss Reed's vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Assume the data shows that in the mere 8-month period that Miss Reed owned her vehicle, the Lexus in question, there were 30 text stream trigger events. Assume that. You would not conclude that there were 30 collisions in that 8-month period, would you?
No, I would not.
Would you agree, sir, that there were actually 2 triggers on January 29th?
Yes.
And the first trigger that you referred to of 1162-1, that was not a collision, was it, sir?
Without reviewing the data, I don't know.
Well, as you sit here today, you have no basis to state that the 1162-1 trigger was a collision, do you?
No, I do not.
And in fact, didn't you refer to that as a 3-point turn?
I did, yes.
And you didn't mention in your direct testimony when you talked about the 3-point turn anything about a collision, did you?
No, I did not.
And as you sit here today, there's no fact or data that you have to conclude that there was any supposed collision associated with that 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event, correct?
Correct.
A trigger event can occur on a Lexus vehicle by a whole host of possibilities, correct?
Correct.
You could maybe slam on the brakes and cause a trigger event.
That is one possibility.
You could have just unusual driving. You could be going at a speed or doing something else that has nothing at all to do with a collision, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, there are almost countless events that can occur that can cause a trigger event in a Lexus vehicle.
So I don't know the exact count of what type of triggers there are, but yes, there are
There are
a
many.
number. Yes.
So back to the 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event. On your direct examination, you just referred to event surrounding that as a 3-point turn, correct?
Correct.
And yet that 3-point turn registered as a trigger event, right?
Correct.
Are Lexus SUVs trigger happy?
I do not know, sir.
As you sit here today, none of the information in that black box that you referred to on your direct testimony indicates that there was a collision on January 29th, does it?
Not by itself. no.
Not by itself.
Correct.
And it doesn't occur that none of the information in that black box indicates that there was a collision on any day without more, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to now turn to a different topic, sir. In your direct examination, you referenced a Ms. Maggie Gaffney. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And wasn't part of your reference to her a criticism of her for some of the work that she did with respect to the Lexus SUV.
Yes, it was.
And, for instance, you criticized her for failing to extract the micro SD card from the circuit board during the initial chip-off, right?
So, sure. So I did criticize for not identifying the micro SD card and subsequently not downloading it, yes.
And on direct, you even tried to lay at her footsteps, if you will, your bits, bytes misinterpretation on her by claiming that you assumed, quote, a competent expert, close quote, would not have overlooked a relevant chip, so you became confused how there could be data missing. Is that a fair characterization?
No, it is not.
Did you at all try to use as a justification for your misunderstanding of bits and bytes that it was her work?
Her word? you
Her
say?
work.
Her work.
Yes, her work.
So it was the overlooking of the SD card. Yes.
Right. So you did try to lay at her footsteps part of the reason why you misinterpreted the bits and bytes that we discussed yesterday. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay. So you would agree then that the bits and bytes misinterpretation that you and I discussed yesterday had nothing to do with the work of Miss Gaffney, correct?
So in part, but that was my mistake. Yes.
All right. I'm trying to understand which is it. Is it Miss Gaffney's work had some part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, or her work had no part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes?
Some part.
So you do attempt to lay some blame on Miss Gaffney for your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, correct?
No, I'm not trying to blame anyone.
Okay. In your January 30, 2025 report, are you consistent with your criticism of Miss Gaffney?
As I recall, yeah, I believe so, yes.
In fact, you yourself provided the explanation for why the micro SD card was not extracted during the original chip-off, didn't you?
Yes, that it was overlooked.
Right.
Yes.
So if you could please turn to page 5 of your January 30, 2025 report.
Okay.
And sir, when you get there, if you could let me know, and I will then proceed with questions.
Okay.
So you do attribute to Ms. Gaffney in your report some responsibility for this micro SD card not being extracted during the original chip-off. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's go to page 5 of your report, sir. And bear with me, I want to get you the exact location. I don't have it exactly, but I want to quote it. Your Honor, may I have a moment to get the exact quote?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now have it. Mr. Burgess, if you could turn to page 5, as I was referencing, and go to the third full paragraph. If you could look about 2/3 of the way down the far right, you see the word where it starts with at. It's the paragraph beginning when examining vehicle
Yes,
systems.
I
You see
do.
that,
Yes,
sir?
I see it.
And do you see the at that is at the very far right of that paragraph?
Yes.
So it says, at the time of the incident, Burla, and Burla is what? Can you read?
Burla is a company that offers and develops forensic hardware and software for vehicle modules.
Right. So at the time of the incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software indicating similar modules are supported via in-vehicle acquisition. According to Burla, currently, there are 2 known and documented modules within the vehicle that have the capability to store data. The infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So as you stated, Burla is the organization that you described, which for the purpose you did, I'm not going to repeat it on direct examination. If I could sort of put in layman's terms and see, you tell me if this is correct. Burla produces hardware and software to make it easier for non-technical people, as you put it, to extract data from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You describe in your January 30, 2025 report that at the time of the initial chip-off, Burla did not provide support for the information contained on the micro SD card, correct?
No, so I think you're misreading that last sentence, and I can clarify.
Can you read the last sentence, sir?
I can. So the infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney.
So my question is, did or did not Burla, at the time of the initial chip-off by Ms. Gaffney, provide the technical support to address the information contained on the micro SD card?
No, Burla did not and does not.
Good. That I wanted to.
That was my identifier of the micro SD card. Correct.
So it was not until after the initial chip-off that Ms. Gaffney participated in that Burla updated their software to be able to identify the types of data, for Burla software to be able to identify the types of data contained within the micro SD card on the Lexus circuit board. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So Burla didn't do anything new after the initial chip-off with its software?
Sure. So Burla released new software after the initial chip-off that addresses being able to download software via the infotainment module while it's in the vehicle. So that involves plugging a USB in to the vehicle and downloading data. That does not address the micro SD card on the circuit board itself.
And Ms. Gaffney did not have, at the time of the initial chip-off, that updated Burla software, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your questioning. Thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have at this time, Your Honor, but I have a bit to pack up, so Mr. Brennan can have a clear podium.
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Do you know what a sequestration order is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So it would be an order to not view any testimony of a trial, is my general understanding.
Does that mean that you can't watch any of it on television?
Correct.
Do you understand whether or not you can speak to attorneys about testimony? Is that precluded as well?
I'm not aware either way.
Has anybody ever spoken to you about any testimony about that occurred in this trial before you testified?
No, they have not.
Have I ever discussed, intimated, or suggested any information whatsoever to you about arguments, testimony, or anything about this case as it's ongoing?
No, you have not.
Do you follow the rules, sir?
Yes, I do.
Have you followed them in this case?
Yes, I have.
When you gave your opinions and you've testified, do you have any information or knowledge about this trial as it actually occurred until the point when you testified?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions about your CV. A CV is a resume?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you were asked about a LinkedIn account.
Yes, I was.
Is your LinkedIn account different than your CV?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, when did you learn that your LinkedIn account was wrong or had not been updated? When was the first time you learned that?
That was yesterday.
When you started your LinkedIn account, do you remember when it was you set it up?
I do not. It would have been maybe 10 years ago or more.
Do you routinely update your LinkedIn account?
No, I do not.
When you set up your LinkedIn account, the section where it asks for education, whether graduated or ongoing, do you remember filling out that section?
I don't particularly remember filling it out, but obviously I did at some point.
When you were asked about Aperture's website, how many experts are associated with Aperture?
I could give you a rough number between 80 and 100.
How many offices?
15 or so.
Are you involved in the website design or content?
No, I'm not.
Do you know if Aperture gets the information from their website directly from LinkedIn?
I don't know where they get all of their information from.
Did you ever weigh in or develop your information that was on Aperture's website?
No, not on the website.
You do provide CVs before you come to court, don't you?
Yes, I do.
And in this case, you were asked by the defense, when you provide your CV, do you understand that it's going to be reviewed by whoever requests it, the Commonwealth or the defense?
Yes, I do.
And that it will be shared with both sides in the court?
Yes.
In fact, the first time you provided a CV in this case, was it October 11, 2014?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the leading nature sustained.
Do you remember the first time you provided a CV in this case?
It would have been around October
What year?
of 2024, sorry.
And when you provided that, was it as an exhibit to something?
Yes, if I recall, it was as an exhibit to the initial protocol that I sent out.
And when you submitted that CV, did you appreciate whether or not it would be part of a court filing in public?
Yes, I did.
If I could have exhibit 183, please. $183. You could enlarge the top section. Right there is good. And sir, when you provided this CV to be filed with the court and made public, did you indicate that you had obtained a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Why did you put currently pursuing?
Because I am currently pursuing a bachelor's degree.
And did you understand your CV was received by the defense and they knew this?
Yes, I do understand that.
Subsequently, you were asked to provide an updated CV in April 2025?
Yes, I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
And can we have Exhibit 184? Did you further appreciate this would be provided to both the court and the defense?
Yes, I did.
Did you represent to the defense that your education included earning a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
You've testified in, you can take that down, please. You've testified in many other cases
I have, yes.
in courts around the country.
Yes, I have.
And when you've testified in other courts around the country, do you know whether there are transcripts of your actual testimony?
Yes, I believe there are.
Have you ever represented in any court that you achieved your bachelor's degree?
No, I have not.
Have you ever inflated your qualifications in a court?
No, I have not.
When I asked you about some of your background, you told us that you had certificates in Celebrite and Axiom. I didn't go through all of the qualifications and all of the accomplishments you had, did I?
No, you did not.
Do you have professional certifications, GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensic Analysis?
Yes, I do.
Do you have professional certification from CCME, Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have professional certifications as a Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained for the same reason.
I'm sorry?
Sustained for the same reason.
Do you have a number of certificates that I did not ask you about?
Yes, you did. I
Can you
did,
share
yes.
some of those with us?
Sure. So one of those is going to be GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. So that's going to be Global Information Assurance certification. And that is basically a 40-hour class or 48-hour class with a test at the end to get that certification. There's also a Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner certification. That is specifically to, kind of demonstrate your knowledge of the Celebrite software, as well as Magnet Forensics certifications, again, for their software specifically.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
What was that last part? Sorry.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
No, not currently.
Okay. Did you also take any classes regarding crash data or BOSH?
Yes, I have.
What do you have for certificates in that arena?
So those certifications would be Crash Data Retrieval Technician and Crash Data Retrieval Analyst. So those courses would be around acquiring and analyzing crash data from airbag control modules.
You mentioned that you had over 700 hours
Yes, I do.
of classes and certification.
Yes, that's of classes and classes and seminars or conferences, specifically in digital forensics or vehicle forensics.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
No, I do not.
Is a bachelor's degree a prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates,
Yes.
Stephen Jobs,
Yes.
Oprah Winfrey?
Sustained.
You had become engaged in this case in October 2024,
Correct.
and when you first became engaged, you had a chance to look at photographs and some data.
Yes, I did.
At that point, you hadn't had a chance. Did you have had you had a chance to actually inspect any of the physical property?
No, I had not.
Did you have an understanding that somebody else did?
Yes, I did.
Who?
Miss Gaffney and a number of other people with the MSP.
Attended some type of procedure?
Correct.
And do you know who led the actual procedure?
As far as I'm aware, it would have been Miss Gaffney.
The defense expert?
Correct.
You filed a protocol. What was the purpose in October when you first got involved of filing a protocol?
Sure. So the first purpose of the protocol was just to address the fact that we were missing data that we expected, and address a potential solution to gather more data.
Without having looked at the physical property, the actual boards, how did you conclude simply on data and photographs that there was missing data?
Sure. So that would be reviewing the initial data that was provided, and not seeing user data like I would expect. And that's because there's a number of different chips that are on a circuit board for an infotainment or a telematics or any other module. And there's a number of different data-bearing chips. The purpose of those chips will vary. Some chips' main purpose is to store user data. Some chips' main purpose is to store software or firmware. So if you're gathering, acquiring data from chips that only have software and firmware, then you would not expect or you would not see user data within those chips.
When you made that analysis and concluded that there was missing data, had there been any report provided by Ms. Gaffney suggesting there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Had there been any analysis or opinion alerting that there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Was there anything to indicate that the person who did this test missed data at that point?
No, not at that point.
When you decided to write a protocol so you could actually look at the boards and do an analysis, did you put that protocol in writing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember if that was around October 10, 2024?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
Now, when you were cross-examined, the attorney asked you if you knew what the word mendacity meant. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you didn't know. Do you now know that means to lie or be untruthful?
Sustained.
He didn't ask you a question. He just asked you if you knew what the word was. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you remember he also, on cross-examination, suggested that when you had your mistake about megabytes, megabits, it was the defense expert that alerted you to that mistake? Do you remember that suggestion by the defense?
Yes, I do.
Did they ever show you the documents so you could see the chronology?
No, they did not.
Okay. You wrote a report on October 10, 2024. Did you then write another report, a supplemental protocol?
Yes, so I did write that initial protocol and then a supplemental protocol.
Was that on October 17, 2024?
That sounds about right.
When you wrote that a week later, at that point, had you realized your mistake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why did you?
Can we approach, please?
Okay.
Sidebar! Ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. I've decided I'm going to stick with you because this is so interesting. I am going to order lunch. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Hank Brennan is ruining Bob Alessi's life right now. I love Hank Brennan. Listen, I tried to tell you all this is what was going to happen. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. By the way, tune in, watch the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. I'm going to end this clip. I was recording that first part of the redirect. Ladies and gentlemen, I tried to tell you Hank Brennan was going to do this. I tried to tell you that Hank Brennan, you should not violate the rules of the game with Hank Brennan. Hank Brennan will just literally run, like, I don't want to use this phraseology, but this, I almost said run, T-R-A-I-N. This man will just absolutely intellectually decimate you. Why would you do that? I said this on stream to Bob Alessi. Do you understand what you are doing, Bob Alessi? Hank Brennan's going to get up there on redirect and rip you in half, and he's then going to be like, you're welcome. Let's go get a coffee together. Don't do it, Bob Alessi. Look what he did to you. Oh my God, I love this man. I love this man. Mr. Reed, I would give Mr. Reed a coffee right about now. All right, we're coming back into session. I'm a little towel.
When you realized your error, what did you do?
So I intended to correct it with a supplemental protocol.
When you corrected it with the supplemental protocol, do you remember what date that was?
Not specifically, I do not.
Okay. If I showed you your report, would that help your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Please don't read this, just look at it, and if it refreshes your memory, let me know, and then I'll ask you a question.
Yes, it does.
When did you correct your error with the supplemental protocol?
That was on October 17th, 2024.
And do you remember the date that you first received any information from Mr. DeSorga?
No, I do not
Do you
specifically.
remember the date when Mr. DeSorga's information was first filed?
No, I do not.
And do you know if it was, whether it was after your October 17th supplementary report?
Not specifically, but I believe it was after.
Okay. And so when it was suggested that you had to be schooled or advised by Mr. DeSorga, was that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor.
Word it differently. Word it differently.
The claim that was made that you weren't aware until someone advised you of your error, was that true?
No, that was untrue.
When you realized there was an error and put it in a report, were you ever dissuaded from publicly alerting all the parties of your mistake?
No.
Do you leave stuff in or out of a report if you find it helpful or hurtful to one side?
No, I do not.
Have you, in this effort that you've made in this case, have you always been encouraged to provide all information, regardless of what it is?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I have.
And who's encouraged you to always provide all information, regardless of what it
No,
says?
no one. So my job is to assist the jury. So the jury, assisting the jury means presenting all the information.
Have you ever been discouraged by me?
No, I have not.
When you looked at the photographs and you looked at the boards without actually touching them, how long did it take you to figure out that there was some other vehicle for data?
Sure. So it took a few times to look at the photographs before I identified the micro SD card slot.
You were asked whether it's important to be accurate and reliable. Is it in this field?
Yes, it is.
And if data is not found on the chips, is it a standard practice to look elsewhere?
Yes, that would be a standard practice.
Was that done in this case before you became involved?
No, it was not.
Who was the first person to identify where the missing information was?
Myself.
What happens if you miss information because you don't see it?
So if you miss information, that's information that won't help in the analysis.
In this case, the information on the SD card that you found, how important was that to this entire analysis?
It was important to timestamp certain events.
Without that information in the SD card, would you have been able to so accurately timestamp certain events?
No, not so accurately.
Before you were involved, was that information, that very important information for timestamps, was that available for either side?
No, it was not.
Is it now?
It is.
You were asked about Burla. When Burla did not have updated software to simply plug into a car and download the information, what process would have to be used?
Sure. So best practice for vehicle forensics is if the module or a vehicle is not supported by a forensic tool, would be to remove that module, or let me start over, manually document the screens on that infotainment module if it's available and it can be powered up. But then also going through disassembling the module, identifying any type of chips or SD cards that may hold data, and acquiring that data.
Is that called a chip-off process?
It is called a chip-off process.
Does it describe the process well? chip off?
Yes, it does.
Since Ms. Gaffney did the original analysis and did that chip off, has the software updated?
Yes.
And is that the Burla software?
No, I'm sorry. So she has not done a updated analysis with the Burla software.
But has the Burla software itself updated?
So the Burla software itself has updated, but it is limited to, again, plugging in a USB into the infotainment module while it's in the car running.
Does the updates in Burla software have anything to do with the SD card?
No, it does not.
Why not?
Because, again, they're going a different route to acquire data, and they are acquiring a limited amount of data through what's called diagnostic logs. So if you think of diagnostic logs, your radio unit is keeping logs of any time things happen on the radio for manufacturer purposes. So Burla is taking those logs and they can interpret some of those logs. They are not acquiring all the data that is on the SD card itself.
You have drafted a number of reports in this case.
I have, yes.
Regarding the chip-off process, did Ms. Gaffney ever write a report?
No, not that I'm aware of.
When you wrote reports in this case, do you expect for them to be shared?
Yes, I do.
When other experts, like, for example, Mr. DeSorga writes a report, do you expect to have a copy and review it?
Yes.
Sustained.
What is the standard practice when there are reports from different experts regarding the same subject matter?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there a standard practice
Sure.
regarding reviewing reports from similar experts in similar subject matter?
Sure. So anytime a report is written by an expert, that report would be provided and shared with opposing experts.
Reports, do they always come at the same time in a case?
No, they do not.
When you wrote your reports, how would you provide them so they could be disseminated?
Sure. So that I would typically provide them to the client or the attorney that hired me, and then that would be disseminated from there.
Did you have an opportunity to receive Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided that by me, the Commonwealth?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked or given any direction on what you could or should do?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to avoid anything?
No, I was not.
What did you see your role as when you receive a report from another expert like Mr. DeSorga?
Sure. So when I receive a report, I would typically review it and then make a decision if it's better to address any issues in that report through testimony or address those with a supplemental report.
And in that analysis, do you follow your own discretion or do you follow directions of the client?
No, I would follow my own discretion.
Did you ever receive any direction on what you should and shouldn't do regarding considering Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, I did not.
When you looked at Mr. DeSorga's report, did you have concerns about his report?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about his report in detail. Before we get there, share with us what your general concerns were about Mr. DeSorga's report when you reviewed the whole report.
Sure. So what Mr. DeSorga does is take a couple different adjustment methods to attempt to adjust the clock from the Lexus with the iPhone. But what he does is takes a lot of methods or data points that are not applicable to the time that we're interested in.
What do you mean? Can you explain with a little more specificity what he does?
Sure. So if you think about it, your clock is constantly, changing as far as it syncs up with other GPS satellites or network time servers, and it's updating constantly. So a clock variance between two devices may be different at, say, 12 o'clock in the day versus 1 o'clock in the day. So best practice is to choose an event that is nearest to your time in question, so you have the most appropriate adjustment for that clock variance.
Mr. DeSorga's analysis, did he choose the event most closely tied to the backing up event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The backing up event, are you familiar with that time frame?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Was Mr. Sorga's analysis based on information most closely related to that event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What information did Mr. DeSorga choose to use for that analysis relative to the backing up event?
Sure. So he chose a couple things. That's going to be call logs that happened on both devices or that was recorded on both devices, as well as a GPS data point, which was incorrectly identified as being near that or encompassing that 3-point turn. So what we did is did a more thorough analysis of that 3-point turn event when it occurred within the iPhone data, and then compared that and adjusted with the Lexus.
Explain to us your concern about using call logs.
Sure. So there's a number of call logs that you saw earlier that were recorded by the phone and the Lexus. The one thing you'll notice, and it's hard to kind of go back to it without the graph, but the calls that happened between 1 and 5 o'clock that morning actually happened when the car was powered off. We know that based on the power on and power off events. So those timestamps that are recorded with that 2-second and 1-second offset is actually from Mrs. Reed's iPhone as she gets back in the vehicle and her phone connects up and syncs back up. So the 8-second and the 16 or 21-second offset are the only offsets that we have to compare to calls.
Was that a concern?
It was a concern.
Why?
Because if you're using the 1 and 2 second offsets, that could be misleading because it's not actually comparing the Lexus clock with the iPhone clock from Mr. O'Keefe.
What's it doing?
It's comparing the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock with Mrs. Reed's iPhone clock.
What other concerns?
Sure. So the other concern was a GPS point known as GPS 154, which, if you remember yesterday, we talked about a little bit. So that was misidentified as being the end or towards the end of that 3-point turn. But when we look closer at all the location data, we can see that that actually occurs between 12:23:59 and I believe it was 12:24:07.
Let me ask you some questions about what compelled you to look at the 3-point turn and synchronize the clocks. Were you aware of Mr. Whiffin's report where he offered that the last user interaction on Mr. Whiffin's phone was 12:32:09?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
No. You were asked, did you consider Mr. Whiffin's report where there was a last user interaction of 12:32:09 by the user?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
You were asked if you considered that. Did you know that information?
I did know that information was available and existed, but I did not use that in my analysis for the clock synchronization.
Did that have any part of your motivation to do the clock synchronization?
No, it did not.
Were you attempting to match the synchronization with any of this other information that exists in data?
No, I was not.
You were also asked if you were aware of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that at 12:32:16 it ended its movement.
Yes, I was aware of that, yes.
Did that in any way affect your interest or your decision to synchronize the clocks?
No, it did not. So my primary focus and to adjust the clocks was because I thought the PowerPoint slides by Mr. DeSogra were misleading.
When you were shown Exhibit 190, can we have 190, please? You were shown this chart. Was this the entirety of Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, it was not.
Was there text information offered by Mr. DeSorga to give his position or explanation of this?
Yes, there was.
Is that included in this exhibit?
No, it's not.
Did you get a chance to read Mr. DeSorga's report, including the actual text explaining his analysis and process leading to this chart?
Yes, I was.
did you look at Mr. DeSorga's entire report?
Yes, I did.
I move to introduce Mr. DeSorga's report.
Okay. So this was triple D for identification. That would be the next exhibit.
Exhibit 191.
You said as a result of Mr. DeSorga's report, you were concerned, so that compelled you to do your analysis that resulted in your May 8th report?
Correct.
I want you to take us through Mr. DeSorga's report and explain to the jury what concerned you about his analysis.
Sure.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put this page 1 of this report. Is this the front cover of Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
Turn to page 2, please. What do you recognize this slide or photograph coming from?
Sure. So this slide is coming from Dr. Welcher's overall PowerPoint slides.
When you first saw this slide, where did you first see, which source did you first see this through?
Through Mr. DeSorga's PowerPoint.
Well, Dr. Welcher works at Aperture, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Did you know he was working on this case?
Yes, I did.
Was he providing you his PowerPoint or slides before this point?
No, he was not.
When you first saw this slide, did you see information about the timing of the text stream event, which was the backing maneuver?
Yes, I did.
And what time did that show?
Can we blow it up just so I don't get the time
Please.
wrong?
Up, please. I'm sorry. Up. Here we go. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Sure. So that's got the text stream event ending at 12:31:43.
These text stream events that are captured, do you know how long of the event is captured? How many seconds?
Yes. So approximately 5 seconds before the trigger threshold is met and 5 seconds after.
When this information that you reviewed in Mr. DeSorga's report, do you know what clock is used to identify the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43?
Yes, I do.
And what clock is that?
So that's a combination of the Lexus clock that's coming from the infotainment center, as well as the running timer that we discussed yesterday that's coming from the airbag module itself.
Is the source of that time important?
Yes, it is.
If you compare time from a different clock with time from a different clock and don't synchronize the two, does that lead you to an accurate result?
No, it does not.
When you were answering questions, you repeatedly were saying, according to the Lexus clock. Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly? One moment, please.
Sure.
Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly?
Sure. So to make sure that the jury understood that that timestamp was coming from the Lexus itself and was not an adjusted timestamp to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Could you scroll down, please, Ms. Gilman? Up a little bit, please. Thank you. The 3209, what did you understand that information to be?
Sure. So that is information I understood to be the last device lock recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And what clock did you understand that time came from?
That would come from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock.
If you reconciled his iPhone clock information, or if you compared it without reconciling to the Lexus information, what's the danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there any danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Is there any danger in comparing two times if you don't consider the clocks that they came from.
Yes, there is. So you could essentially be, inaccurate time for when that event actually occurred.
If you could just scroll down to the bottom so we could see the rest of that. You mentioned the word variance yesterday during your direct examination. I'm going to ask you to look at that box that has the green around it. Is that an example of variance?
Yes, that is an example of variance between, no. So I take that back. That is not an example of variance itself. That is an example of, comparing the end of the text stream event to the device lock event.
Is that attempting to compare two different devices?
So that's attempting to, that's not attempting to compare anything. It's just stating that the time between the device event lock and the end of the text stream event, unadjusted, is approximately 26 seconds.
Is that accounting for synchronization or not accounting for synchronization?
That is not accounting, that is not with synchronization.
Could we turn to the next page, please? Did you review the next page of Mr. DeSorga's report?
Yes, I did.
And did it lead you to any concerns?
This page specifically, yes and no. So this page again is just showing the time difference between the end of the text stream event and Mr. O'Keefe's last device lock event.
Is this another way of showing the information that was in that green box?
It is. It's another way of showing the information in that green box, but it is not a clock variance or an adjustment.
Could you turn the page, please? When you read this page, is this a opinion or conclusion?
No, it does not.
What is it?
So this is just pointing out that when the 26-second window, which they'll refer as John's interaction window, when that number is positive, then the phone interaction occurs after the end of the text stream event. When that number is negative, the phone interaction occurs before the end of the text stream event ends.
Did you have any issue with that slide?
No, not that slide in particular.
We turn the next page. Did you have an opportunity to review the next page?
Yes, I did.
And were you in agreement with this page?
I was in agreement with this page, yes.
And what does this tell us?
So this page points out that two clocks are not always in sync. So again, to synchronize those clocks, you would have to have a shared event that occurred on both devices.
If we could have the next page, please. Any chance to make that a tiny bit bigger, Ms. Gilman? Were you in agreement with this page?
No, I was not.
Tell us what concerned you about this page.
Sure. So this page is potentially misleading to the jury, again, by using...
Your Honor, move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Just tell me what your concerns were.
Sure. So my concerns with this, that it was potentially misleading to the jury.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
No, I'm going to allow that. That's his concerns.
Sure. So that this slide was potentially misleading to the jury because it uses incorrect adjustments to try and adjust the times.
How does it use incorrect adjustments? Explain that to us so it's very basic, please.
Sure. So as we kind of go through the next few slides, you'll see. But essentially what they're doing is, or what is being done, is they're comparing call logs, timestamps from call logs from when the phone was off, suggesting that, again, that the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, as well as incorrectly identifying the GPS point when the three-point turn ends.
Will you better be able to explain that to us with the further slides that come next?
Yes, I believe so.
If we could turn to the next page, please. Is this just a label of what's to come?
It is.
And could we turn to the next page, please? If we could start, Ms. Gilman, with the top left-hand box, if you could enlarge that for us. Did you review this information in this box?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And before we get to your opinions, what does this information tell you?
Sure. So this is a snapshot from my initial report where I point out that the ignition on happens approximately 3 seconds before the infotainment power on event. So you can see that. I think we're up a little too high on the page.
Like,
Yeah. So highlighted in the red. That's based on our testing where we identified that the ignition on, or your finger on the ignition pressing it, and the engine coming on and the vehicle coming on happens 3 seconds before the infotainment system powers on.
you were asked on cross-examination about that 3 seconds between the pressing the button and the infotainment system going on, but you weren't allowed to answer the question whether you considered it or why that was important. So I'm going to give you that opportunity now.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Ask the question, please.
Okay. Is there significance to that 3 seconds, and did you consider it in your report, in your findings?
Yes, I did.
Share with us.
Sure. So when we make our adjustments based on the event, so in this case the 3-point turn, what we're looking at is the approximate time frame when that 3-point turn occurred via Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. And then we're adjusting that for the approximate time that the tech stream event and that 3-point turn ends. So as we sync those clocks, we're adjusting not only for the difference in the clocks, but we're also adjusting for this 3-second delay.
Did you accommodate that 3-second delay in your analysis and your conclusions?
Yes, that was included in my analysis.
Now back to the screen. The information there, is that text taken from your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Could we shrink the screen, please? And then the photograph in the bottom left, if we could enlarge that, is that as well from your report?
Yes, that is also from my report.
Did we look at that yesterday on your direct examination?
Yes, I believe so.
And briefly tell us what that depicts.
Sure. So that's during our exemplar testing, where again we've got it rigged with cameras that are recording video and timestamps of interactions we're having with the vehicle, which include powering it on and powering it off.
If you could shrink the screen, and we'll go to the right, Ms. Gilman. What was the import of this screen to you in its entirety?
Sure. So this is not actually a valid way to adjust or synchronize clocks because, again, we're not adjusting based on a shared event. So the ignition on event occurs. It is not recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. But again, we are adjusting and including this in our timestamp adjustment.
If we turn to the next page, please. You were asked about the process of synchronization through phone calls or through the 3-point turn data.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you choose to use the 3-point turn data instead of phone calls?
Sure. So I chose to use the 3-point turn data because it was closer in time to the event that was of interest. As well as it was based not only on the infotainment clock, but it was also based on that running timer. So once we adjust that first event to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the second event is also based on that running timer, so it would also be adjusted.
Did you have any concerns about using phone calls specifically?
Yes, I did.
And what were they and why?
Sure. So those concerns were related to the phone calls that we could actually compare, and again, some of the phone calls that happened earlier or closer to the event of interest were not actually recorded by the infotainment system itself.
Why is it important to take an event closest to the time of the event you're studying?
Sure. So like I kind of said before, clock variance will change between devices as they are constantly syncing back up with reference systems. So a clock difference that you see at 1 o'clock in the day is not going to be the same as you would see at 2 o'clock in the day.
When you chose the 3-point turn, how close to the backing up event was that in time?
I believe it was within 10 minutes or so.
Was that closer in time or further away in time than the phone calls as a method?
That was closer in time than the phone calls. If you think back to the phone calls that we could have compared, those occurred at 5 o'clock in the morning.
We turn to the next page, please. Did you have a chance to review this slide of the PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now you see on the left is a box. Where's that box taken from?
Sure. So that box on the left is taken from my report. That's going to be my initial report.
January 30th, 2025?
That's correct.
Okay. And share with us what you were trying to express in this box.
Sure. So again, this box is a
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I
Sure.
apologize. Ms. Gilman, is there any chance we could enlarge the box on the left? My apologies. Okay, please proceed.
Sure. So this is a comparison of the calls. So the infotainment call timestamps are on the furthest left column. So again, your infotainment system, when you plug your phone in, is recording and synchronizing your calls. It's not great about recording and synchronizing every call. So there's a lot of calls here that we don't have that we know exist based on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So the calls that we do have that were recorded in the infotainment system, we can compare to the timestamps that those are recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So when we do that, there's a couple things we notice is during that 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock and 4:45 time frame, when we look back at the power on and off events, we know the vehicle was not powered on at that time. So the vehicle's off. So those timestamps are not coming from the vehicle. They're coming from Mrs. Reed's iPhone or the defendant's iPhone. And then the times after 5:21, we know the vehicle has been powered up at that point. So those timestamps are coming from the infotainment system itself. So that's why we can actually do a comparison of those timestamps and determine the exact or the approximate clock variance.
When you look at the call timestamps of 1:14:13, 4:38:16, and 4:42:06 and 4:45:12, was the power on or off with the car during those four first calls?
Yeah, so with those first 5 calls, the car was powered off. And again, we know that based on the power on and off event. We also know that just by looking at the offset, it's a consistent 1 or 2 seconds. And that's what we typically expect and see between two iPhones. That's because iPhones are generally pinging back to Apple servers or GPS towers that are the same. So those times are pretty consistent and pretty accurate.
Was the power on by 5:04:28?
No, not at 5:04:28. It was still powered off.
So those first five events, were they reliable for you to use in synchronization?
No, they were not.
You gave us a number of reasons. One, the time distance between the event, and because they were phone to phone. Any other reasons why they weren't?
I'll strike the first part, ask the questions.
Besides the reasons you already gave us, are there any other reasons why this would not be a reliable way to synchronize two separate devices?
Not besides the points I've made already.
Okay. And if we could zoom back on this. The box on the right, is that from your report? Is that Mr. DeSorga?
That's Mr. DeSogra.
Was there anything about that analysis that concerned you?
Sure. So that analysis is misleading because, again, it's not comparing Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to the infotainment system. It's actually comparing the defendant's iPhone to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Is there any acknowledgement anywhere in Mr. DeSorga's report that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone rather than iPhone to infotainment?
No, there's not.
Did you ever receive any report from Mr. DeSorga that would alert that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone and not iPhone to infotainment?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
If we could go to the next slide, please. Is this a similar or different slide?
Sure. So this is a different slide.
Okay. If we can zoom in on the left box, please. Where does that box come from?
Sure. So again, that's coming from the same page of my report, just highlighting the 5:30 phone call, and this is comparing the iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe with the infotainment clock.
At that point, is the power on of the Lexus?
Yes. So at this point, the power is on. So this is a comparison of the infotainment clock with the iPhone clock at that time.
Could you zoom out? That final box that shows the comparison between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, do you have any concerns about the accuracy of that information for that time?
No, so I think those times are accurate, but again, that's at 5 o'clock in the morning when we're trying to adjust the clock variance, and it's too far away from the time in question. So if we zoom back in to the box, we can actually see in the data what I'm talking about as far as clock variance will change, with time. So the phone call at 5:21, we see an offset of around 8 seconds between the two devices, between the infotainment system and the iPhone. And then at 5:30, which is only 9 minutes later, we can see that offset has actually increased between 16 and 21.
In capturing this data, were there phone calls between the infotainment system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, those last two phone calls were between the infotainment system, or were recorded by the infotainment system with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
How does that happen?
Sure. So that's when the device is connected up to the vehicle and you make a phone call. The call is recorded within the infotainment system, and it's recorded with the infotainment system's timestamp.
Could you focus on the right-hand box, please? Did you review the right-hand box?
Yes, I did.
Was that from your report, or is that Mr. DeSorga's opinion?
That's Mr. DeSogris.
Did you have any agreement with that?
Yes, so I do agree with that calculation, but again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning versus when we're really interested in around 12:30.
Can we have the next slide, please? Could we enlarge this? Do you know where this photograph came from?
Yes, so this screenshot came from Dr. Welcher's presentation.
When's the first time you saw this screen?
When I saw this presentation.
In Mr. DeSorga's report?
Correct, yes.
Had you seen this before that?
I had not seen this before that.
If we could focus in a little more, especially the bottom left hand. When you reviewed this, did you feel any need to do further testing?
Yes, I did.
Why?
So what we're looking at, if we zoom back out, so what that is the 12:23:38 is the approximate time that the text stream event occurred. Now, what we want to do is we want to be able to compare that to the 3-point turn from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. What you'll notice, though, is right here we've got a circled GPS point. So if we can zoom in there. So this circle here is actually circled GPS point 155, which is after this point, but we'll kind of ignore that. But GPS 154, and it's hard to see, the time is 12:23:58. When we look at that, what we see is that actually that GPS position is recorded before the 3-point turn even starts.
You mentioned 154 begins recording before the 3-point turn starts.
Correct.
Is the end time of the 3-point turn a time before or after that 12:23:58?
Sure. So the end of the 3-point turn logically would be after this point.
At the time you saw the slide, had you broken down point 154?
No, not at the time that I saw this slide.
Could you zoom back out a little bit, please? The information in the right box, is that from you or from Mr. DeSorga?
That is not from me.
And when you read that, did that compel you to want to do anything?
Yes, it did. So again, my initial thought was to address this during testimony. With further review and further thought, I decided it was best to offer a supplemental report. What this is, basically the math I agree with. The point I don't agree with is that GPS 154 is the time towards the end of the three-point turn, and now reviewing further data, we know that's not true.
The 12:23:58 event on the phone, is that related to the first event, the three-point turn, or the second event, the backing maneuver?
So that's going to be related to the first event, the three-point turn.
Was there any other data that was closer in time to the to the backing event that you had access to?
No, not that we had access to.
We can turn to the next slide, please. You've seen this part of the report before?
Yes, I have.
Having seen the earlier part of the report, does it help you explain and understand this diagram?
Yes, it does.
Is this your diagram or Mr. DeSorga's?
This is Mr. DeSogris.
Do you agree with this diagram?
No, I do not.
Okay. Could you explain to us what this, from your perspective, from your experience, what this chart is trying to suggest?
Sure. So this chart is trying to suggest that the lock event always occurs after the end of the text stream event. And again, that's using inaccurate adjustments to make that conclusion.
I want you to use the pointer, and I want you to take us line by line why you believe that this is inaccurate in trying to conclude the time of those locking adjustments.
Sure. So it's kind of hard to tell. So what we've got is we've actually got two different sections. So we've got the top section, which is 6 events. So that's going to be the GPS event, and those. Let's see. No, that's going to be this. It's hard to say. That's going to be the phone calls and the GPS event that are calculated in this. And it's also done with the 3-second delay as well, adjusted. But what we see is, so this obviously +1 is one of the phone calls that was from the defendant's iPhone time, so not from the infotainment system. So that's a inaccurate comparison. Same thing for the +2. The +1, the +2 again, the +8, the +16, and the +20 are going to be those last two calls. If you'll notice, the very last call, we can't really tell which phone call is the correct one to compare, so we're using both within that same time frame. And that's why we get the 16 or the 21-second variance. But again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning, so that's not appropriate for the time that we were interested in. And then the 20-second variance is coming from that inaccurate GPS position comparison.
Could we enlarge that a little bit, Ms. Gilman? On the 2021, is that plus or minus 21?
So that is -21.
The 20 and 21, is that based on different information than the 1, 2, and 8?
Yes, it is.
And explain again for us, where's the different source of the information?
Sure. So the -20 is coming from that GPS point 154, which we know is not the end of the three-point turn. It's right before the three-point turn begins. And the -21 is coming from the last phone call that happens around 5:20, I believe, or 5:30. And again, that's 5 hours after the time of interest.
The -20 and -21, is that suggesting that time should be taken off or put onto Mr. O'Keefe's phone for synchronization?
Sure. So that's suggesting that time should be. I'd have to go back to the other slides. I believe that's either way. It's suggesting that the iPhone lock event occurs +6 or +5 seconds after the end of the text stream event.
Besides not accommodating for the timing of that timestamp at the beginning of the three-point turn, is there anything else about this that concerns you?
No, just that overall, these numbers can be misleading, again, because they're based on inaccurate adjustments. and could lead, again, the jury to believe that the lock event always happens after the end of the text stream event.
Could we go to the last page of Mr. DeSorga's report? Is this a conclusion offered by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it is.
Did you agree with that?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So based on those inaccurate adjustments, this slide is again kind of misleading in the fact that it states there's always interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the end of the text stream event.
You can take that down and turn that off, please, for a moment. After reviewing this report, you told us you then engaged in further study for synchronization?
Yes, I did.
Did you call me on May 7th?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you told to do about a report?
On May 7th?
Yes.
Sure. So I would finish the report and submit it.
Did you?
I did.
And when did you submit it?
May 8th.
And do you know that it was provided to the defense by email on May 8th? Do you know if it was provided to the defense?
Yes, I know it was provided. I don't know when.
Now, if we could have Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint, we can go back to page 38, please. After you explain to us.
Oh, it just got even worse for Karen Reed's Karen Reed's lawyers and her team. It got even better for the state's expert. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we are at a sidebar. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am thinking that in 1 hour, Hank Brennan decimated what Bob Alessi tried to do over 2 days and 6 hours. Oh, Hank Brennan is brilliant. Very well done. That, folks, is how you do a redirect. We knew this was coming. Hank Brennan methodically dissected Alessi's out-of-context smears. Then Hank Brennan took the witness through exactly why Reed's defense expert, who hasn't even testified yet, got the clock synchronization so wrong between Reed's Lexus and Reed's iPhone. And then the state's expert got to talk even more about how Reed's the initial chip off of Reed's Lexus done in during the first in the lead up to the first Karen Reed trial somehow missed gigs of data, including the clocks, the running clock that from startup that allows the impact or the backup event right before John O'Keefe's phone stopped moving. The backup event on Karen Reed's Lexus to be tracked so closely, to be tracked exactly to the time of day, and then John's phone, which wasn't synced to the clock in Karen's Lexus, can also be corrected, and then therefore you get the timeline of backup event or ends event. Backup event in the data from Karen's Lexus ends around 12:32 and 04 seconds, and then John O'Keefe's phone stops moving for the last time at 12:32 and 16 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, so much going on. We are about to spend some time together at lunch. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I am a little towel. And you might be saying, oh yes, Grant, we are well aware that you are a little towel. And I am so grateful to have all of you here with me. It is going well. I think a lot of you knew yesterday, if you watched Towel Stream, at the end of the day, I predicted that this would happen, that Bob Alessi would, because he knew what he was doing, he was trying to get the jury not to focus on Burgess's report, and so Bob Alessi was tactically yesterday using kind of like the smear happy dance, like red shiny object style of cross. However, that can have a lot of pitfalls. One, jurors weren't really taking notes, per John DePetro, during Alessi's cross, and then two, when Hank Brennan got up on redirect, Hank Brennan he didn't just make Bob Alessi look bad. made Bob Alessi look like oh, God bless you, Eva. Oh my goodness. It is some kind of pear, or I'm not really sure exactly what it is, with a thumbs up smile. That is the greatest emoji I've ever seen in my entire life. I say that, but then I'm going to see another emoji today, and I'm going to be like, oh my God, that's the greatest emoji I've ever seen in my entire life. Towel is a fan of cute emojis. And God bless, by the way, Courtney Myers. Towel friends, do not forget to send a special thank you to Eva, Courtney Myers, every other towel friend, I think Paul Doherty, who have been supporting Little Towel today. These folks, this is a public information service, no ads, no sponsors. It's just viewer-supported knowledge that I hope will help engender cogent public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our representative form of democracy. And, ladies and gentlemen, we owe a huge thank you. Even though every towel is equal, we owe a huge thank you to the super towels, Courtney and Eva and Paul, everyone who helps Little Towel. You know, it's so interesting, friends, like for so long, like 3 years while I was in school, like most of my like months were spent like, oh, I don't know what I'll eat tomorrow, like it's gonna be very hard to get my medicine. And I went I went, it would be like very bad by the end of the month, but I'm still probably net negative, but I am moving in a better direction. I'm going to get caught up on so many things. I'm going to get a tire for my car that has a nail in it, just very slowly, and it's all thanks to all of you wonderful towel friends. But remember, towel friends, I only, no matter what happens, I just want to have enough to get around and eat. And then anything else, I'll either donate, or I want to find a way to make this towel public information service sustainable. I have to think a little bit about how to deploy it. And we're going to make it happen, in my opinion. I'd love to support other people. I want to like just help people feel less stress in their life and let them partake in this wonderful experiment in towel compassion that we're building. And I have no idea how we're gonna do that exactly practically, but I know that not just all you towel friends who are super towels and jump in here and help Little Towel personally, because I like that lunch. Oh my goodness, I just want to tell you, I had a cheeseburger over lunch. It's gone now because I ate the whole thing. It was absolutely delicious. You can't see it, but I'm holding up the last French fry. And then I got some jasmine rice on the side. I feel so much better. I didn't eat all day. I guess I got the $6 meal deal at Dunkin's at 4 in the morning, so I did technically have a sandwich earlier in the day. But I didn't eat all morning, really, and I had a coffee, and I wasn't feeling great. But even just having a cheeseburger, like I would never order a cheeseburger, and I didn't even have time to go out and get lunch. But you all help Little Towel, and I will do whatever I can to help you in return. It looks like we're going to lunch. Stay with Little Towel. Stay with Little Towel.
A 15-minute lunch because of the reason I was to do here. I thought it would be quicker than my fault, so I'll go for lunch, and Mr. Burgess again.
Thank you.
All rise, please. Jared, close the notebook, follow me.
50-minute lunch, but hold on, folks. We might be having some kind of oral hearing. Stay with Little Towel. Stay with Little Towel. We monitor things like this very closely on Towel Stream. Sometimes Wicked Uma, I would love to get my tire patched, but I ran over a nail. Don't tell who. I think it was Ed or something. Someone was like, Grant, you have to fix your tire. You can't drive with a nail. And I was like, I wish I could do that. I'm slowly getting there, and now I think we might actually be there, Little Towels. I'm going to do it Friday, either Thursday on the half day or Friday when court is off. Remember, we're off next Monday for Memorial Day. And then the other thing is, Little Towels, I don't know what we want to do. I guess it is a good time to bring it up, but maybe we'll do a stream on Saturday, just like a general towel discussion. Towel's birthday is Saturday. Yes, it is Towel birthday on Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. And maybe, even though court will be off for the afternoon Thursday and for Friday, maybe, ladies and gentlemen, we will do a very special Towel birthday stream. Now, I don't think, it's interesting. I was wondering if we're going to do an oral hearing here, so stay with Little Towel. Let me end this clip. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. We are just waiting to see if we're actually on lunch or if the jurors are just leaving so we can do a quick motion hearing. Stay with Little Towel. Stay with little towel. Normally when we go on lunch, so the only reason I think we might be doing a motion hearing is there's like a very distinct sign when we go on lunch. Oh, thank you. Yes, maybe we'll do a special towel birthday stream Saturday. But the only reason I'm kind of hanging around is there's like a very specific sign that we've gone to lunch, and that sign hasn't happened yet. So stay with little towel. We don't have to watch, well, we have to wait for the fan. Yes, it's Towel birthday Saturday. All right, we'll think about it. I think if we all put our heads together, we can, I think we'll call it Towel birthday stream. We will do a special Towel birthday stream Saturday where all I will do is answer your questions about the trial so far. We'll see how far we are if the defense has started their case by then. That is what we'll do. It'll be a special Towel stream. Oh, yay. Hi, Bailey. I'm a towel. We think we're on lunch, but things are a little bit odd because normally when we go on lunch, they end the feed. So hold on here. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey there, Karen
Okay,
Reed trial
hold on.
watchers. So we know that you're true crime fans, but are you also...
Well, what I mean is they don't just end this feed, but they also end the other feed, but they didn't today. Okay, little towels, we're heading back. Hold on, I'm going to come up on your screen. I'm a little towel. Wait a minute. Bailey, can you get us an exact timestamp, please? And it wouldn't be 5:30, it would be 5:23. Bailey, can you get us a timestamp? Do you know where you are Eastern time if you're watching the stream back? Can you tell us in the chat? Oh, no, Bailey might be able to. Bailey, do you have a timestamp in Eastern time? Murder by Maestro, did you catch that? Maybe I missed it. Do you a timestamp? That's funny. All right, hold on. I should be coming back up on your screen here any second now. I'm a little towel. This could be a big moment if Bailey has a timestamp for us. What do you have for us, Bailey? What do you have for us? All the towels are waiting, watching, ready to learn. You are a special towel. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, did we possibly miss a very big revelation? Are we going to watch it in real time now? You can certainly bet your little towels we are. Although we don't encourage betting. Did you know, ladies and gentlemen, did you know that they asked if I wanted to turn on betting ads for this stream, and I said no. No alcohol ads, no betting ads. I am sure Towel Stream would have just absolutely skyrocketed it beyond its like 2 pennies a day in revenue for ads. But nope, I won't do it. I will not do it. No betting ads for now, unless we, for whatever reason, decide that should be okay, but it's not. I don't really feel comfortable, even though no one under 24 watches this stream according to the analytics. There I am. I'm a towel. I'm a towel. Oh, we're sending birthday towel wishes. Yay! Okay, but hold on. We have something very important to do. We are looking for a timestamp about whether John's phone connected to that Lexus. Oh, okay, but Bailey, that's fine. Can you just tell us, if you hear this, what time did you hear the statement about John's phone and the Lexus around 5:30? I know, that's exactly right, Mandy. I want to watch this together. So first of all, let's take down our picture of Bigfoot. It is Bigfoot, ladies and gentlemen. Free Karen Reed has found Bigfoot. Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man are perplexed. Also, Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man really like towels. This is obvious, though. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's what I'm wondering, Alex. We're trying to get back. We're trying to find out. We've asked a question of our venerated towel, Bailey. If we can get, it doesn't matter exactly when the timestamp is. It's just probably the most important part is that we get a general timestamp. We can get a general timestamp. Okay, so we are on lunch. I can confirm that we are on lunch indeed. But yes, let's see if we can get a general timestamp here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's see if we can run this back. As we do, we need if someone could hear, could someone ask Bailey what time in the hearing? So what time in the hearing that was said? Because look, I have the Karen Cam, I have our replay. We can literally watch it together. Watch this. You'll see double towel. Who's ready for meta towel? You're gonna see towel twice. I will become meta towel. Oh look, there's my broom. I was sweeping my floor earlier today. I installed a I wouldn't say I installed, but I put a rubbish bin next to my chair, and now my broom is over there. I feel weird. My broom is starring in this lunch hour. Oh, God bless you all, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so we're looking for the discussion. Do you see how we have the Karen cam up? What we're waiting for, if someone could help us, is we're waiting for testimony. Was it right before lunch? Does anyone remember this exact moment? We can run it back. I mean, we literally have it right here. So hold on. This was right before lunch. So what did we see about John's phone? Let's watch it together, ladies and gentlemen. Let's watch it together. We're looking for information about if John O'Keefe's phone, when it connected to the Wi-Fi. So what does that say? Hold on one second. Oh, this might be it, actually. Stay here. Stay here, ladies and gentlemen. Stay here, ladies and gentlemen. And remember, this is the defense report. Here we go. Let's listen.
To infotainment.
We have to listen to the full presentation here. I think I found it.
System. It's actually
They gave us.
Hi, Camilla. Good to see you. You will want to rewatch what happened today. Hank Brennan started his redirect about an hour ago of Burgess. It was glorious. Absolutely glorious. We were all celebrating. But yes, right now we're going to listen to a very important piece of information, ladies and gentlemen, which is that we are going to figure out whether John O'Keefe's phone connected to Karen Reed's Lexus on the morning of 1/29/2022, and if so, when. So we're listening carefully. We're being little towels. I'm here with you. When we find it, we're going to clip it. We have 50 minutes for lunch, so get comfy, get a snack, hang out with little towel.
Are there any other reasons why this would not be a reliable way to synchronize two separate devices?
not besides the points I've made already.
Okay. And if we could zoom back on this. The box on the right, is that from your report? Is that Mr. DeSorga?
That's Mr. DeSogra.
Was there anything about that analysis that concerned you?
Sure. So that analysis is misleading because, again, it's not comparing Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to the infotainment system. It's actually comparing the defendant's iPhone to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Is there any acknowledgement anywhere in Mr. DeSorga's report that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone rather than iPhone to infotainment?
No, there's not.
Did you ever receive any report from Mr. DeSorga that would alert that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone and not iPhone to infotainment?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
If we could go to the next slide, please. Is this a similar or different slide?
Sure. So this is a different slide.
Okay. If we can zoom in on the left box, please. Where does that box come from?
Sure. So again, that's coming from the same page of my report, just highlighting the 5:30 phone call, and this is comparing the iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe with the infotainment clock.
At that point, is the power on of the Lexus?
Yes. So at this point, the power is on. So this is a comparison of the infotainment clock with the iPhone clock at that time.
Could you zoom out? That final box that shows the comparison between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, do you have any concerns about the accuracy of that information for that time?
No. So I think those times are accurate. But again, that's at 5 o'clock in the morning when we're trying to adjust the clock variance. And it's too far away from the time in question. So if we zoom back in to the box, we can actually see in the data what I'm talking about as far as clock variance will change, with time. So the phone call at 5:21, we see an offset of around 8 seconds between the two devices, between the infotainment system and the iPhone. And then at 5:30, which is only 9 minutes later, we can see that offset has actually increased between 16 and 21.
Okay, so I think I understand. These are Karen's infotainment system logs of her phone calls to John, linked up with the timestamps of when John's phone received the call. So we see them at 1:41, 4:38, 4:42, 4:45, 5:04, 5:21. So that makes sense. Karen left the 5:23 a.m. voicemail saying, "John is that you?" Because she started the call at 5:21:28, which was 5:21:16 on her Lexus clock. And when it's being demonstrated, it's being introduced here because Burgess is showing that you can have clock drift, because by 5:31, when Karen calls John again, that clock has drifted. Now, how many seconds off? 12. Now it's, now there's a clock drift of a window. So you see what I'm saying? It just shows. Now, ladies and gentlemen, no, it makes sense. This is, you have to understand the purpose of what this is being introduced for. So what Burgess is saying is, okay, so Karen's car connected to its infotainment system at various times in the evening, including at 1:43 a.m. Karen was making calls to John. We know she made the 12:37 call, etc. But there was a 1:34 call, and then there was another call at 4:38, another at 4:45, another at 5:04, another at 5:21. Now, this has two purposes. For our purposes, there's some under-the-surface stuff we're going to talk about what Karen did between 5:07 a.m. and 5:35 a.m. that morning. Karen left John O'Keefe's house at 5:07 on camera. Then she's on camera at 5:11 driving into Canton Center. She's on camera at 5:18 driving out the other side of Canton Center. And then Karen is at 5:23. There's a voicemail where Karen screams, "John, was that you?" Now, here's where we get the confirmation that 5:23 voicemail was the result of a call that started at 5:21. So that means, ladies and gentlemen, and this makes perfect sense. It looks like Karen Reed potentially first arrived, went back. Now Burgess, I just want to help you understand. Burgess is not showing this, folks, for the purposes of Burgess is not showing this for the purposes of what we're going to talk about in a second, with what the implications are of the underlying trip. We'll get there, I'm sure, with other witnesses or later, etc. What Burgess is doing now is just showing, look, Karen was making calls on her phone while the phone was connected to the infotainment system of her car, and those calls line up because the calls to John can be traced to John's iPhone data. Those calls help us reconcile the clock drift between the Lexus clock, the infotainment system clock, and the John's phone clock. And this is just an example of how to do that. So that, folks, if you're trying to understand, that's the reason Burgess is talking about this. But for our purposes, it has really interesting implications, because what it shows is that Karen Reed made the call to John at 5:21:28 that led to her leaving the voicemail saying, "John, was that you?" The theory that a lot of folks have, and I strongly agree with, is that Karen Reed went back to Fairview Road at 5:23 a.m. to confirm John was dead. Now, I told you a little bit about the videos earlier, right? 5:07 a.m., 5:08 a.m., Karen leaves John's house. 5:11 a.m., Karen Reed seen going into Canton Center. 5:18 a.m., Karen Reed is seen coming out of Canton Center, out near Fairview Road. Now, this would mean by 5:21 a.m., which makes sense, it's about 4 minutes from where Karen was seen at 5:18 near the railroad tracks to Fairview Road. You go up to this weird V-shaped intersection, and then you take you go around the bottom of the V, and then you take a right, and then you drive up and you take a left. So to go from where Karen was seen at 5:18 to Fairview Road is literally 3 to 4 minutes exactly, which means she initiated that call at 5:21 a.m. Now, I don't think we saw John's phone connecting to the Lexus, but let's look a little further and determine if we did.
In capturing this data, were there phone calls between the infotainment system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, those last two phone calls were between the infotainment system, or were recorded by the infotainment system with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
How does that happen?
Sure. So that's, when the device is connected up to the vehicle and you make a phone call, the call is recorded within the infotainment system, and it's recorded with the infotainment system's timestamp.
Could you focus on the right-hand box, please? Did you review the right-hand box?
Oh, no, I understand. Okay. I think what it's saying is that Karen was actually connected to the infotainment system rather than it grabbing her call logs. because there's no, what time? 5:21 and 5:30. I guess that would, it's not saying John's phone was connected. Hold on. We need Murder by Maestro. I don't think it's saying John's phone was connected to her Lexus. I think what it's saying is that Karen was in the car, which makes sense because she wasn't in the car for the 504 one. She wasn't in the car for the 445 one. Okay. So what it's saying here is that Karen was in the car for the 521 and the 530 calls to John's phone. Does everyone understand? Murder by Maestro, we're interpreting this slide and the testimony to go along with it. I think the biggest takeaway from this slide is that we now have confirmation that the call that led to Karen Reed leaving the 5:23 a.m. voicemail saying, "John, is that you?" initiated at 5:21 and 36 seconds a.m., which would mean Karen Reed initially arrived back to Fairview around 5:21, which syncs up with the 5:08, 5:11, 5:18 a.m. timestamps of her trip back towards Fairview Road. Now, what Hank Brennan is presenting this for is not related to that, though, and I finally understand. It's not that John's phone connected to Karen's infotainment system in those last two calls. It's that compared to the previous four calls, those two calls were where Karen was connected to the Lexus infotainment system, where she was driving the car. And therefore, we can look at, hold on. No, wait. No, it can't be. Yeah, okay, it can't be John's phone, because if it were John's phone, then the left column if John's phone connected to the infotainment system, the left column would sync to the right column for the last two calls, and that's not the case. But yes, what it's saying here, and it is important, but we now know that that call, the 5:23 a.m. voicemail, it likely took place. It was initiated at 5:21, which makes sense, because if you think about it, you would have to be on the phone with someone for it. It would have to ring and ring and ring, and then you'd leave the call. So Karen probably saw John at 5:21 a.m. This is what I believe the data is saying here. And then I think that the phone was still on. John's phone, as far as I understand, was still on because it was measuring battery temperature and things like that. And the other question is, how close did Karen get? Like, where did she drive by? Yeah, no, I think this is quite interesting. Let's keep listening, though. Hold on. I want to figure out what's actually, what was, like, this is great. I forget who told us to look at this, but you are a super towel. Good job, super towel.
Offset has actually increased between 16 and 21.
In capturing this data, were there phone calls between the infotainment system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, those last two phones.
Hold on. Were there phone calls between the infotainment system and O'Keefe's phone? Guys, listen to what the question is. That means, was Karen's car connected to the infotainment system when she made the call? Okay?
Phone calls were between the infotainment system, or were recorded by the infotainment system with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
How does that happen?
Sure. So that's, when the device is connected up to the vehicle and you make a phone call, the call is recorded within the infotainment system, and it's recorded with the infotainment system's timestamp.
Could you focus on the right-hand box, please? Did you review the right-hand box?
Yes, I did.
Was that from your report, or is that Mr. DeSorga's opinion?
That's Mr. DeSorga's.
Did you have any agreement with that?
Yes, so I do agree with that calculation, but again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning versus when we're really.
Murder by Maestro, yes. We know that they were both connected. Yes, agreed, Mandy Strong. But you're 100% right, like Murder by Maestro said. But Murder by Maestro, okay, listen. We know that John's phone connected to the Bluetooth earlier in the night, like during the Waze trip, and then the 3-point turn at 12:24, and then we don't know when John left the car, when it disconnected, probably right around 12:31, 12:32. But Murder by Maestro, what evidence do you have based on that last slide that it shows that that shows that John's phone connected to the infotainment system at the operative time of either 5:21 5:38 or roughly 5:21 a.m. or 5:30 a.m. There's nothing in that last slide, unless we hear more in the testimony, that would lead, that is evidence that John's phone was connected to Karen's infotainment system at the operative times that we're talking about, 5:21 and 38 and 5:30. Okay, so unless there's more, I've interpreted the last slide. I've read it very closely. That what it's saying is that Karen was connected to the infotainment system, her phone was, making calls at 5:21 and 5:30, which, okay, but that doesn't say that John was connected at that time. No, what it's saying is that Karen was using the Bluetooth module to connect to the infotainment system. So it wasn't the phone that called John. It technically was the phone, but it's the infotainment system is actually managing. It's like hijacking the phone through Bluetooth and making the call itself. It's using the phone's framework to facilitate the behavior to call, but it's the infotainment system that initiates the command that facilitates the call. Yes, exactly, Murder by Maestro. So this is worthwhile information. It's important and relevant in that we now have confirmation that the call started at 5:21:38 from Karen to John that led to the 5:23 a.m. voicemail of "John, was that you?" while Karen might have been at Fairview Road between the minutes of 5:08 a.m. and 5:35 a.m. on 1/29/2022. We know, okay, now that if I started at 5:21:38. But the biggest possible takeaway, ladies and gentlemen, the biggest possible takeaway would be if we could find evidence that John's phone connected to that Lexus Bluetooth or infotainment system at 5:21. I mean, that's game over. That absolutely is game over. So in that sense, I want to listen to a little bit more of this. All right, folks, let's listen to a little bit more and see what we hear. We got a while on lunch anyway.
Interested in around 12:30.
Can we have the next slide, please? Could we enlarge this? Do you know where this photograph came from?
Yes. So this screenshot came from Dr. Welcher's presentation.
When's the first time you saw this screen?
When I saw this presentation.
In Mr. DeSorga's report?
Correct.
Had
Yes.
you seen this before that?
I had not seen this before that.
If we could focus in a little more, especially the bottom left hand.
Oh yeah, Murder by Maestro put it together. Hold on. I'm back. I can save system resources by not using the camera. Okay, hold on. I figured it out. I'm a towel. Murder by Maestro helped us as always. Okay, let's do a clip. Let's go back here. Let's go back a little bit. We're going to rewatch that. Do you see how we do it, towel friends? Like, this is real-time analysis. We all put our towel heads together, and we figure, oh, goodness, not like that. Literally, we have heads, and we are towels. You all may not call yourself that.
That's it.
You know, one time, this person is going to remain nameless. One time, they were actually, oh, it's funny. They're a colleague who works up in the Boston area, and they texted me one time, and they were like, Grant, it was a year ago. They were on the ball. They were like, Grant, why do you call yourself a towel? And I was like, oh, I'm a towel. And hold on. Yeah, no, hold on, Murder by Maestro. How would Karen have left a voicemail for John if her phone was at home? Can you just drive around and make calls from the infotainment system without the phone in the car? No, you need Bluetooth. Is there a way for a Lexus system to remotely connect? Like, can you leave the... Oh my God, Murder by Maestro, hold on. Please tell me if this is possible. Can you leave a phone at home on a Wi-Fi connection and then have your Lexus Wi-Fi, like a remote PC, hook up to Wi-Fi, hook up through it, whatever system it uses, and then have the infotainment system take remote control of the phone in a based without Bluetooth? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I can't imagine this is a thing, but, well, she had to scream up at Jen's house. She didn't have her phone. But Murder by Maestro, okay, Murder by Maestro, we have to figure out a very specific question. can a Lexus, a 2021 Lexus, what is an LX 450 or something? Let's get the exact model. Can that model car with her infotainment system make a phone call without the car in the phone in the car? You see what I'm saying? No. Well, no, because did she have two phones on the day they came to get her? No, she did have two phones in January of 2024. Did she have two phones on January 29th, 2022? That's what I'm saying. I don't think it functions like that. Yeah, I'm telling you, I do not think it functions like that. So, okay, but hold on. Let's think about another potential. What if Karen left mobile data on but turned GPS off on the phone? Or Murder by Maestro, is there a way that you could have like all the functionality you would otherwise have on your phone while it's in airplane mode through the infotainment system, and just the ability to make calls on the phone but not for it to receive GPS data? I don't always have time. I can't. Hold on. All right, this is a very important thing that we're thinking. This is crucially important. Like, I'm sorry. There's not other. I would love to read other things, but I have to read this. I have to think about this. Well, no, it's not the location at jobs. We have Karen on video, her car on video at 5:08 a.m. leaving Johns, 5:11 a.m. heading towards Canton Center, 5:18 a.m. heading outside of Canton Center. Yes, John, was that you? Was a voicemail left for Karen based on a call Karen made at 5:21. What we're trying to figure out is, what are the implications of Karen's Lexus infotainment system? We knew Karen left the voicemail, but what are the implications of the infotainment system? I think I got it. There should be a third column in that chart. Murder by Maestro. There should be oh, hi, Claudia. Good to see you. No, I got it. Murder by Maestro. There should be a third column in that chart. The third column in that chart should be Karen Reed's cell phone, and they don't have it. So it is proof that she deleted the data. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. They only got it from the infotainment system. Nailed it.
From Mr. O'Keefe.
Nailed it. It wasn't that her phone was off. She deleted the data. Nailed it. Excellent. Diana, hold on. Can you send it here? I can't open the other app. I think we already figured it out. Yeah, it is speculation, but I think what I just said is the answer, though. It's that the data was there initially. The only place it's missing from, though, is Karen's phone, and we didn't have it during the first trial because we only had John's call logs, which only showed the voicemail. So and I guess they also show like when he started receiving the call. But what we didn't have was the infotainment system log or Karen's call logs. Wait, what? Bossy Texas chick, what are you saying? Yeah, but I hear what you're saying, Bossy Texas chick. But what we're wondering is if you can do more than that. Like, can you remotely establish a connection? Hold on. The only data that remained was either from the car or very hard to delete, i.e. previous Wi-Fi connections. Yeah, that's the implication. Murder by Maestro's got it. Hold on. Let's do the clip.
Bring Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Hold on. We got to go back a few minutes.
Be accurate. Those first...
When you look at the call timestamps of 1:14:13, 4:38:16, and 4:42:06, and 4:45:12, was the power on or off with the car during those four first calls?
Yeah, so with those first 5 calls, the car was powered off. And again, we know that based on the power on and off event.
Oh, whoa. Okay, so the car was off for those first 5. It was the second 2 that the car was on.
We also know that just by looking at the offset, it's a consistent 1 or 2 seconds. And that's what we typically expect and see between 2 iPhones. That's because iPhones are generally pinging back to Apple servers or GPS towers that are the same. So those times are pretty consistent and pretty accurate.
Was the power on by 5:04:28?
No, not at 5:04:28. It was still powered off.
So those first five events, were they reliable for you to use in synchronization?
No, they were not.
You gave us a number of reasons. One, the time distance between the event, and because they were phone to phone. Any other reasons why they weren't?
I'll strike the first part, ask the questions.
Besides the reasons you already gave us, are there any other reasons why this would not be a reliable way to synchronize 2 separate devices?
Not besides the points I've made already.
Okay. And if we could zoom back on this. The box on the right, is that from your report? Is that Mr. DeSorga?
That's Mr. DeSogra.
Was there anything about that analysis that concerned you?
Sure. So that analysis is misleading because, again, it's not comparing Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to the infotainment system. It's actually comparing the defendant's iPhone to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Is there any acknowledgement anywhere in Mr. DeSorga's report that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone rather than iPhone to infotainment?
No, there's not.
He's talking about a defense expert report that the defense expert hasn't testified yet, and the defense expert was very, very wrong. That's what he's talking about. Oh, no, he said the car was off Wild Roses for the first 5 records in the list. There are 7 records. The 2 records we care about are the 2 where the car was on, 5:21:38 and 5:30 a.m.
Did you ever receive any report from Mr. DeSorga that would alert that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone and not iPhone to infotainment?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
If we could go to the next slide, please. Is this a similar or different slide?
Sure. So this is a different slide.
Okay. If we can zoom in on the left box, please. Where does that box come from?
Sure. So again, that's coming from the same page of my report, just highlighting the 5:30 phone call, and this is comparing the iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe with the infotainment clock.
At that point, is the power on of the Lexus?
Yes. So at this point, the power is on. So this is a comparison of the infotainment clock with the iPhone clock at that time.
Could you zoom out? That final box that shows the comparison between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, do you have any concerns about the accuracy of that information for that time?
No. So I think those times are accurate. But again, that's at 5 o'clock in the morning when we're trying to adjust the clock variance. And it's too far away from the time in question. So if we zoom back in to the box, we can actually see in the data what I'm talking about as far as clock variance will change, with time. So the phone call at 5:21, we see an offset of around 8 seconds between the 2 devices, between the infotainment system and the iPhone. And then at 5:30, which is only 9 minutes later, we can see that offset has actually increased between 16 and 21.
Okay, hold on. Second Beach Girl. I am very much interested in this. Where I know that John's phone did connect to the infotainment system. When did the experts say that John's phone connected at the operative time? Because we know John's phone connected earlier in the night. If you have a timestamp, what time was John? Was that you? 5:23 a.m. Yes, Trevor, we can confirm because we now know that the infotainment system was connected to Karen's phone when she made the, or at least that's what, it was the infotainment system that Karen used to make the call to John's phone at 5:21:38, which means the 5:23 a.m. voicemail was initiated at 5:21. The call began at 5:21. But this is what I absolutely really am trying to figure out is, Second Beach Girl, can you find a timestamp for us? Can anyone find a timestamp? There's a clock on the stream, so if you're watching the replay, just what time did the phrase John's phone was connected to the infotainment system get said? Because I'm saying, like, what time on today's stream we can listen to it, because we need to figure out, was it John's phone was connected to the infotainment system earlier or at this time? When did we hear this? Of course, Mandy Strong, get ready for closing. That's when you'll see that.
In capturing this data, were there phone calls between the infotainment system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, those last two phone calls were between the infotainment system, or were recorded by the infotainment system with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
How does that happen?
Sure. So that's, when the device is connected up to the vehicle and you make a phone call, the call is recorded within the infotainment system and it's recorded with the infotainment system's timestamp.
Could you focus on the right-hand box, please? Did you review the right-hand box?
Yes, I did.
Was that from your report or is that Mr. DeSorga's opinion?
That's Mr. DeSogris.
Did you have any agreement with that?
Yes, so I do agree with that calculation, but again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning versus when we're really interested in around 12:30.
Can we have the next slide, please? Could we enlarge this? Do you know what this photo?
Trevor, a lot of us have suspected that for a while. But we're trying to get the smoking gun. Oh, by the way, a lot of people don't feel bad that you need this to be put together. This is very complex stuff. Like, I'm not tooting my horn or Murder by Maestro's horn or Bossy Texas Chick's horn, but like, you're listening to people who are analyzing complex, like, forensic level data analysis and then discussing their theories about it based on like a comprehensive knowledge of a case record that easily spans like 2 to 3 years and thousands of pages. So like, you know Murder by Maestro because an opening is based on themes. Like, an opening is based on themes. And you kind of like, you don't present your whole case in an opening. And I just think we gotta wait to see. We gotta see. Well, I know. Hi, Sunken Grave. It's great to see you, dear friend. God bless you. No, I know what you're saying, but I tactically, I wouldn't necessarily put that in my opening if I had it. I would say you can put it in your closing, and the other thing is you want to you don't give away your trial strategy in your opening. Absolutely not. An opening is a roadmap for the jury. You don't tip your hand to the other side. Yeah, I know it's a grounding theme. Yeah, but it's so interesting. So what it makes me think is that there's circumstantial evidence of the return, or the data was still being processed as Brennan was doing his arguments or his opening. Hold on, how many minutes? 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. Hold on. We're going back about 5 minutes. We have about 10 minutes before lunch, so hold on. Hold on. We start there, so we go about 52. We're looking for a part of this about John's phone connecting to the infotainment system other than we're looking for anything about the iPhone from John connecting to the infotainment system, but what we're not interested in really is the connection that occurred between 12:15 and 12:32 a.m. We know that was there. We're looking more for a connection between John's iPhone and Karen's Lexus system circa 5:21:36 a.m. to 5:30 a.m. So let's listen.
That first event, to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. The second event is also based on that running timer, so it would also be adjusted.
Did you have any concerns about using phone calls specifically?
Yes, I did.
And what were they and why?
Sure. So those concerns were related to the phone calls that we could actually compare, and again, some of the phone calls that happened earlier or closer to the event of interest were not actually recorded by the infotainment system itself.
Why is it important to take an event closest to the time of the event you're studying?
Sure. So like I kind of said before, clock variance will change between devices as they are constantly syncing back up with reference systems. So a clock difference that you see at 1 o'clock in the day is not going to be the same as you would see at 2 o'clock in the day.
When you chose the 3-point turn, how close to the backing up event was that in time?
I believe it was within 10 minutes or so.
Was that closer in time or further away in time than the phone calls as a method?
That was closer in time than the phone calls. If you think back to the phone calls that we could have compared, those occurred at 5 o'clock in the morning.
We turn to the next page, please. Did you have a chance to review this slide of the PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now you see on the left is a box. Where's that box taken from?
Sure. So that box on the left is taken from my report. That's going to be my initial report.
January 30th, 2025?
That's correct.
Okay. And share with us what you were trying to express in this box.
Sure. So again, this box is
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I
Sure.
apologize. Ms. Gilman, is there any chance we could enlarge the box on the left? My apologies. Okay, please proceed.
Sure. So this is a comparison of the calls. So the infotainment call timestamps are on the furthest left column. So again, your infotainment system, when you plug your phone in, is recording and synchronizing your calls. It's not.
Good jobs. No one's saying that we don't have some of Karen's call data or logs. She went from when she called her parents at different times. It's more the trip between 5:07 and 5:35 a.m., whether she tried to delete that data or other data. Yeah, so, but murder by maestro, a taint team process only is relevant if the police, while searching a device pursuant to a warrant, find attorney-client communication.
Great about recording and synchronizing every call. So there's a lot of calls here that we don't have that we know exist based on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So the calls that we do have that were recorded.
Hold on. No. It's not no access to the phone. A taint team, if police find attorney-client communication, a taint team takes the phone, gives it to a judge or like a special taint team who screens it, and then gives it back, and the police can search it. But all the attorney-client privilege material is excised. But let's keep listening.
So again, your infotainment system, when you plug your phone in, is recording and synchronizing your calls. It's not great about recording and synchronizing every call. So there's a lot of calls here that we don't have that we know exist based on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So the calls that we do have that were recorded in the infotainment system, we can compare to the timestamps that those are recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So when we do that, there's a couple things we notice is during that 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock and 4:45 time frame, when we look back at the power on and off events, we know the vehicle was not powered on at that time. So the vehicle's off. So those timestamps are not coming from the vehicle. They're coming from Mrs. Reed's iPhone or the defendant's iPhone. And then the times after 5:21, we know the vehicle has been powered up at that point. So those timestamps are coming from the infotainment system itself. So that's why we can actually do a comparison of those timestamps and determine the exact or the approximate clock variance.
When you look at the call timestamps of 1:14:13, 4:38:16, and 4:42:06 and 4:45:12, was the power on or off with the car during those four first calls?
Yeah, so with those first 5 calls, the car was powered off, And again, we know that based on the power on and off event. We also know that just by looking at the offset, it's a consistent 1 or 2 seconds. And that's what we typically expect and see between two iPhones. That's because iPhones are generally pinging back to Apple servers or GPS towers that are the same. So those times are pretty consistent and pretty accurate.
Was the power on by 5:04:28?
No, not at 5:04:28. It was still powered off.
So those first five events, were they reliable for you to use in synchronization?
No, they were not.
You gave us a number of reasons. One, the time distance between the event, and because they were phone to phone. Any other reasons why they weren't?
I'll strike the first part, ask the questions.
Besides the reasons you already gave us, are there any other reasons why this would not be a reliable way to synchronize two separate devices?
Not besides the points I've made already.
Okay. And if we could zoom back on this. The box on the right, is that from your report? Is that Mr. DeSorga?
That's Mr. DeSogra.
Was there anything about that analysis that concerned you?
Sure. So that analysis is misleading because, again, it's not comparing Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to the infotainment system. It's actually comparing the defendant's iPhone to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Is there any acknowledgement anywhere in Mr. DeSorga's report that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone rather than iPhone to infotainment?
No, there's not.
Did you ever receive any report from Mr. DeSorga that would alert that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone and not iPhone to infotainment?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
If we could go to the next slide, please. Is this a similar or different slide?
Sure. So this is a different slide.
Okay. If we can zoom in on the left box, please. Where does that box come from?
Sure. So again, that's coming from the same page of my report, just highlighting the 5:30 phone call, and this is comparing the iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe with the infotainment clock.
At that point, is the power on of the Lexus?
Yes. So at this point, the power is on. So this is a comparison of the infotainment clock with the iPhone clock at that time.
Could you zoom out? That final box that shows the comparison between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, do you have any concerns about the accuracy of that information for that time?
No, so I think those times are accurate, but again, that's at 5 o'clock in the morning when we're trying to adjust the clock variance, and it's too far away from the time in question. So if we zoom back in to the box, we can actually see in the data what I'm talking about as far as clock variance will change, with time. So the phone call at 5:21, we see an offset of around 8 seconds between the two devices, between the infotainment system and the iPhone. And then at 5:30, which is only 9 minutes later, we can see that offset has actually increased between 16 and 21.
In capturing this data, were there phone calls between the infotainment system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, those last two phone calls were between the infotainment system, or were recorded by the infotainment system with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
How does that happen?
Sure. So that's when the device is connected up to the vehicle and you make a phone call. The call is recorded within the infotainment system, and it's recorded with the infotainment system's timestamp.
Could you focus on the right-hand box, please? Did you review the right-hand box?
Yes, I did.
Was that from your report, or is that Mr. DeSorga's opinion?
That's Mr. DeSogra's.
Did you have any?
No, I understand what's going on. I understand what's being said. It is very complicated. No, I pause my camera when we're watching the videos because if I leave my camera running, it takes a lot of the system resources. Okay, so I understand what this is all saying. If John's phone had, and I don't think it was close enough, depending on where Karen was driving on the street or how you have to hook up to it. John's phone, maybe it doesn't work that way though, actually. We need to keep listening to this testimony. We did not hear the specific phrase, at least related to the data at 5:30 and 5:21 and 5:30, that John's phone was connected. Oh, what did you say about? Oh, hot coffee chats. We're not. We're on lunch. I'm so sorry I missed your comment, Little Towel, my dear friend. I would never miss your comment on purpose. We are on lunch. We are having. The court should be back into session in a minute. It's literally expected to end. Lunch is expected to end around 1:50, which is now. So we will be turning over to the Karen Cam feed any second now. But what we're doing is there's some very interesting data that, well, it's going to be with Hank Brennan for the remainder of the day. I imagine he's going to go for a little bit on redirect. But we're thinking about a very interesting question, which is, so first, what does this data that was presented mean? We need more. I think we really need the aperture witnesses. The more that I think about it, we need more aperture witnesses because there are variables. Bossy Texas Chick had the erudite analysis about this without question. There are variables regarding what happened in that car between 5:08 a.m. when Karen left John's and 5:30 Karen got. Yes, we did hear testimony that Karen yelled up to Jen, but also remember, although I guess Murder by Maestro, she didn't have Jen's number. Karen had to have KF call Jen on KF's phone. And yeah, she may have eventually got their numbers, but I'm just saying, we have to figure out the variables at play. No, he's not insinuating this is not about John's phone. It's that Karen's phone was connected to her infotainment system at 5:21 and at 5:30 when Karen called John's phone. Now, we don't necessarily have enough to figure out, was Karen's phone in the car? Had she left it at home? There are other variables about how, so we think that there is a way. We think, a lot of us discussing this, very erudite tells, think there might be a way, depending on the features of your car, like the way the Lexus functions, whether you have like Apple CarPlay or whether you have Wi-Fi on board your car, there might be a way. There might be a way to make phone calls from a car without the phone being in the car. Karen did know where Jen lived because KF was Jen's daughter's friend, and Jen was KF's, John's niece, basketball coach. So Karen knew where Jen lived. The question is, how would Karen have got to Fairview? I guess she could have remembered how to get there. You drive through Canton Center, go out the other side by the train tracks, and then pop out. You just take a right at the V intersection, and then you take a left and you're on Fairview. Like, I have it memorized. I've been to Canton like 3 times. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, I don't think we have enough. There's too many. Yeah, no, but Big Von, this is there's a specific operational environment we have to think about within the Lexus 2021 LX, what is it, like a 450, I think, or something, or a 480. We have to think about the specific user environment in that car. Like, first of all, you could have multiple Bluetooth connections, especially on those advanced cars. It doesn't just boot you off. You could have 6 phones at once or something. The other, and you just select between them. The other thing is, we have to figure out a little bit more about what Karen was doing. Was she delete? I think the most plausible explanation is that Karen didn't. Yeah, exactly. I think. Oh, right. So Murder by Maestro, we are going to get more. No. What if she map quested it or something ahead of time and just researched it and then looked at the map and then did it? So what if she was thinking about leaving a record because she really didn't want people to know she went back to Fairview at 5:23? So in real time, as she's leaving John's, what if she had looked up the directions or something in like a way that can't be tracked and then written them down or something and then got rid of what she written down, or just memorized them before she left? I think it is likely. My Occam's razor theory is that it's likely that Karen did have her phone with her on the drive and then deleted information from the phone records. But what's interesting is, like, you could just subpoena the phone records. We have to look a little bit more about the nature of the records they actually obtained from Karen. Hank Brendan's going to have to tease this out more, maybe. Oh, folks, the Karen cam's about to come back online. Oh, word. Oh, my word. We're going over to the Karen cam screen. Everybody get excited. Karen, of course, never called 911. We know that. And look, listen, we are getting close here. We are getting very close to figuring. I think there's a bombshell coming. I think there's something we don't fully know about what's going on here. Like, I can sense that it's all I'm like 97% confident that it's that Karen deleted some of her call logs and stuff in the operative time period without the infotainment system when we were able to track. And John's phone also was a key part of why the state was able to have an initial idea of what she was doing, because the voicemail's on John's phone. But that isn't necessarily enough per se to tell us what Karen was doing in that car between 5:08 and 5:35. Like, it's almost there. We're basically there. And so I think exactly, why else leave that John was that you voicemail? And we'll look at it more during the pre-show, folks, and the recap of today. But let me just tell you, folks, there's something being hinted at. Something being hinted at here. I can't fully put that's what I'm saying. Like, I think there's something really, really big coming. Like, it's all leading me to believe that there's data that isn't, like, because this witness doesn't talk about the actual reconstruction of the data into an interpreted form. This is like a very technical, foundational witness so that other witnesses can come in and testify about that stuff. That's why I'm so interested by this, because I am somewhat technically proficient. I can understand at least the language this witness is speaking. And I think what this is it's laying the foundation for the other witnesses to say something very big. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Macy. There's all these like hints about what was captured. This is all, and you have to lay foundation to bring in this kind of evidence, like the actual raw data. But to someone who's like technically proficient or whatever, folks, there's something here. Like, I think I can just sense it. I speak a decent amount of this language. I think there are people in the chat too. That's what I mean. Like, so hold on. We know that there's more evidence about this. And that's what I'm saying, Murder by Maestro. Hank had the evidence of the 511 drive, the 518 drive. He didn't even talk about that. So I do think the big there's a bombshell coming. Like, it's going to end. I think that's what it might be coming down to. Like, we are actually heading in that direction. And, that more so than anything else, I think is what the defense might know about. Like, I'm actually starting to wonder obviously they would have been told about it, but there's just something very interesting going on beneath the surface of this data. And we analyzed it pretty well. Listen, we're not jumping to conclusions. I think we're one of the few streams, because of the amalgamation of intelligent towels in the towel friends in the chat. I think we're one of the few streams that can actually put this together. And I think we basically did, which is to say, like, I think we've put together this kind of bit of a strange, like an ominously strange silence from Hank Brennan about that 5:07 to 5:35 a.m. window. Yeah, no, bossy Texas chick. I get exactly what you're saying. But remember, this was a woman who dated cops in Massachusetts. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, she knew. I think she knew. I think she really did, like, know, like, exactly how to, like, create reasonable doubt. I think she did it in real time, to be very frank with you. I don't think she did a good job at it. She's not a lawyer. But she tried to create preemptive reasonable doubt. and she did it because she knows a little bit about how cops investigate, but not enough. Like, that's my analysis, is that this is a person who kind of knew like what an investigation would be like of a murder, but didn't really know, so they just kind of winged it. They're just like, screw it. Like, I'm screwed. I have 4 hours. Like, the cops are going to find this guy at daylight. So what can I do in 4 hours? Delete the 17 ring videos between 12:37, Karen's arrival back at John's, and 5:08 a.m. when she left again, except for leave one video where you purposefully stage a little bump into John's car. That's reasonable doubt. Pull out some of the tail light in front of Carrie and Jen, so maybe there's some tail light around, if you can even do that without like electrocuting yourself. Do you see what I'm saying? This woman knew what she was doing. I'm not giving her credit. I just think that she knew a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing. And that's exactly what happened with, in my opinion, with Karen Reed here. Just a little bit too much knowledge for her own good. And in response, she literally tried to preemptively throw off the investigation into John's death in real time, but in those 4 or 5 operative hours. Like, that's the key to understanding all of this. Like, she was plotting and scheming, just like Teddy Kennedy after Chappaquiddick, if you've watched the recent meta commentary I did. Like, this woman felt untouchable. She had friends. She had, like, family who had money. I think she thought that if she just could throw off the evidentiary trail enough in those few crucial, important hours, then it wouldn't be a big deal. She wouldn't be able to actually get held accountable. But that's such a weird way to think about it all. Such a strange way. But yeah, I do get the sense if she gets convicted, I mean, that's pretty much it. Like, I think, yeah, no, it's not, it can still be reckless second degree in a situation where Karen like left the scene again. Like, she didn't, it's just not premeditated or laying in wait. Like, it's none of those things, but it's absolutely, reckless. And she has a second charge of leaving the scene. So, I mean, each charge is independent. So it doesn't necessarily make it first degree just because she went back to the scene. Like, yes, you could argue by doing that, like, she knew he was there and left him, but that's not first degree. That's not what that means. It's like, what's the word? It's like, the reason why you have leaving the scene as a separate crime is because the underlying act cannot necessarily be intentional, and you can still leave intentionally. Do you see what I'm saying? That doesn't necessarily, by the transitive property, mean that you intentionally did the underlying act. Like, it doesn't change your underlying. If you leave the scene of a crime, that doesn't change your underlying act. The intent of it. Like, you could have done something by accident and still left. Like, we don't say like, oh, because, I'm not being pejorative here, but you wouldn't say because you left the scene, that means that you must have intended to do what you did. Like, no, it's more like evidence of her guilt, and more like its own charge, but it doesn't up the underlying conduct. It doesn't influence the analysis of her underlying intent. If it did, that would be a wacky system. That would be like incredibly wacky. It wouldn't make a lot of sense. The system wouldn't work very well that way, because you don't impute intent ex post facto. You don't like say, oh, because of you can impute like knowledge of the crime ex post facto based on the actions of the person, but you don't say like, oh, because afterwards you did X, Y, and Z, you must have intended to do X during the crime. No, you ask like, what were you intending at the moment of the crime? Like, your intent at the moment of the crime is a snapshot of what you thought at that moment. So it wouldn't like up it to murder M1. Okay, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. I'm a towel. You're a towel. See you at the next break.
Sir, when I asked you about your first report regarding the protocol, you told us October 10th, followed by your supplement on the 17th. You did not remember the day that you first received any information offered by Mr. DeSorga. Is there a document that may refresh your memory?
Yes, there is.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't want you to read this. I just want you to look at it. You can look at any part of it.
Okay.
And look up when you're done, then I'll ask you a question.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory the first time that you saw any information provided by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it does.
And when was that?
November 7th of 2024.
Before or after you recognized the megabyte oversight?
That would be after.
I want to go back to where we were at before we went to lunch. You had described two text stream events. I want to focus on the first text stream event, and that is the text stream event relative to the three-point turn.
Okay.
You had described that there was a timestamp 154. Just to reacquaint us, can you very briefly tell us the significance of 154?
Sure. So GPS point 154 is a GPS point that occurs just before the three-point turn starts.
And why is it important to identify when that turn starts and when it ends?
Sure. So what we're specifically looking at comparing is the end of the three-point turn. That's going to be the text stream event ending, which is near the end of the three-point turn, as well as the end of the three-point turn as recorded in Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Was it important to identify the beginning and end of that event to come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty regarding the variance between the text stream data and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, there was. So we can't say, we can pinpoint approximately when the three-point turn ends based on the GPS data. But best practice would be to use a range of time. So the range we're using is the time that the three-point turn starts to the time that the three-point turn ends.
Could we have from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint number 41, please? Is this part of your presentation helpful in explaining the beginning and end point of that three-point turn?
It does. It does. So if you look at, and if you recall yesterday, the heading change, first heading change from a general north heading is depicted by that green shading circle.
Could you use your pointer, please?
Sure. Yes.
Ms. Gilman, can you enlarge just a little bit?
So again, this green circle is going to be the center of this circle is going to be the GPS point itself. That's going to be centered on the horizontal radius, which is the accuracy. So the green circle represents the 16-foot accuracy zone. The black arrow coming off in a northwestern direction is going to be the heading for that point. And then again, the yellow is going to be the approximately 8 seconds later when the heading changes again in a southerly direction, and then the GPS points after that also continue south with increasing speed.
What part of the three-point turn event does the green circle signify?
Sure. So that's going to be the approximate beginning of the three-point turn.
And that time?
That's going to be 12:23:59.
The yellow circle, what part of the three-point turn does that indicate?
Sure. So that's going to be approximately the end of the three-point turn, and that time is going to be 12:24:07.
Is there any correlation between the times in the green, the time difference between the green and yellow circle, and the range you ultimately arrive at as far as the synchronization variance?
Yes. So that is what determines that range of 21 to 29 seconds.
This illustration or diagram where you've put the green circle, is that based on actual data?
Yes, that is based on actual data recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
That data, is it accurately reflected in this diagram?
Yes, it is. So again, the GPS point that is recorded within the iPhone, every point has a horizontal accuracy. And again, that horizontal accuracy is depicted by the green circle.
Is that level of precision used when you create this diagram?
Yes, it is.
The yellow circle, is that specifically reflected in the data, or is that an estimate?
Sure. So that's specifically reflected in the data. So that is another GPS position that has been recorded by the iPhone. Again, with a horizontal accuracy, a timestamp, and a speed and heading.
How about the orange circles?
So the orange circles are are portions of the GPS positions leading up to this event. So if we went back one slide, you would see, it would zoom out, obviously, so a little bit harder to see. But essentially what we've done is I've removed the other orange circles representing GPS points heading north and the GPS points heading south after the 3-point turn. And I've just removed those for clarity to kind of clean up the map so it's easier to read.
On the left, text stream 11621. Remind us again where that information comes from?
Sure. So that's the text stream. That's the end of the text stream event for the 3-point turn. And that is based on the infotainment clock as well as that running timer from the airbag control module.
Does this diagram reflect the data that you reviewed to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it does.
In breaking down this timestamp 154 and getting into the minute detail of when it started and ended, one of your charts, does it also show it numerically?
Yes, it does.
Can we have number 40, please? Before we discuss this again, where did you get the information to put in this chart?
Sure. So this is coming from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. Specifically, it's coming from a SQLite database that is recording locations as he's using the Waze app to navigate.
Is the information in this chalk or diagram directly from the data?
It is directly from the data.
Is this accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
If we could zoom in just a little, we'll have to go left to right, Ms. Gilman. Let's start with the left. Timestamp 154. At what point in that 3-point turn does 154 represent on the left?
Yeah. So timestamp 12:23:58 or GPS point 154 is approximately 1 second before we see the heading change. If we could zoom out just a little bit. A little bit more. Yep. So we see the heading change represented in green. That's a heading change to 284. Before that, we've got a pretty consistent heading of 348 to 339. So that first heading change, as well as the drop in speeds, is indicative of a 3-point turn maneuver.
The latitude and longitude, did that assist you in making the diagram with the circles on it?
Yes, it did.
How so?
So the latitude and longitude are the center points for each GPS point, or the center point for each circle.
There's a green highlighted row and an orange highlighted row. What's the difference between the two?
Sure. So the green highlighted row is, again, the beginning, the approximate beginning of the 3-point turn. And the orange or the yellow is the approximate end of the 3-point turn.
And the time between the green and the orange lines?
Approximately 8 seconds.
Is that consistent with the range that you've shown for synchronization?
Yes, it is.
Point 21, or plus 21 and plus 29?
Yes, it is.
The inevitable variance that you found between the text stream data and between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, could you share with us to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what that variance is?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion about the time range in the synchronization between Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data and the Lexus clock that shows the text stream data to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Objection, Your Honor, and appreciate an approach at the appropriate time.
Okay, so answer that question, yes or no.
Sure. So yes, I can.
So I'll see you at Sidebar then, Mr. Wilson.
Sidebar. This is going to be big moments, folks. YouTube.com/@Grant-Smith-Ellis. Oh, folks, quite a lot going on. Multiple things going on. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, will the data come in? Will the data come in? We know somewhat where this is going. We're at the 3-point turn. So now, folks, just pay attention. I know folks had questions about this. The 3-point turn occurred at 12:23 or 12:24. Okay, that's when John and Karen get to Fairview. They then sit in the car for 7 minutes or so outside the house. What we're very much interested in is, well, there's 2 pieces of data we were interested in, but right now we're very much interested in the backup event, circa 12:31 into 12:32, that ended at 12:32:04 or so, and John O'Keefe's phone, its last movement, which was around 12:32:09, 12:32:16, right in that area. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot going on. Anthony Barton, it's great to see you, dear friend. Elevate the Process, it was great to see you. Murder by Maestro's a super towel. Ed Jobs, oh my goodness, we may be heading towards a towel stream record. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we may be heading towards a towel stream record, I tell you what. Oh, towel stream, people love watching the Hank Brennan cam. People like the multicam. People enjoy being around their fellow towels and chatting in an amicable and compassionate and friendly way. I, on the other hand, am a towel. And it's kind of funny because I would much rather sit here in real time and on some days analyzing this, because it is so interesting to me to monitor these developments. Miss Peggy O'Keefe seems quite expectant of whatever this testimony is that is about to come down. We all sit. We monitor closely. We keep the O'Keefe family in our prayers. Oh, goodness. 310 towels watching as we await Hank Brennan to resume his redirect of Shannon Burgess, the expert from Aperture. Are we going to hear about the backup event, ladies and gentlemen? We want to hear more about the backup event. We want to hear more about John's phone data. The next witnesses from Aperture could be even more intense. How long will we go? God knows we do not want Bob Alessi to get back up on we do not. Oh no, Mr. Bill Reed does not look like he's doing very good, folks. Oh no, Mr. Bill Reed does not look like he is doing very well. He is not holding. I am a little bit worried about Mr. Bill Reed. Oh goodness, that concerns me. Wouldn't say I necessarily agree with the man on most things, but he does not look well, folks. And I don't know if it's an act. Beach dance. It's so hard. Like it's not just. It's just so hard to be in the courtroom and do the stream and do the Karen cam, and the chairs are like bar stools, and I'm already in so much pain. Like I can try, but it's hard for me, like physically, to do that. Like it really, and then remember, it's every day. So if I exert like 1,000% of my energy to do one day, then like every other day is really hard. Like it would be, and what I will do is, and I'll work on this. We're definitely moving in the direction where there's lots of different people who are starting to write or want to write for Little Towel, and what we may be able to do, and maybe we'll draft some of you. We're already setting up a publication. We're doing a lot of reporting. We need to do, myself and my editor, we're going to keep doing more. You really have to like put in the work to build this up. But what we could do is, if some of you want to write or broadcast, we can send, not yet, but we're getting there, we can send you down potentially to cover cases. I would love that, actually. So it's a lot easier for Towel to do this than it is to actually be in the courtroom. But we could actually become a Towel network. I know Beach Nance, but we have John DePetro there. But we could become a Towel network. There are people who probably can't do everything that I do, but there are people who can do specific tasks that I do, and we can send them. Oh, it would be wonderful, folks. We can cover different cases. We can send people to different states. We'll have all sorts of interesting coverage on Towel Stream. Coming back from Sidebar, this is an idea, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I have a collapsing airway and esophagus, Wickeduma. You are very kind to ask. The Sidebar, and it affects my optic and facial nerves, and it sucks. But okay, it's almost done. Here we go. We're coming back.
we go back to slide 40, please. In reaching your conclusion about the variance between the defendant's Lexus as contained in the text stream as it relates to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, was stamp 154, timestamp 154, part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
Was the running clock on the text stream data part of your analysis?
Yes, it was part of my analysis.
What else was part of your analysis?
Sure. So in addition to the location data, including the GPS 154, that would be the running clock for the text stream data, as well as the infotainment clock from the Lexus.
How does the running clock correlate with the text stream data and with the time on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone?
Sure. So they correlate. So the running clock and the infotainment clock are used to create that timestamp for the text stream events 1 and 2. And then comparing those to the iPhone, we can adjust and get a clock variance for those.
Did you come to a conclusion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the variance range between the defendant's Lexus and its clock system and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance that is needed to identify for synchronization?
Oh,
That is 21 to 29 seconds.
We now have number 43. Did you create this diagram?
I did, yes.
When comparing the text stream event, the backing maneuver, to Mr. O'Keefe's clock on his phone, do you recognize the different timestamps on each device?
Yes, I do.
When you are trying to synchronize them, what do you do? What is the base? Do you start with the text stream event and you add, or do you start with Mr. O'Keefe's phone and subtract?
Sure. So we could do it either way. Because we're wanting to compare this against other events that happened or occurred on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, we're going to adjust the text stream clock or the Lexus clock to Mr. O'Keefe's clock. But you could do it either way.
The window that is depicted on this diagram, this is not the 3-point turn?
No, this is not the 3-point turn.
Which event is this?
This is going to be the backing maneuver.
The green, what does that green depict?
Sure. So the green depicts the range of time that this text stream event ended. So based on our range of 21 to 29 seconds, and applying that, adding that to the Lexus clock, we get a adjusted time of 12:32:04 to 12:32:12, and that's going to be the approximate end time of text stream event 11:62:2.
Now again, the text stream data has a limit on the amount of time available?
Can you rephrase your question? So I
You
understand.
said a window is captured during a triggering event.
Sure, yes. So there is a window that's captured during the triggering event.
And what is that window? How much time?
Sure, so from the text stream trigger, there's 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after.
Can an event be longer than that 10-second window?
Yes, it can.
And in this case, do you know at the end of this reconciled event at 12:32:12, do you know from your study what direction the defendant's car was traveling at 12:32:12?
It would have been traveling in reverse.
And at 12:32:12, Do you know how fast the defendant's Lexus was traveling at 12:32:12?
I do not recall.
Mr. O'Keefe's last user interaction with his phone at 12:32:09. Where does that fall within the 10-second window that was captured by the text stream data?
Sure. So that falls within that 8-second window. So again, the text stream event ends somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12. But that does not represent that the backing maneuver has ended. Just the recorded data has ended.
And in your review, do you have, around this time, any other movement of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after 12:32:16?
I did not look at that specifically. It was my understanding that Mr. Whiffen looked at that.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did both these events, the last user interaction and the window captured on the reconciled data for the text stream, happen around the same time?
Yes, they did.
I have no further questions. Or I can approach later or now.
So we can approach again for a minute.
Quite a way for Hank Brennan to end his redirect, folks. Quite a way for Hank Brennan to end his redirect. Oh, yes, folks, quite a way for Hank Brennan to end his redirect. There it is, folks, the window, the last movement of John's phone. There it is. And now we approach to see what's going to happen next. Will Bob Alessi have more ridiculous questions? Will I continue to be a towel? Tune in, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis to find out. Thanks, towel friends. We're at Sidebar. We are at Sidebar, and I am a towel. I repeat, ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel. I am thrilled that you are also towels. And now we watch, we wait. We can see Karen is reading some kind of report on her computer. You're not supposed to zoom in, but you absolutely can see that Karen is, well, it's not that I'm not supposed to zoom in, it's the court camera person can't zoom in. So here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Just now, here was the end of Hank Brennan's redirect of Shannon Burgess, an expert in vehicle and phone data, confirming that the backup event recorded in new data from Karen's Lexus occurred at the very second John's phone stopped moving. Oh my word. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a towel. I am a towel, and that was quite intense. And you might be saying, sir, we are well aware that you are a towel. You tell us this at least 7 times a day. 7 times a day. Try more like 42 times a day. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am proud of being a towel. I will never not be a towel. I am a towel. And you all are also towels. And you might be saying, what if I'm a washcloth or a towelette or a beach towel or a flannel or a soap dispenser or a hemp towel or a paper towel? Well, those are all towels. So I don't really know what to tell you. That is literally the definition of being a towel. And you, ladies and gentlemen, will continue to be little towels as well. Yes, indeed, you will. And now I must go back while we wait for the court to come back into session. Stay with me, little towels. I have a plan. I have a towel plan. You are all towels. Now I need to get this up on the screen. Give me 1 second. Don't be little towels. Don't.
This is the base. Do you start with the text stream event?
We're still at Sidebar. You are all being little towels. Yes, indeed, you are all being good little towels. Everyone likes when we behave, and we're good little towels. Hold on, we're still not back in session. As you can see, we're at Sidebar. We are at Sidebar. And I am a towel. You might be wondering, Towel, what are you doing? Well, I want to put something together, and it involves that clock. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it involves the clock. I am a towel. I guess if Bob Alessi doesn't want to join us, maybe we can rewatch this. But still, where are you, Bob Alessi? Where are you, Bob Alessi? you are causing problems. We just want to get back to the testimony, and Bob Alessi is having some protracted discussion with Hank Brennan at Sidebar. I bet Bob Alessi is talking about Chewbacca. And you might be saying, sir, that is not what Bob Alessi is talking about. Oh, yeah? How do you know what Bob Alessi is talking about? Bob Alessi could be talking about Chewbacca, or the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, or me. What if he's... Oh, here we go, folks. We're almost coming back into session. Give me 1 second, little towels. Let me jump forward here. Let me jump forward. I got a plan. I'm the man with the plan. Jumping forward. We're not live yet. The Karen cam should be catching. Hold on, little towels. Ready your towels. Come on now. All right. Should be coming back into session any second now. Stop being a little towel. You are indeed a towel.
Your Honor, I move into evidence the following pages from Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint presentation. Move into evidence page 41. I move into evidence page 40. And I move into evidence page 43.
Okay, allowed.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Right. Once we get these marked, I'll be.
Thank you.
It's 192 A, B, and C.
All right. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Leslie.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burgess, between the time you left the witness stand yesterday until this moment, have you talked to anyone about this case?
No, sir, I have not.
Has a filing ever been made in any court in which your educational background has been misrepresented?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Pardon me?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did I understand that you're based out of the Aperture office in Texas?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware of a case in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, titled Jeffrey Glover and Teresa Glover versus Graphic Packaging International, LLC? Are you familiar with that case?
Yes, I am.
And is it correct that in that case, well, tell me how you are participating in that case, sir.
So I'm no longer participating in that case. So if I believe correctly, that would have been a accident reconstruction case.
You did participate in, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role in that case?
Sure. So my role in that case was an accident reconstructionist.
And did you provide any testimony, deposition, or otherwise in that case?
No, I did not.
Did you, in that particular case, there were, like all cases, filings made, correct?
I'm sure there were, yes.
Burgess, Your Honor.
Yes.
I would like to have a document marked as the annexed.
Exhibit EEE for ID.
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am showing you a document which has been marked as Exhibit EEE for identification, and I'd ask that you take a look at it. Sir, Your Honor, may I remain here?
Sure, as
Thank
long
you.
as you stand back a little bit.
Exactly, yes. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll make it even farther.
Yes.
Recognize the second page, and do you recognize any stamping at the top of each of those pages?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what that stamping is?
Sure. So that is stamping for a file date of 8/7/2023.
And is that a stamping of a federal court?
That I'm not sure.
If I were to show you a document, might a document refresh your recollection as to whether
Sure.
Exhibit EEE is a filing in a federal court?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Sure.
I am showing you.
Did you show those to Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, Your Honor. I believe I did, but I want to make sure.
And just let me know if we need to move.
We will, Your Honor. Thank you. Can I mark each of
Yes.
these for identification? There.
Yep.
Let me just give one first. If I could see that back and court report, I want to see if this is the second page for that document. It is, so it could be marked as one document for identification.
Exhibit FFF for ID.
Thank you.
I reach over you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, I am showing you what has been marked as Exhibit FFF for identification and ask whether or not this document can refresh your recollection as to whether the court filing that you reviewed in Exhibit EEE is indeed a federal court.
Yes, it is.
So that document refreshes your recollection that what has been filed as represented in EEE is a filing in a federal court, correct, sir?
Correct.
Now, what I'd like to do is to draw your attention to the second page of this exhibit. Is that a curriculum vitae of you and a picture of you?
Yes, it is.
And sir, under education,
Objection.
I would.
The objection's sustained.
Do you?
Do you want to bring it over? We can take
I
it
will,
forward.
Your Honor. I will.
Jurors, feel
What
free to
I
stand
would
up
like
and
to,
stretch.
what I would like to do is tell you that there's a sidebar. I'm a towel. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks very much for being with us. Now the other thing is, just folks, just so you know, even if I were in there, which would be very hard on me physically right now in particular, I can't even talk to you during the sidebars. It would just be like silence, and I hate that. I hate when it's just silent. I want to tell you what I think is going on. I want to tell you how Bob Alessi's probably trying to impeach the witness, but not the witness being disqualified as an expert, but probably just the witness submitting a CV that was like at the time reflecting that he was a student or something. Like, it's ridiculous. Bob Alessi has nothing. He won't even go to the backup event. Bob Alessi is afraid of Sand and Burgess's report, in my opinion. Oh, hold on. Oh, no, I should be here. My microphone might be going in and out because what I'm doing is I'm typing and editing things. But don't worry, I am holding the microphone steady. And yes, listen, we're all having a great time on this stream. I think that it's functioning very well. We're going to transition into coverage on this stream of lots of cases. It'll just continue to kind of be a place for people to chat. I'll talk you through various sidebars. I think it ended up inadvertently becoming a very important resource. And like I said, at a certain point, we'll take the written coverage that I've also been doing, and we'll try to expand it a little bit, see if people want to, I don't know if you do volunteer work or internships, whatever. We'll figure out how to have people formally help out, and we'll send them, maybe we can send people to different states, different trials. Also, remember, I can't be 3 places at once. So if we have one case going on in one court and another case going on in another court, we can cover both, but we need people. So I'll think about this. I got some ideas. Yeah, you can do a recross with anything that's brought up on redirect, but Judge Cannoni will limit the scope of redirect because it's just supposed to be based on, or recross. Hank can do a redirect. Direct, but it's supposed to, Alessi's recross is supposed to just be limited to the scope of what Brennan brought up on direct. You can't, on redirect, you can't just get up there and go over anything you want. It's a recross, so the recross is limited to the scope of the redirect. And Judge Cannoni is going to say, I'm not keeping this out for X, Y, or Z. Like, what are you doing, Alessi? Limit it, focus on what Brennan brought up. But anyway, Alessi will argue, but Your Honor, Brennan opened the door, and then they'll discuss it, and most likely Alessi will move on because Judge Cannoni isn't really having it. Yeah, you can do a redirect too, but then it gets even more narrow in scope. Think of each time it trades off. It's not like you get to just ask whatever questions you want. It narrows in scope over and over and over and over and over again. And then by the very end, you're asking like one question. That's why we never even get like a recross. Because by then you'd be asking like, okay, that one thing you were asked about on redirect, like, is that what you meant? And you're like, yes, okay, well that's your recross. You don't have anything else you can ask about, but a recross. So it does stop. It becomes very recursive, and Judge Cannoni eventually, well, you'll see, she'll be like, okay, I've had enough, and she will stop it because you're entitled to certain, like, to cross, and then you're entitled to direct, to cross, to redirect, to recross. But once you get past that, it's really judge's discretion, and judge is not just going to let you stand up there and pontificate. Not that, like, there isn't room for pontification from time to time, but, like, you are not going to just go use the back and forth of cross to cross to cross to cross to pontificate. And to redirect. What you'll notice is Judge Cannoni, as we get through 1 or 2 more of these, if we get a redirect from Brennan, by the time Alessi's up on recross, it's very quiet. All right, folks, we're about to get started. Get ready. I'm a towel. Who's the next witness? Will we get to the next witness? Am I a towel? Tune in to find out.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I'm going to have to be a little close in
Sure.
proximity. Bear with me, please. What I would like to do, sir, is to put before you again Exhibit FF for identification and Exhibit EE for identification. And what I would like to do is to ask you some questions, sir, with regard to the process in the case.
Okay.
Are you aware, or do you recall in this litigation that, as typical in litigation, including federal courts, that as part of the litigation process, the parties have to designate their expert witnesses? Are you aware generally of that process?
Generally, yes.
Yes. And have you participated in the documents that need to be prepared for an attorney or a party to prepare documents and submit them to a court to establish the designation of expert witnesses?
No, I have not.
And so you have never participated or never been aware of a process like this?
No, I'm aware of a process, and that process goes through other staff members
Okay, so it goes through other staff members where?
at Aperture.
Right.
Correct.
Are you aware that that process is occurring, even though it may be done by other staff at Aperture?
Yes, I am.
And in this instance, you were aware in this litigation that staff at Aperture needed to submit documents in support of an expert witness designation, correct? Even though you may not have done it yourself, you were aware that some person or persons at Aperture were performing that process, correct?
Correct.
And they were performing that process so that you could be designated as an expert witness in that case, correct?
Correct.
And so you were aware of the process, you were aware they had to submit documents that would establish your qualifications as an expert in the case so that you could be designated as an expert witness, correct?
Correct.
And now specifically with regard to Exhibit EEE for identification with these court filings, etc. Even though you may not have done it yourself, were you aware that this document, which is EEE, was submitted as part of the expert designation process we were talking about?
Not this specific document, no.
Were you aware that a CV was needed to be submitted on your behalf as part of the designation process?
Yes.
So you were aware a CV had to be submitted, but you're saying you don't recall this specific one being submitted?
Correct.
Does the timestamp up at the top of each page of Exhibit EEE, including this page that is your CV, match the timestamp, or is it different from the timestamp at the top of Exhibit FFF?
No, that is the same.
So it's exactly the same.
Yes.
And have you been involved in processes in courts where your qualifications, including your CV, have had to be submitted to courts to establish a designation as an expert witness?
Yes.
And can you conclude from these documents, including the timestamps, that the submission that was made to the court to establish your status and as an expert witness consisted of exhibits FFF and EEE?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move EEE and FFF into evidence.
Yeah.
You need one more step, Mr.
And, sir, do EEE and FFF fairly and accurately represent the submission of documents in support of a designation of expert witness in this case?
Yes, as far as I can tell.
Your Honor, I offer these two into evidence.
I'm going to allow it over here.
May I have a briefing?
Yes, come on up. Bring those, please, Mr.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sidebar. Well, you can see Bob Alessi's looking for anything, literally anything. Did you put this CV on when you were in school? And oh my God, it's just absolutely ridiculous. And we also learned that we also know that the witness did last updated their LinkedIn 10 years ago, and you don't actually you don't confirm you ended school or something like Alessi was trying to imply. You just put in an expected date of attendance. Yeah, I think Bob Alessi's not making many friends. I'll tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, starting to very much frustrate the folks, you can tell. And the biggest problem is that Alessi isn't actually going to the substance. He keeps just trying to find. He's very much nitpicking, and you're probably going to start frustrating the jury. Exactly. It's a foundational witness for data, and so it just makes Alessi look really petty and almost afraid to address the merits. I don't know what is going on. I have a feeling that Alessi is trying to just delay, because the defense must know it's about to get really, really, really brutal. Really, really, really brutal. So, I mean, at a certain point, oh goodness, exactly. It does backfire on Bob Alessi when you just nitpick and you're not address the substance, or the jury's going to think you're afraid of it. You can see the O'Keefe family there. Our prayers are with the O'Keefe family, Miss O'Keefe, Paul O'Keefe, Paul's wife. God bless the O'Keefe family. Towels in united support. We'll be back in session any second now. Hopefully Bob Alessi will not continue rambling. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, the defense is in a hole. They know it. They know it. Should be coming back into session any second now, folks. Let's jump ahead. I got a special towel 5-second jump ahead button.
You have reapproach, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm going to have to stand here again, Mr.
Sure.
Judges. So what I would like to do, Your Honor, at this time is to offer into evidence Exhibit E, and Exhibit F for identification.
As one exhibit?
As one exhibit.
All right, we'll do that. And the court reporter.
And that would be the order.
Exhibit 193.
Thank you. May I hand to the...
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, I am handing you what is now in evidence as Exhibit 193. I would like to draw your attention to the fourth page, which is your CV, and further, if I could, sir, draw your attention to the category of education, where it says BGS. Is it correct that there you state Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, comma, 2024? Did I read that correct?
You did read that correctly. And this was filed in 2023.
Understood. So now what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to... Ma'am, keep this for a moment, Your Honor. Give it to the witness as needed. Thank you. With Your Honor's permission, I would like to publish a document that is already in evidence.
Okay.
Actually, there may be two, 183 and 184. Let's start with 183. Let's expand it. And then, Mr. Wolf, do we have what has just been to publish as well? So what I'd like to do is to publish first, with the court's permission, Exhibit 193 that we were just talking about, so the jury can see what has been the subject of discussion. And sir, if you, Mr. Wolk, if you could just enlarge, all we need is the education section. Now, Mr. Burgess, as I heard it correctly in questions from Mr. Brennan, you answered the question that whether you had ever filed a document that misstated your educational background in a court. Do you recall that question asked of you?
Yes, I did.
And your answer was no, correct, sir?
Correct.
So let's look at this document, which we've just gone through, was filed in federal court in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, which is a federal court, and attached to it is your CV, and in the line of education, it lists under BGS, Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama, 2024. You see that, sir?
I do, yes.
Now, you stated, and now what I'd like to do is do a, is there any qualification whatsoever in that line, that reference to BGS, qualifications at all, explanation, sir? Is there anything?
I don't know what you mean.
It's just a statement, right? There's words there, there's nothing after it that explains what's intended, correct?
Correct.
Now what I'd like to do, Your Honor, is to go to what was filed in this case, which is in evidence, and we'll go to 183 and then 184. Now, in what has been filed in this case, there is a currently pursuing at the end after University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Let's go back, please, to Exhibit 193. There is no currently pursuing there, is there, sir?
There is not, but that was filed in 2023, so that would be an expected graduation date of 2024.
Okay, so this document was filed in 2023, However, there's nothing in this document that in any way leads the reader to believe anything other than the degree is obtained on 2024, correct?
Correct.
So the only way somebody in the court system or a judge or a jury would know anything about this is to have to know about court filing dates, correct? I'll ask it another way, Mr. Burgess. You know how to write. Let's go back to 183 and 184. You know how to write currently pursuing on your CV, correct?
Correct.
And writing currently pursuing lets the reader know that you don't have that degree, correct?
Objection.
In that form, sustain.
You intend by writing currently pursuing, don't you, sir, that anybody reads this to know that you do not have a bachelor degree, correct?
Correct.
Now let's go back to what you filed in what was filed in federal court in that case. And it does not have the words currently pursuing, correct?
It does not.
So the reader, so it doesn't have that verbiage, correct?
Correct.
So isn't it the correct answer that you did file a document, your CV, in this federal court case that misstates the status of a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Objection.
Sustain.
Excuse me, Your Honor. You stated again, sir, that you have not filed a document that misstates your educational background, correct?
Correct.
And the last time I'll cover it, you know how to put currently pursuing on anything to do with a Bachelor of Science, correct?
Correct.
A Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration does not exist as an offered degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, does it?
Sure. So that is an error. Clearly, BGS stands for Bachelors of General Studies, and that should have a with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
What is clear from that document that BGS stands for a Bachelor of General Studies? What is clear in that document about the definition of that acronym?
That is a known acronym.
Let's go back to Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. That degree does not exist. It is not offered at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, correct?
No, that is not.
So therefore, an incorrect statement about your educational background was filed in a federal court in Texas, correct?
Yes, it was.
That's it, Mr. Lessie? You
Yes,
have-
that's it.
Okay. Is there anything?
There is.
Okay.
The document that the attorney just showed you, did you submit that to the federal court?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see that document before it was filed?
No, I did not.
The document says 2024 for a degree. Is there a presumption whether you had it or expected it if that document was filed in 2023?
Yes, there is.
And what is the presumption if it was filed in 2023?
Objection, Your Honor, respect.
So presumption,
Well,
law strike that.
okay. He asked if there was any designation to make it clear. If it says 2020, if it was filed in 2023, and it says 2024, what was your expectation at that time as far as your degree?
That I would complete my degree in 2024.
When you didn't complete your degree in 2024 as you expected, did you then change your CV
Yes, I did.
to accurately reflect the change in your status?
Yes, I did.
And what did you change it to?
Currently pursuing.
Why didn't you finish your degree in 2024?
Sure. So,
No, I'm going to allow it.
as most people can probably relate, work, family, and life many times get in the way. So, as a personal objective, I would like to finish my bachelor's, but again, work and life gets in the way.
Did you ever represent to a court that you had a degree that you didn't earn?
No, I have not.
He asked you a number of questions about this 2023 filing, but didn't ask you any questions about the data. Does your opinion regarding the data change in any way in light of his questions about a 2023 filing that you didn't file and someone filed on your behalf?
The objection is sustained. I'm going to strike that question.
Okay. No further questions.
All right, Mr. Burgess, you are all set.
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan?
I'd like to play a number of clips. If I could begin with clip 23.
So we approach from the north, we actually missed the turn, and John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it, it's back there, it's on my left. I said, all right, so I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
I'd like to next play clip 25.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John, where you can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage door. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the slight ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Thank you. I have these for submission to evidence, Ron.
194.
The next witness, Mr. Allen?
Yes, sir. I'll call Miss Christina Hanley to the stand.
solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case now and here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, what do you do for work?
I am a forensic scientist 3 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
And where did you go to school?
I went to, I had received my Bachelor of Science in Chemistry with a concentration in forensics from Merrimack College.
And do you have any other degrees?
I do not.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I began working at the State Police Crime Lab in 2008 in the Drug Identification Unit. And in 2009, I transferred into the Trace Unit. And in 2017, I was promoted from a Forensic Scientist 2 to a Forensic Scientist 3 in the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit.
Could I ask you please to speak up, please?
Ms. Hanley, if it helps, that microphone is adjustable, so if you could get it as close to you as possible, that would be great. Thank you. The Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory where you work, is that accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
We are accredited by ANAB.
And what does ANAB stand for?
ANAB stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board.
And what does ANSI stand for?
Sorry, I can't remember exactly what ANSI stands for. I apologize.
That's okay. As part of that accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
Sure. So proficiency tests are a quality assurance measure that's used to monitor performance. And I'm required to complete at least one external proficiency test per year, where I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines in my unit. I typically complete more than one proficiency test per year.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
Sure. So I'm authorized to do casework in multiple subdisciplines in Trace. So I complete proficiency tests in the subdisciplines of hairs, paint, fibers, glass, tape, and serial number restorations and physical match examinations.
And generally speaking, what is entailed in those proficiency testing that you're given multiple times a year? It's provided by an external company that provides the proficiency test, and I'm required to successfully complete one of those proficiency tests per year. Now, have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken? Yes, I have. Now, what type of training or continuing education have you undergone at the State Police Crime Laboratory? Sure. So I had internal training as well as external training. The internal training consisted of I had to complete required readings. I was required to complete some laboratory exercises, learn how to utilize the instrumentation in the lab. I observed other analysts in the unit working on casework. I was also required to complete a written exam as well as a competency test, and in addition to that, a mock trial. Now,
You mentioned earlier in your testimony you're a forensic scientist 3 currently, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the difference, or can you explain the difference to the jury between a forensic scientist 2 versus a forensic scientist 3?
Sure. So, forensic scientist 2 is essentially just like a bench chemist who their primary role or responsibility is casework. A forensic scientist 3 does casework, but in addition is also a unit supervisor.
Now, what does the trace unit do or examine within the Massachusetts State Police crime lab?
Sure. So I'm responsible for examining and comparing trace items that, for example, such as paint, glass, fibers, hairs, tape, miscellaneous items. I also perform serial number restorations on firearms and physical match examinations.
And what are your general duties and responsibilities within the trace unit within the lab?
So I am responsible for the general operation of the unit. I train other forensic scientists within the unit. I also complete technical and administrative reviews of casework. And I also complete my own casework in the trace disciplines that I previously mentioned.
Now, Ms. Hanley, you as a supervisor, you review other analysts' work within the trace unit, correct?
Yes, I do.
And who reviews your work for any sort of trace analysis that you do?
So, depending on what the subdiscipline, some of the casework that I'm authorized to do work in, it needs to be technically reviewed by an external technical reviewer because I'm the only one within my unit that can do certain types of casework currently. So we have to utilize an external technical reviewer at this time.
Now, with reference to physical match analysis, can you explain to the jury first, just in general terms, how is that analysis performed?
Sure. So when I receive an item, I take that item into my custody, and I document it with photographs, and I make observations and take notes. And then I'll examine the items microscopically, and I will do any comparison work to determine if there is or is not a physical match between items.
Now, that physical match analysis within the trace unit at the state lab, is that general work supported by any sort of scientific principle or methodology that you're aware of?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Are you familiar with something called the Lockhart exchange principle?
Yes. So the Lockhart exchange principle, it's kind of the foundation or basis of trace analysis. It is a principle that states that when two objects or two items come into contact with each other, there is an exchange of material.
Now, with reference to your workspace, what is it that you do to your bench between your examination of separately packaged items?
Sure. So the bench top as well as the tools that I'm going to use are all cleaned with a bleach solution. And once that's done, there's a clean piece of butcher paper that's put down on the bench, and that's done in between looking at different items.
And why is it that you do that in between looking at different items?
That's done to prevent any cross-contamination.
Now, you've alluded a little bit earlier in your testimony, but on what types of evidence can you perform a physical match analysis?
Sure. So physical match examination can be conducted with many different types of material. For example, plastics, glass, tape, etc.
Now, when evidence is submitted to your lab, how is it kept track of throughout its stay at the lab?
Sure. So when evidence is submitted to the laboratory, the case information is put into our LIMS system.
And once it's assigned that number, how is it sort of tracked as it progresses through the different units within the lab?
Sure. So the unique case number that's assigned to the case is tracked within the system. It's referred to as the chain of custody. So items of evidence will get scanned depending on where their location is, and the LIMS system keeps track of all of that, so we know exactly where an item is.
So when you take an item or you receive an item to be tested, can you explain to the jury what you do to begin your analysis?
Sure. So when an item gets scanned into my custody, after I've prepped my area to examine the item, I scan that item into my custody, and I will document that item with photographs. I will make notes of my observations. I will examine the item microscopically. If needed, I'll proceed with sampling and possibly additional microscopic examination and instrumental analysis.
Now, specifically starting with items of glass, when you take an item of glass to conduct a comparative analysis, generally speaking, what is the process for conducting such an examination of glass?
So it would be the same process that I just mentioned. I would take that item, take photos, make any observations. I would proceed with first I would check to see if there's any physical match comparisons, and then if needed, I would take any samples to examine it microscopically and or instrumentally.
And that general process that you've just described is the items that you tested in reference to this case or analyzed in reference to this case. Is that the process that you followed in this case?
Yes.
Now, what kind of instruments do you use, starting off with items of glass, what kind of instruments do you use to conduct that analysis?
Sure. So I'll use a stereo zoom microscope to initially examine it microscopically. If I take samples to do additional microscopic examination, I'll examine it under a polarized light microscope. And then if I need to take samples to do instrumental analysis, that would be using our, it's referred to as a GRIM, which stands for Glass Refractive Index Measurement. It's an instrument that measures the refractive index of glass.
And if you could, please explain to the jury, what is a refractive index?
Sure. A refractive index is a measure of how light bends when it passes from one medium to another.
And how are you viewing that utilizing the GRIM device when it comes to glass?
So a sample is prepped on a slide, and it is placed on a hot stage of the microscope of the instrument, and the oil that the sample is in it goes through a cooling and a heating phase, and as it's going through a cooling and a heating phase, it passes through what we refer to as a match point. So you can make that observation as the sample is running, and then when the sample is done running, it takes an average and it calculates the refractive index of the sample through the calibration data of the instrument.
And what is an FTIR?
So an FTIR is a Fourier transform infrared spectrometer, and it is an analytical tool that we use to analyze certain types of samples. Essentially, a sample is exposed to infrared light, and your sample reacts in a certain way to it, and it produces a spectrum or a graph of peaks and valleys, and it is representative of your sample.
And how is that FTIR instrument, how is that used in this type of physical match analysis?
So actually the FTIR was not used for physical match examination.
Now, you mentioned it a little bit earlier in your testimony. What is a polarized light microscope?
So a polarized light microscope it's a microscope that just has a couple of filters in it that we use to look at samples at a higher magnification and make observations of certain optical properties of samples.
And how are you utilizing that instrument in your analysis in the lab?
So it's used to examine various different types of samples, paint, fiber. We can also look at glass.
Now, do you document your work as you perform your analysis in the lab?
Yes, I do.
Now, Ms. Hanley, at some point were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I was.
And what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
So I was given items for physical match comparison of some glass items, as well as some instrumental analysis of the glass. And I was also given items for some items of plastic for comparison.
Now, starting with glass pieces, do you recall what item numbers you analyzed pertaining to the glass pieces?
Yes, so I examined items 3-2, which was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. I was also given item 3-3, which was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges from the bumper of the vehicle. And then I was also given item 7-12, which were clear and glass pieces recovered from the road. And I was given also 7-14, which was a clear piece of glass recovered from the road.
And now if we could, Ms. Hanley, just break those down sort of one by one. So starting with item 3-2, what was provided to you in reference to a description of what that item was?
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges, and there was dirt debris on the exterior and interior of the cup.
Now, did you measure that item?
I did.
And what measurements did you obtain from that item, the drinking glass?
I just would need to refer to my report for measurements.
Okay, you can do that. You have your report right there. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the diameter of the bottom of the glass cup was 2 3/4 inches, and it measured approximately 2.5 inches in height.
You mentioned that there was debris on both the interior and exterior of the drinking glass. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-3, what was provided to you as a description of item 3-3?
Sure. So item 3-3 consisted of 5 pieces of clear glass, all with broken irregular edges.
And was there anything provided in the description of where those 5 pieces of broken glass were located?
Yes, they were recovered from the bumper of a vehicle.
And was there any identifying information provided to you as far as in reference to that vehicle?
The only other description of the item is the license plate of the vehicle.
What was the license plate that was provided?
So it was MA3GC684.
And did you measure each of those respective items?
Yes, I did.
Now, as far as before we get to the measurements, Ms. Hanley, when it comes to a lab item number, say 3-3, that has multiple pieces to it, how are each of those individual pieces then subsequently labeled?
So sometimes we'll subsequently label them with a lettering system.
And as far as these particular pieces contained within item 3-3, the pieces of glass from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle, how are they labeled?
So these were labeled A through E.
And with reference to the measurements, what measurements did you obtain from the pieces within item 3-3?
Sure. So I measured the largest and the smallest, and the largest measured approximately 7/8 of an inch by 5/16 of an inch, and the smallest measured approximately 3/16 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch.
Now, with reference to the drinking glass, you examined that microscopically, is that correct?
I did, yes.
And with reference to these items from item 3-3 from the bumper, you examined those microscopically as well, is that correct?
Correct.
And was there a particular piece from the pieces from the bumper that you did any additional examination of?
Yes, I did.
And what instruments did you use in which piece?
Sure. So there was one piece, I sampled a piece E that I had labeled as piece E, and I took a sample for examination under the polarized light microscope and a sample to analyze it instrumentally on the Grimm instrument.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-12, what was provided to you as a description for item 7-12?
Sure. So item 7-12, that consisted of 5 pieces of clear apparent plastic and 9 pieces of clear apparent glass with broken irregular edges.
Now, the 9 apparent pieces, well, let me ask you this first. As far as the description that you were provided, was there any description as far as where those items were recovered from?
Yes. Those items were recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And is it your understanding they were recovered from the street or the roadway outside of that residence?
It just says recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Now, as far as the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from item 7-12, were those similarly sub-labeled as the previous item 3-3?
Yes, I received those labeled with the lettering system. They were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
And with reference to those 9 pieces of glass, did you examine those microscopically as well?
I did, yes.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-14, what were you provided with as far as a description of that item 7-14?
So this item consisted of 1 piece of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And similarly, was there any description provided as to where that item was recovered from?
Yes, it was recovered from 34 Fairview Road as well.
And again, how many pieces were contained within that item, 7-14?
7-14 was just 1 piece of glass.
And did you measure that item as well?
That item, I do not have the measurement of. It was examined by a previous analyst within the unit, so that measurement was taken at that time.
And that other analyst would be Mix Valier, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as your examination of that item 7-14, what type of instruments did you use to examine 7-14?
So I sampled 7-14 to examine it under the polarized light microscope, as well as to analyze it instrumentally using the GRIM instrument.
Are you familiar with a term called a class characteristic?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Sure. So a class characteristic is when a material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics.
And what is an individual characteristic?
An individual characteristic is when a material can be related to a single source, such as a physical match.
And so what is the difference between a class characteristic versus an individual characteristic?
So class characteristic is that it can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics, versus the individual characteristic. It's more individualizing. It can be related to a single source, just in the case of like a physical match.
And what is a physical match?
So a physical match is if an item is broken and those pieces are compared to each other, and they're broken irregular edges fit back together, and they have a jigsaw fit, that would be considered a physical match.
Now, can you please explain to the jury the steps and the process that you undertook in your comparative analysis of items, specifically of glass in this case?
Sure. So I first did a comparison of all of the glass pieces and the glass cup that were recovered from the road. So those were items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14. So I examined all of those to determine if there was a physical match between any of those items first. There were, I believe, 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that fit mechanically to the cup that was also recovered from the road, item 3-2. After I completed that examination, I then did a comparison to see if there was a physical match to some of the 2 of the glass pieces from the bumper, and there were 5 total from the bumper. 2 of them I used for physical match comparison, and there was no physical match comparison between those 2 pieces from the bumper, item 3-3, compared to the glass pieces and the cup that were recovered from the road. And then I sampled, as I had mentioned earlier, one of the pieces from the bumper to do further microscopic and analytical analysis on, and did a comparison with one of the pieces from the road.
Can I see counsel at Sidebar for just a minute, please? Jurors, it's been a long day, so we're going to stop for the day. Ms. Hanley, I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow, but a little bit later in the day, and the victim of the house. All right, so folks, we're going to end for today. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know, and watch your social media use. Thank you. So, Ms. Hanley, after the jury trial,
All rise to the court, please. Please, no follow me.
Hello, towel friends. I'm here. We are done for the day. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Stay with me. Stay with me, little towels. We got a lot to talk about. Oh my goodness, Karen Reed admitted in 2024 that she knew John O'Keefe was dead at 12:30 a.m. on 1/29/2022. Oh my word. I'm a little towel. Oh my goodness, am I a little towel. All right, here we go. Hold on. Are we back? Hold on.
you don't need me for anything, right? We're all set?
We're done. We're done, little towels. I shall appear on your screen in a second. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Oh my goodness, what a day. Oh, we have to watch those Karen clips again. Oh my word. Oh my word. Oh my word. I can't believe she admitted that in 2024. She knew John was dead at 12:30. She knew. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that only Karen Reed was around John O'Keefe at 12:30 a.m. Oh, my word. Oh, Karen should not. It was buffering? Oh, it didn't buffer for me. Hold on. It didn't buffer for me. It doesn't mean there wasn't buffer. Stay there for a sec. I was watching right till the end with you all. What happened? Hold on with a second. Hold on. We'll see what happened here. I didn't personally hear any buffer because I was just listening on my phone downstairs. But hold on. No, I don't see any buffer. Hold on. All right, hold on. We're replaying the last few minutes.
A class characteristic versus an individual characteristic.
So class characteristic is that it can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics, versus the individual characteristic. It's more individualizing. It can be related to a single source, just in the case of like a physical match.
I don't think there was any buffering. Hold on. Well, now there's buffering because I'm jumping ahead in the stream. But let me get right to the end of the day. We'll listen to what happened. Hold on, little towel.
Sampled, as I had mentioned earlier, one of the pieces from the bumper to do further microscopic and analytical analysis on, and did a comparison with one of the pieces from the road.
Can I see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please?
Oh, you know what happened? I think if there's any buffering at all on your app, sometimes you have to refresh the app. But hold on. So this was the sidebar. It just ended as the witness was testifying about putting together pieces of the tail. It gets very complicated. So what Judge Cannoni is doing is managing the schedule. So you don't want to get into this whole laborious section of direct, and then you have to immediately end it. You don't end in the middle of a direct. What you do ideally is something like what Judge Cannoni just did there. So stay with little towel. We got a plan here. I'm the man with the plan. We're going to listen to the very end because some people got buffered. I know, Sheffield Towel, that Mr. Reed probably is what it looks like every juror. I know a lot of those jurors get very bored on Alessi's cross. So yeah, folks, that was the end. It wasn't that there was okay, hold on. That was the end.
Ms. Hanley, I'm going to ask you to come back tomorrow, but a little bit later in the day, and the victim of the house. All right, so folks, we're going to end for today. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know, and watch your social media use. Thank you.
So Ms. Hanley, after the jury trial.
All right.
So I think it just was a natural breaking point. And the other thing is, folks, get this in your mind, folks. Get ready. Get ready, towel friends.
Yes, it was.
We absolutely, without question, are going to see something big. The Karen clips are very important. And then we may have a motion hearing tomorrow morning as well. Just because the jury doesn't have to come in early doesn't mean we won't have a motion hearing or a discussion. Now listen, we got to watch those Karen clips that played. Oh my dear goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I was running around like a little towel. And you might be saying, Grant, you always run around like a little towel. What makes this any different? Well, oh, ladies and gentlemen, these were some of the big ones. Oh, they were indeed some of the big ones, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. We're going to watch them. We're going to watch them, and you know what we're going to do? We're going to do our fun live editing thing. Oh, goodness, some of you really like this. So have any of you ever been with us before where we take the Karen clips and then we sync it in real time to Karen's reaction, which no one else really has because you can't really sync it that way? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, yes. So, okay, here's what we have to do this. It's a very special towel process. I'm going to begin it with you now. Stay with Little Towel, and you will watch as we learn how to do the very special Karen clip maneuver. All right, so hold on. The screen's going to go black. I'm going to go into the darkness. Ladies and gentlemen, do not be afraid. I am with you. I am a towel. You are not alone. I'm still here. I promise I'm here. Don't get overwhelmed. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, the humanity. Oh, the humanity. Don't get overwhelmed. It will be okay. I promise, ladies and gentlemen. I promise. Oh, the humanity. Okay, now hold on. I got to go quiet for a second when this full screen. Stay with Little Towel. Okay, that's not exactly what we were going for there. What we want is the full screen. Thank you. Okay, now stay with Little Towel. We have to prepare a clip. I have a plan. I am the man with the plan. Okay, so let's make it happen. I'm going to go quiet as we watch these. Get ready for your full screen Karen clip experience. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the wonders of Towel Stream. Hold on, we have to change this to a very, very better definition. Stay with Little Towel. Stay with Little Towel. So here's what we do. We're going to take that. We're going to boost this up to 180p. Okay, now this is going to be our Karen clip source. All right, Little Towels, watch how we do this. We got to get the moment on the bottom screen that the lights go off.
Filed on your behalf.
Okay. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
All right, Mr. Burgess, you are all set.
Thank you.
Okay, so that moment, but we need it a little bit earlier. So let's clip it starting there. All right, now watch what we're going to do, Little Towels. I'm going to go quiet. We're going to watch the next few minutes together, and then we're going to use this clip to make another combination clip by getting the other Karen clips from a different source feed that has just the Karen clips. Ready? So here we go. I'm going quiet. We watch this together.
All right, Mr. Burgess, you are all set.
Thank you.
Mr. Brennan?
I'd like to play a number of clips. If I could begin with clip 23.
So we approach from the north, we actually miss the turn, and John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it, it's back there, it's on my left. I said, all right, so I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
I'd like to next play clip 25. Finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Thank you. I have these for submission.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that was big. That was big. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. We just saw that. Now hold on, little towels. I have a little towel plan. I'm going to come back up on your screen. Now watch this, little towels. Oh my goodness, look at me. I'm a little towel. Now, listen, we have only done one half, ladies and gentlemen, of our project. And you might be saying, Grant, what project are you talking about? Oh, actually, now I need to think about this. Do we actually need it? Yes, I think we do. I think we need the source clips. So what I wanted to, because otherwise we would need a longer segment and we'd end up just clipping it twice. So watch this. I have a plan, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'm going to bring up the actual feed. Oh, Murder by Maestro, we are clipping the Karen clips. We're going to do our daily recap. That was a big day, but listen, that Karen clip, folks, you just saw, where Karen admits to knowing in April of 2024 that John O'Keefe was dead at 12:20 or 12:30 a.m. is everything. It's it. That's it. She confessed. She was the only one around John at 12:25 or 12:30 a.m. Ladies and gentlemen, the only one. 12:32 a.m. is when John's phone stopped moving, and he was in Karen's car until about 12:31 when she backed up. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's a big day, and I want to get one more clip for you all, little towels. We're going to do one more thing to make this, I think, truly an immaculate video editing experience. And you might be saying, little towel, are we going to do one of our fun real-time projects where you sync Karen's reaction to an explosive Karen clip in real time? Oh yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is exactly what we are gonna do. Now you stay with little towel. Now watch what's gonna happen on your screen here. Okay, I'm gonna bring this little law and crime feed up here. I want to sync it actually before I bring it over. Hold on, you're gonna hear little birdies chirping. We want to sync this to the exact moment we just saw. So we want to look for about 3:06 p.m. Hold on, little towels. It was right at the end of Shannon Burgess's testimony. Was that at the end there? Was that in the middle of it? Bob Alessi talked for so long, it's a little difficult to find when they played the clips. Hold on. No, that Burgess was still testifying. I know I'm going to be able to isolate it because it was when Burgess got off the stand, but before the second witness took the stand. Oh, Bill Reed was so frustrated when Burgess got off the stand, and Alessi couldn't do further, like redirect or whatever, recross, whatever Alessi wanted to do. All right, hold on, little towels. Hold on, I'm being a creative little towel. Oh, I found it. I'm a little towel. I'm a little towel, short and stout. Here's my towel. I don't have a stout. I'm a towel. Towels are fluffy. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so let's jump forward a little bit here. All right, Mr. Burgess, thank you. You can get off the stand any second now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, I found the second the lights turned off. Oh, goodness. Oh, it's a glorious day. It is a glorious day to be a towel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am here to show you this. Hold on, it's going to bother. We're not going to have comments for a second. Nope, wrong screen. We're going to go right down to the one we were just on. Now stay with little towel, because watch what we're going to do. Now this is an amazing, real-time, important video editing project. The little towels are going to work on it together. Okay, now we're gonna take this. We're gonna jump that up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to full screen here. Come on, little towel. Come on. All right. There we go. Now here's what we're going to do. I'm going to stop talking. We're going to now watch it again with just this, but I have to start it a few seconds earlier. Hold on. Now we're going to make sure the volume is on. Nope, the volume is not on. Hold on. I am not out of options yet. Hold on. So we're going to unmute this. We're going to grab that. Okay, now I'm going to stop talking for a second and we're going to watch this. I will see you in about less than a minute.
Mr. Brennan?
I'd like to play a number of clips. If I could begin with clip 23.
So we approach from the north, we actually miss the turn, and John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it, it's back there, it's on my left. I said, all right, so I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John, where you can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage truck. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the sled ding, 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 as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door, you hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Thank you. I have these for...
All right, towel friends, now I will come back up on your screen. Now we will switch back over to towel feed, so your comments will be up on the screen. All right, there I am. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, one of our favorite things to do on Towel Stream is what we call real-time towel video editing, where one of the most important moments of the day before we do our recap, we have recaps to do. Hank Pittman's redirect was brilliant, to put it lightly. But before we do our recap, ladies and gentlemen, you get to experience a very special moment on Towel Stream. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to do real-time video. It is one of the Towel Friends' favorite moments. It's everything that you all have been looking forward to. Yes, Macy, that's why this is such a big moment. Karen said John died at the last moments that she was around him. It is incredibly damning. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. So that's why. Watch what we're... Murder by Maestro, 12:25 to 12:30 a.m. on 1/29/2022. And we're about to get to listen to it again, folks, because watch what we're going to do. You all are going to get to see a very special real-time towel video editing project. Only the rarest of towels get to see this kind of thing happen in real time. So watch with me, ladies and gentlemen. Watch the glory. Watch the glory of it all. Now I need to just check to make sure this is the file that I want. Stay with me, little towels. You are all glorious little towels. I am also a towel. All right, hold on. Yeah, this is it. All right, stay with me, little towels. Now that's going to go over there. Now you get out of the way. All right, so the first one is getting uploaded. Stay with me. We might have a little bit of sound here when it starts playing. No? Might have muted the tab. That's good. All right, so this is the Karen Cam one. So that's good. That's good. We're going to cut it immediately when the lights go off. So give me a second. The project's uploading. I guess I can have you all watch along. It's a bit of a laborious process, but hold on. Let me show you all what I'm working on. This is one of those fun moments where we're going to actually sync the Karen Cam up in real time, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, indeed we are. And there it is. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So watch this. We're going to take this here. Okay. And you're going to see right on your screen. Now, do you see in a second here, you're going to notice that this, okay. So look at what we have down there in the bottom screen. Okay. Do you see how, I'm going to make this a little bit higher so I can get to my knit. Don't bother me. Hold on, you're a towel. Okay, now we wait for the video to settle because it does take a second for it to settle. And then once we know it's settled, actually we can get rid of this. Well, I guess we can upload the other one for now. We have one more video to upload. So we have our first Karen video. Actually, let's do our editing while this is going. Great. Okay, so now watch this. Ready? You can. We're going to get to listen to all the clips again as we do our editing. We're going to cut this clip when the lights go off. So we wait.
No further questions.
All right, Mr. Burgess, you are all set.
Thank you.
Okay, so the lights go off there in the Karen clip, right? When do they go off? Right about there. Okay. So we split that. All right, very good. So we get rid of this part. Okay, now we go here. Right now we have about a 2-minute and 46-second clip. That is far too long for our purposes. We only need until the lights go back on at the end, I think. Hold on. And when they go back on, she stops looking and they go. So hold on. So we're going to sync it to right there. Okay. So now we know the lights go off right there, which is going to give us a total time of 2 minutes and 22 seconds. So now, oh, God bless you, Pilgrim Shadow. You are a super towel, my dear friend. God bless you for your support. I just do what I can to be a little towel. You are a true super towel. And even as we do our live editing, I cannot help but say thank you to a wonderful super towel that is Pilgrim Shadow. You are a super towel, the Pilgrim Shadow. God bless you, my dear friend. Look at that. I'm using my voice to text Murder by Maestro, who speaks hexadecimal, will be proud of me. Yes, it's a towel brain working phenomena. Okay, how long is this video? 2 minutes and 34 seconds. Oh, that's going to make our lives a little bit annoying. That's okay. I have a plan. So we'll go to page 2, okay, and so we'll upload this file as its own page here. All right, little page thing. And then, all right, there we go. Why would that be in a different format? That doesn't even make sense. They are all recorded in literally the same output format. How can you possibly have made it so that it is not to scale? I don't understand. This is outrageous. I object. I demand some kind of satisfaction. Okay, this is going to be incredibly annoying. That's all right. I should actually be able to figure this out. Okay, so we do that. Now this is going to load up. Now we have to be somewhat precise here. We need an exactly 2 minute and 22 second clip. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, then that will make our editing job much easier. These are syncing moments in time. Oh, this is how you sync moments in time, ladies and gentlemen. This is a real-time demonstration. If you were confused about the expert witness testimony today, there's no better way to learn than by watching what we're about to do. Now, we wait for that video to settle. So settling means it processes and then gets ready to facilitate our editing of same. And then as we're waiting for that, so we'll know that it settles once it plays.
I do.
So this one we don't actually want sound from. We're going to watch this. We're going to extract audio. All right, good. We want to get rid of the audio from this base file. We don't want the audio from the Karen Cam version. All right, good. Now our second file is ready. So now we're going to watch this. We're going to play across. There's going to be no audio. Now we're going to start the actual Karen clip audio. And this, hold on. Hold on. Wait for the lights to turn off.
I'd like to play a number of clips. If I could begin with clip 23.
Oh, we nailed it. We nailed it. It's got to be 2 minutes and 22 seconds, though. So I need this to be 8. I need this to be like 12 seconds in. Is it 2 minutes and 22 seconds? Oh, it's almost perfect. It's literally perfect. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can make it 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Oh, come on. Just one more second. I think this should work. Yes, I got it. Okay, so now we have a 2-minute and 22-second clip. Okay, now we take this clip, right? Then we copy it because we don't actually need it on page 2. Then we bring it over here to page 1, right? And it still has audio, so we overlay it onto page 1. Then we take this, right? We loop it down, okay? So see how it's now going to scale? And then we just put it where we, oh, it's not going to have John's picture, but I guess we could do, no, we won't be able to do it that way. I guess we could do it like this. No, that's going to, yeah, okay, we're going to have to do it this way. Okay, so you see what I've done there? And we can even try to line up the flag a little bit. That's going to be difficult. But you try to make a cohesive image because do you see how we're using a little bit of digital trickery? Like these moments happened at the same time, but in order for us to make it effectively sync, do you see how we're basically, I wouldn't say we're fudging, but like you see how that flag's now lined up, like everything's kind of lined up. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's watch the magic unfold. You should now be able to see, this is the only time you will be able to see, this is the first time anyone has seen this. This is what Karen Reed's reaction, if I nailed it, I may not have gotten it perfect yet, looked like in real time to those Karen clips Hank Brennan played today. Oh, nope, I didn't nail it. Hold on. All hope is not lost, ladies and gentlemen, because what we can do is, oh, is that true? Can we? Oh, yeah, we can, actually. We can just bring this back a little bit forward, because does the Karen cam start with the lights off or on? So it starts with the lights off. So what I really need is to make this...
Begin with clip 23.
Okay, hold on. Literally, as long as the lights are off. Okay. Okay, now let's do, how long is this one now? 2:21. Maybe I can clip a second off the end of the underlying Karen clip. All right, now let's watch it. This should be Karen's actual reaction if I did it right.
So we approach from the north, we actually miss the turn, and John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it, it's back there, it's on my left. I said, all right, so I pull nose into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John. You can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage door. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the slight ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk in the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Yep, that's brutal. That's brutal. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. So, did you see it, Towel friends? We just did real-time editing. It's actually really hard to sync those two things together, but Little Towel did it. I hope you enjoyed it. It was certainly interesting to watch. I am, of course, course happy to facilitate that, and I'm so glad you all enjoyed watching. Oh, of course, Brooke, anytime, dear towel friends. Let us now take a look at some other things that we got going on. Let's do our, who's ready for the daily recap? I think I'm ready for the daily recap. I don't actually have to record it because I'm finding that actually trying to do the recording isn't necessarily necessary. I can just use the source recording once the stream's done, but we still have to do a countdown into our recap or towel will get very confused. Okay, are we ready for the recap? Are we ready for the recap? Are we ready to be little towels? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We are all little towels. All right, we got late start tomorrow. Oh, goodness, no. Alana, please do not ever feel obligated. You can support this stream by liking or subscribing. And also, Alana, if your dog needs help, please tell me. I would be happy to dedicate an entire stream just to raising funds for you and your dog. We can set up a GoFundMe. Just please do not ever feel like this. If Little Towel gets really overwhelmed or if we have to do kind of a project, I'll tell you. But if I'm like, I have enough to eat, like, God bless you all. Like, if I can get by and I have my medicine, we can, please, friends, I would much rather dedicate, just like we did with Lindsay Gattani last week, I would much rather dedicate an entire stream to raising money for your dog or you or whatever. That is what I think that is like the epitome or the exemplar of this kind of work. So yes, that is exactly what I want to do. Yeah, Hank has 44 Karen clips, so we're halfway. He's got 20 something to go. But yes, Alana, please, I don't want to like impose this on you, but if if you can't find me on Twitter or Facebook, or if you do send me a message at some point and you or your dog needs help, that would be my towel honor, and I'm sure people in the towel fold would come around to help you in numbers. And also, please keep us updated on your towel honorary towel dog, as we hope the towel dog is recovering from surgery. Yes, it was brutal indeed, Nina. Brutal. You could see it from her reaction. Now, I'm not actually going to use that clip there because I didn't like how the Karen cam was buffering a little bit, and I have a plan to use the source clip, which is way more stable. I'm one of the only people that keeps that permanent multicam Karen cam record, so I'm going to use the source clip as a stable version and then superimpose that in the exact same way I just did on the footage from the actual Karen videos. I'm gonna have to record them again, but I don't really care. It'll take me 2 minutes. Paula, I do. Let's see, the easiest way. So Paula, I don't know if I can send you that via like Facebook, if you can find me, facebook.com/Grant Smith Ellis. And then I'll try to give you that, or on Twitter, any way that I can help. But don't let me forget about that, Paula. If I forget, Paula, remind me, and I'll find some way to get that over to you on whatever social media you're on. Oh, God bless you, Alana. And, it's a service dog. Oh, your dog is a service dog. That is even more important, ladies and gentlemen. If Alana ever needs help with her service dog, or at any point needs help, we shall rally around and we shall support Alana. Alana is a super towel. Oh, yes, absolutely. Anything we can do to help, we will dedicate a whole day to it, ladies and gentlemen, a whole day. And that will make Little Towel so happy. I cannot tell you how happy that will make Little Towel. If we could help both Alana and Alana's service dog, that would make Little Towel happy. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, yes, it would indeed. Brings a smile to Little Towel's face. Oh, this is interesting. What could this possibly about? Oh. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. I'm such a towel. This isn't even about... Oh, my goodness. Oh. Oh, goodness. Oh, that's a CCC related thing. I'll cover it later. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. It was Karen's own words used against her. We'll get video if we can find video of Karen. If someone sees one of the reporters post video outside Karen, of Karen leaving court, we'll post it in the chat. Like it's not. We will do our recap. No, Christina, it's a cannabis CCC related thing. It's not related to us. We will do a recap, folks, but as more than just doing our recap, what we need to do is also let Towel know if you see any videos of Karen leaving court. I have not seen any as of yet, but if one gets posted, we'll post it right away. Let's see here. Let's see. I am a little towel after all, ladies and gentlemen. I got it, ladies and gentlemen. I got us footage of Karen leaving court. Oh, yes, I do, ladies and gentlemen. I am a towel. Stay with me, little towels. Stay with me, little towels. Here we go. I got footage of Karen leaving court. We'll see what she had to say. It was not a very good day for her. Those Karen clips were absolutely devastating. Oh, my goodness. The first question was that about dying at 30. Oh, no, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, this is bad for Karen Reed. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's even better than I thought. I have the clip. Thank you to John Hall from 7 News who posted this. I got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got the clip of Karen Reed leaving caught. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, let's watch it together. Let's be little towels. Here we go. Thank you, John Hall. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Ace. Very good. How are y'all? Any reaction to the clips, Karen, that are being played?
No.
How about Shannon Burgess? What do you think about his performance? They had to get him on there, so how do you think he did?
Incredible, or uncredible, I'm not sure what the word is.
Ladies and gentlemen, oh my goodness. She said that's what we thought as to John dying at 12:30 a.m. Oh, it's just devastating, ladies and gentlemen. It's as bad as it can possibly be. That was the comment, Paula. It did not go well. Oh, Pat Brooks, God bless your dear friend. That is one of the greatest. Oh, my goodness. I need to see this emoji again. Hold on. I think I can actually make the emoji scroll on the chat. Hold on. Oh, Pat Brooks. Pat Brooks, that is the kindest emoji I have ever seen. I literally took a screenshot of the emoji. All of your emojis are amazing, folks, but look at that dance. It's dancing. Look at that pair dance. Oh, how can I do a recap when the pair is dancing? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I clearly get distracted very easily. I like cute things that dance on the screen. What do you want from me? I'm a simple towel. We didn't even have any moments of levity today. Oh, Pat Brooks, God bless you, dear friend. God bless you. Grant Headroom. Grant gets a little bit out of control sometimes. Grant likes to say funny things, especially when there is a dancing pair on the screen. That pair is an honorary towel. Yes, Pilgrim Shadow agrees with me. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, let's do our recap. I am being just an incredible towel. It was cute. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm adorable. The donation emoji was adorable. Pat Brooks is a super towel. And now I'm just sitting around here yelling about how adorable that dancing pair was. Oh, God bless you, towel friends. How long have we been going for? Like 5-6 hours? I feel all right. We can keep going. We start a little late tomorrow. I'll get a good night's rest. Towel's ready to do this, ladies and gentlemen. I am a towel. Also, everybody say thank you to John Hall for that wonderful clip of Karen leaving court today. Got to respect Mr. John Hall. John Hall's very nice to towel all the time, so I am very pleased with John Hall's work. And good job, John Hall. You can have a towel repost. Okay, but hold on. The one thing is, if we're going to do a towel repost, you know what we should do? I think we should combine it with the clips. Now, the clips that I just made, the ones we looked at on Towel Stream, that wasn't like the greatest way to do it, but I'm going to combine it after we get done with our recap in a very stable form, and that will be the best way to do it. All right, so got that video. All right, thanks very much, John Hall. As long as I give John Hall credit, what we'll do is do that. Sorry, little towels, we're going to do our recap in a second. Here's footage of Karen Reed leaving court after I can't answer a call right now. After Hank Brennan released never before seen clips of Karen admitting in 2024 that she knew John O'Keefe died around 12:30 a.m., 12:25 to 12:30 a.m. on 1/29/2022. The very moment Karen's Lexus data shows a backup event and seconds before John's phone stopped moving for the last time. 12:31 a.m. And those stopped moving for the last time. 12:32 a.m. Yeah, game over. Game, set, match. And then I think I actually want to combine the two clips together. So what I'll use I should actually render down this Karen clip. All right, let's do it. So you know what we're going to do, friends? I'll show you one more little trick. I don't love this version of the Karen clip that we did because it's just a little bit shaky at points for me. But for our purposes, what we're going to do here is, so we have the clip of John Hall, right? So we got that clip of Karen leaving court. So what I'll do is I'll take that, I'll grab that because we'll use that as the lead, even though she doesn't actually get asked about the clips. And John Hall's got to put his logo or watermark or something on this. I would love to. I'm not gonna invent one for him, but he really should have one. But anyway, all right. So here you go. That goes over there. Now you see we have the Karen clip leaving court, leading into our previously readjusted Karen clip with reactions. Okay. Now, I don't really love how this is formatted. He's shooting in a weird 16:9 format. I wonder why. It must be his camera setting. But that adjusted a little bit. Now we should be able to render that down. It might take him more than a second to download. No? That's good. And let's render it up to 4K. So that'll do that. Now we can begin our daily overview. Okay, so I'm not going to actually do a recording of this because it doesn't do the best record. I'm just going to start talking and then we're going to begin our daily overview. And you might say, Grant, that doesn't sound very efficient. It actually is very efficient because then I can just mark this moment, which is 4:24 p.m. and go back to that in the recording and then just cut it. And I don't have to deal with the recording, which isn't always stable. All right, towel friends, let's do it. Yeah, John definitely was never in the house. I think most towel friends, most human beings, most folks realize now that John was never in the house. His phone data confirms as such. But yes, we have to do our recap, so give me a second. Cinnamon Buns, I appreciate it. We do real-time video editing. Apparently, I jump from thing to thing. I have Chewbacca on the screen. What do you expect? Oh, Artworks, God bless you, dear friend. I don't know if they're ever going to throw in the towel, but it's getting really risky for Karen now. It's always a gamble when you do these kind of defenses, and it's not looking good. Artworks, dear towel friend, you are so wonderful. By the way, I will. I know there's a message. I'm going to read it. God bless you. I do my best. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, I feel so guilty because I see people in the chat who are wonderful, and I want to be like, oh, you can be an honorary towel friend, but then I'm like, shouldn't we do our recap, Grant? You keep saying that. These people are going to want the recap. Even Murder by Maestro is in the chat. We cannot deny Murder by Maestro the ability to have a comment in the recap. Okay, here we go. 4:30 p.m. That's the cue. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. If you missed day 19, it's maybe day 20. It's somewhere in there. It's day 19 or day 20, depending if you count the skip day of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. I have the recap for you right now, ladies and gentlemen. It started big out the gate. Well, it actually started with Bob Alessi being quite boring and not really getting anywhere. But Hank Brennan was furious after yesterday's nonsense by Bob Alessi trying to present an out-of-context LinkedIn profile from 10 years ago from an expert witness who was testifying about key data from Karen Reed's Lexus showing a three-point turn at 12:23, 12:24 a.m., and then a backup event at 12:31 a.m. into 12:32 a.m., which is the exact moment that John O'Keefe's phone stopped moving for the last time. But ladies and gentlemen, somehow, as if that somehow were not big enough, Oh, ladies and gentlemen, wait until you see what Hank Brennan decided to finish the day with. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it was one of those moments. You can see the preview there. We're going to take a look at the video of Karen leaving court. I'm literally going to upload it in real time, the video of Karen leaving court and then reacting to these Karen cam clips. And that is how we are going to start our recap. Now, the testimony from expert Shannon Burgess, ladies and gentlemen, is just the first of 4 witnesses from Aperture experts for Hank Brennan, ladies and gentlemen, and my word, things look like they are about to start heating up in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. It has been heating up for a few days. There's no question about it, but we are now very much getting to a point where things are getting really rocky for the defense. The Lexus GPS, the Lexus trigger events from the infotainment and black box EDR chips that were never, for some reason, never extracted by Karen's ex in the first trial. For some reason, ladies and gentlemen, the key data just missing. And now, ladies and gentlemen, clip of Karen leaving equals John Hall. I don't know if he spells it. I think it's actually Jon Hall, but I'll fix that in a second. And ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you the clips we are going to watch, the clips that Hank Brennan dropped of Karen, are so devastating in light of the testimony about Karen's Lexus SUV data that it may as well have sunk the entire good ship. Free Karen Reed. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, the humanity. Oh, the humanity of the collapse. We're here to watch it, and the video is uploading. And while we're waiting for that video to upload, and as you stare at Alan Jackson being an Alan Jackson, what I will show you is we can see moments from the early start of the day, folks. At the very beginning of the test, the very most important moment of the testimony was Hank Brennan's initial redirect. It took Hank Brennan 13 minutes, towel friends, 13 minutes to just obliterate and eviscerate and shock and induce shock and awe in the Karen Reed defense. And ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Brennan immediately began the day by pointing out the way in which the Reed defense had taken out of context a LinkedIn profile from 10 years ago, wherein a witness had selected that their expected graduation date would be a certain time from undergrad for college. They were doing a college degree after being a professional with multiple certifications. And then Brennan just proceeded to take out a vengeful, righteous anger on Bob Alessi in a way that only a lawyer who is beyond frustrated with another lawyer and their blatant disregard for the ground rules of the game would do. Hank Brennan was absolutely incredulous at Bob Alessi for some of the tactics used on direct, and we are going to take a look at that as well. We're going to take a look, on cross by Bob Alessi. We're going to take a look at the redirect, and then we're going to actually see right now in the next 20 seconds or so the video of Karen Reed leaving court, which is then followed immediately by a synced video of the Karen clips where Karen admitted to knowing John was dead at 12:25 or 12:30, which is the very moment the data that Hank Brennan had just presented to jurors showed Karen's car backing up and John's phone moving for the last time. Ladies and gentlemen, to say it was absolutely devastating for the Karen Reed defense is an understatement, and you can now see coming up on your screen right now, towel literally in real time as we were talking during this overview. We made this clip earlier, the combination clip, and now I have it to show you for our towel recap. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I am an efficient towel. Let us watch.
Hey, very good. How are y'all? Any reaction to the clips, Karen, that are being played?
No.
How about Shannon Burgess? What do you think about his performance? They had to get him on here, so how do you think he did?
Incredible, or uncredible, I'm not sure what the word is.
So the approach from the north, we actually missed the turn, and John says to me, it's Fairview, we just passed it, it's back there, it's on my left. I said, all right. So I pull into a driveway and back out onto the street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25.
At 12:41, I leave a voice note to John. You can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage truck. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the sled ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door. You hear me walk into the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Thank you.
Whoa. Whoa, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa, indeed. It was huge. I told you it was huge. It was a big, big deal. Karen Reed has just destroyed her entire case. I'm telling you, folks, that's a very, very big deal. Now, let's take a look at how the day began, though. I mean, first of all, I can't believe Karen Reed admitted that. I cannot believe she admitted that, but it's even worse when you watch the context it played out in. Jurors had just seen the data about John's foot to the backup event at that exact time. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to it.
Traveling at 12:32:12.
It would have been traveling in reverse.
And at 12:32:12, do you know how fast the defendant's Lexus was traveling at 12:32:12?
I do not recall.
Mr. O'Keefe's last user interaction with his phone at 12:32:09. Where does that fall within the 10-second window that was captured by the text stream data?
Sure, so that falls within that 8-second window. So again, the text stream event ends somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12. But that does not represent that the backing maneuver has ended. Just the recorded data has ended.
And in your review, do you have, around this time, any other movement of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after 12:32:16?
I did not look at that specifically. It was my understanding that Mr. Whiffen looked at that.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did both these events, the last user interaction and the window captured on the reconciled data for the text stream, happen around the same time?
Yes, they did.
I have no further questions.
Devastating. And ladies and gentlemen, now we'll look at how the day started. It was bad enough that the clip of Karen saying she knew John was dead at 12:25 or 12:30 was right after that. But ladies and gentlemen, it took Hank Brennan 13 minutes to ruin Bob Alessi's nonsensical strategy on Cross yesterday. Let's watch it.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
you know what a sequestration order is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So it would be an order to not view any testimony of a trial, is my general understanding.
Does that mean that you can't watch any of it on television?
Correct.
Do you understand whether or not you can speak to attorneys about testimony? Is that precluded as well?
I'm not aware either way.
Has anybody ever spoken to you about any testimony about that occurred in this trial before you testified?
No, they have not.
Have I ever discussed, intimated, or suggested any information whatsoever to you about arguments, testimony, or anything about this case as it's ongoing?
No, you have not.
Do you follow the rules, sir?
Yes, I do.
Have you followed them in this case?
Yes, I have.
When you gave your opinions and you've testified, do you have any information or knowledge about this trial as it actually occurred until the point when you testified?
No, I do not.
You were asked some questions about your CV. A CV is a resume?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you were asked about a LinkedIn account.
Yes, I was.
Is your LinkedIn account different than your CV?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, when did you learn that your LinkedIn account was wrong or had not been updated? When was the first time you learned that?
That was yesterday.
When you started your LinkedIn account, do you remember when it was you set it up?
I do not. It would have been maybe 10 years ago or more.
Do you routinely update your LinkedIn account?
No, I do not.
When you set up your LinkedIn account, the section where it asks for education, whether graduated or ongoing, do you remember filling out that section?
I don't particularly remember filling it out, but obviously I did at some point.
When you were asked about Aperture's website, how many experts are associated with Aperture?
I could give you a rough number between 80 and 100.
How many offices?
15 or so.
Are you involved in the website design or content?
No, I'm not.
Do you know if Aperture gets the information from their website directly from LinkedIn?
I don't know where they get all of their information from.
Did you ever weigh in or develop your information that was on Aperture's website?
No, not on the website.
You do provide CVs before you come to court, don't you?
Yes, I do.
In this case, you were asked by the defense, when you provide your CV, do you understand that it's going to be reviewed by whoever requests it, the Commonwealth or the defense?
Yes, I do.
And that it will be shared with both sides in the court?
Yes.
In fact, the first time you provided a CV in this case, was it October 11, 2014?
Objection, Your Honor. So the leading nature sustained.
Do you remember the first time you provided a CV in this case?
It would have been around October.
What year?
2024, sorry.
And when you provided that, was it as an exhibit to something?
Yes, if I recall, it was as an exhibit to the initial protocol that I sent out.
And when you submitted that CV, did you appreciate whether or not it would be part of a court filing in public?
Yes, I did.
If I could have exhibit 183, please. (183). You could enlarge the top section. Right there is good. And sir, when you provided this CV to be filed with the court and made public, did you indicate that you had obtained a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Why did you put currently pursuing?
Because I am currently pursuing a bachelor's degree.
And did you understand your CV was received by the defense and they knew this?
Yes, I do understand that.
Subsequently, you were asked to provide an updated CV in April 2025?
Yes, I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
Can we have exhibit 184? Did you further appreciate this would be provided to both the court and the defense?
Yes, I did.
Did you represent to the defense that your education included earning a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
You've testified in, you can take that down, please. You've testified in many other cases
I have, yes.
in courts around the country.
Yes, I have.
And when you've testified in other courts around the country, do you know whether there are transcripts of your actual testimony?
Yes, I believe there are.
Have you ever represented in any court that you achieved your bachelor's degree?
No, I have not.
Have you ever inflated your qualifications in a court?
No, I have not.
When I asked you about some of your background, you told us that you had certificates in Celebrite and Axiom. I didn't go through all of the qualifications and all of the accomplishments you had, did I?
No, you did not.
Do you have professional certifications, GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensic Analysis?
Yes, I do.
Do you have professional certification from CCME, Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Do you have professional certifications as a Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained for the same reason.
I'm sorry?
Sustained for the same reason.
Do you have a number of certificates that I did not ask you about?
Yes, you did.
Can you share some of those with us?
Sure. So one of those is going to be GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. So that's going to be Global Information Assurance certification. And that is basically a 40-hour class or 48-hour class with a test at the end to get that certification. There is also a Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner certification that is specifically to, kind of demonstrate your knowledge of the Celebrite software, as well as Magnet Forensics certifications, again, for their software specifically.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
What was that last part? Sorry.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
No, not currently.
Okay. Did you also take any classes regarding crash data or BOSH?
Yes, I have.
What do you have for certificates in that arena?
So those certifications would be Crash Data Retrieval Technician and Crash Data Retrieval Analyst. So those courses would be around acquiring and analyzing crash data from airbag control modules.
You mentioned that you had over 700 hours
Yes, I do.
of classes and certification.
Yes, that's of classes and classes and seminars or conferences, specifically in digital forensics or vehicle forensics.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
No, I do not.
Is a bachelor's degree a prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates,
Yes.
Stephen Jobs,
Yes.
Oprah Winfrey?
Sustained.
You had become engaged in this case in October 2024?
Correct.
And when you first became engaged, you had a chance to look at photographs and some data?
Yes, I did.
At that point, you hadn't had a chance. Did you have had you had a chance to actually inspect any of the physical property?
No, I had not.
Did you have an understanding that somebody else did?
Yes, I did.
Who?
Miss Gaffney and a number of other people with the MSP.
Attended some type of procedure?
Correct.
And do you know who led the actual procedure?
As far as I'm aware, it would have been Miss Gaffney.
The defense expert?
Correct.
You filed a protocol. What was the purpose in October when you first got involved in filing a protocol?
Sure. So the first purpose of the protocol was just to address the fact that we were missing data that we expected, and address a potential solution to gather more data.
Without having looked at the physical property, the actual boards, how did you conclude simply on data and photographs that there was missing data?
Sure. So that would be reviewing the initial data that was provided, and not seeing user data like I would expect. And that's because there's a number of different chips that are on a circuit board for an infotainment or a telematics or any other module. And there's a number of different data-bearing chips. The purpose of those chips will vary. Some chips' main purpose is to store user data. Some chips' main purpose is to store.
Still watching the recap. We are moving on to the next section of the redirect. So now Hank Brennan has just humiliated Bob Alessi's nonsensical cross yesterday, rehabilitated the witness, and now Brennan immediately moves into why did Karen Reed's expert fail to get the crucial data from Reed's Lexus chips that would show these backup events and the other relevant data that the jury now knows about. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it was glorious. Let's keep watching.
Store software or firmware. So if you're gathering, acquiring data from chips that only have software and firmware, then you would not expect or you would not see user data within those chips.
When you made that analysis and concluded that there was missing data, had there been any report provided by Ms. Gaffney suggesting there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Had there been any analysis or opinion alerting that there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Was there anything to indicate that the person who did this test missed data at that point?
No, not at that point.
When you decided...
As the recap, honorary towel spouse Mandy has gotten a very sad phone call. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure to reach out, give your condolences to honorary towel spouse Mandy. Honorary towel spouse Mandy, you are among your friends, and you don't have to tell us what happened, but even in the middle of the recap, we will pause and we will let you know we are here for you, dear friend. You are surrounded by a fluffy towel universe. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to the recap.
Decided to write a protocol so you could actually look at the boards and do an analysis. Did you put that protocol in writing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember if that was around October 10, 2024?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
Now, when you were cross-examined, the attorney asked you if you knew what the word mendacity meant. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you didn't know. Do you now know that means to lie or be untruthful?
Sustained.
He didn't ask you a question. He just asked you if you knew what the word was. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you remember he also, on cross-examination, suggested that when you had your mistake about megabytes, megabits, it was the defense expert that alerted you to that mistake? Do you remember that suggestion by the defense?
Yes, I do.
Did they ever show you the documents so you could see the chronology?
No, they did not.
Okay. You wrote a report on October 10, 2024. Did you then write another report, a supplemental protocol?
Yes, so I did write that initial protocol and then a supplemental protocol.
Was that on October 17, 2024?
That sounds about right.
When you wrote that a week later, at that point, had you realized your mistake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Why did you...
Sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, you could tell the defense they were getting antsy, and they were right to get antsy. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it was Karen Reed's own expert who misread the data. Ladies and gentlemen, and now after Hank Brennan comes back from Sidebar, we actually see Brennan take the witness through decimating Reed's expert who hasn't even testified yet. Oh, Brennan pulled a brilliant magisterial moment out of the hat, and the towel friends are gonna get to watch it again during recap of day 19/day 20. We're going with day 20 because when a day of trial doesn't happen, that still goes in the record books as continued at the joint request of the parties. And then, ladies and gentlemen, this means we're on day 20. So let's continue.
When you realized your error, what did you do?
So I intended to correct it with a supplemental protocol.
When you corrected it with the supplemental protocol, do you remember what date that was?
Not specifically, I do not.
Okay. If I showed you your report, would that help your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Please don't read this, just look at it. And if it refreshes your memory, let me know, and then I'll ask you a question.
Yes, it does.
When did you correct your error with the supplemental protocol?
That was on October 17th, 2024.
And do you remember the date that you first received any information from Mr. DeSorga?
No, I do not specifically.
Remember the date when Mr. DeSorga's information was first filed?
No, I do not.
And do you know if whether it was after your October 17th supplementary report?
Not specifically, but I believe it was after.
And just so everyone understands, DeSorda is the defense expert who hasn't testified yet. Reed's expert got the window wrong of the backup event and the time John's phone stopped moving. And so now we're gonna watch Burgess critique Reed's expert and just absolutely decimate Reed's expert who hasn't even testified yet. It's glorious.
And so when it was suggested that you had to be schooled or advised by Mr. DeSorga, was that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor.
Word it differently. Word it differently.
The claim that was made that you weren't aware until someone advised you of your error, was that true?
No, that was untrue.
When you realized there was an error and put it in a report, were you ever dissuaded from publicly alerting all the parties of your mistake?
No.
Do you leave stuff in or out of a report if you find it helpful or hurtful to one side?
No, I do not.
Have you, in this effort that you've made in this case, have you always been encouraged to provide all information, regardless of what it is?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I have.
And who's encouraged you to always provide all information, regardless of what it says?
No one. So my job is to assist the jury. So the jury, assisting the jury means presenting all the information.
Have you ever been discouraged by me?
No, I have not.
When you looked at the photographs and you looked at the boards without actually touching them, how long did it take you to figure out that there was some other vehicle for data?
Sure. So it took a few times to look at the photographs before I identified the micro SD card slot.
You were asked whether it's important to be accurate and reliable. Is it in this field?
Yes, it is.
And if data is not found on the chips, is it a standard practice to look elsewhere?
Yes, that would be a standard practice.
Was that done in this case before you became involved?
No, it was not.
Who was the first person to identify where the missing information was?
Myself.
What happens if you miss information because you don't see it?
So if you miss information, that's information that won't help in the analysis.
In this case, the information on the SD card that you found, how important was that to this entire analysis?
It was important to timestamp certain events.
Without that information in the SD card, would you have been able to so accurately timestamp certain events?
No, not so accurately.
Before you were involved, was that information, that very important information for timestamps, was that available for either side?
No, it was not.
Is it now?
It is.
You were asked about Burla. When Burla did not have updated software to simply plug into a car and download the information, what process would have to be used?
Sure. So best practice for vehicle forensics is if the module or a vehicle is not supported by a forensic tool, would be to remove that module, or let me start over, manually document the screens on that infotainment module if it's available and it can be powered up. But then also going through disassembling the module, identifying any type of chips or SD cards that may hold data, and acquiring that data.
Is that called a chip-off process?
It is called a chip-off process.
Does it describe the process well? chip off?
Yes, it does.
Since Ms. Gaffney did the original analysis and did that chip off, has the software updated?
Yes.
Is that the Burla software?
No, I'm sorry. So she has not done a updated analysis with the Burla software.
But has the Burla software itself updated?
So the Burla software itself has updated, but it is limited to, again, plugging in a USB into the infotainment module while it's in the car running.
Does the updates in Burla software have anything to do with the SD card?
No, it does not.
Why not?
Because, again, they're going a different route to acquire data, and they are acquiring a limited amount of data through what's called diagnostic logs. So if you think of diagnostic logs, your radio unit is keeping logs of any time things happen on the radio for manufacturer purposes. So Burla is taking those logs and they can interpret some of those logs. They are not, acquiring all the data.
All right, towel friends, we had a request. We had a request from a new towel friend, Lefty's Gaming Lulz. We had a request for a contextual explanation of what we're talking about. For those wondering, this is a recap of day 19/day 20 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. We are now listening to the redirect of Shannon Burgess, conducted by prosecutor Hank Brennan. And ladies and gentlemen, this specific part of the redirect has to do with what is involved in a chip-off of a Lexus board and what data can be obtained from different sections of the Lexus board. And then this is crucially important, this foundational understanding. You need to listen to this expert witness who is much smarter than me or even Murder by Maestro, although Murder by Maestro speaks in hexadecimal. Did you know Murder by Maestro is 0001? Let's see, 0101 years old in binary? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is true. Murder by Maestro. It actually might be 0001 1001 years old in binary, but he literally speaks binary, and this witness is smarter than both of us. Murder by Maestro may actually speak hexadecimal, which is even more complicated than binary because it involves numbers and letters. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. But needless to say, this is crucially foundationally important testimony because it's technically on redirect, so we already heard this yesterday, and it's very nerdy. And the Aperture witnesses who are coming later, this is the first of 4 witnesses from a company called Aperture. This is testimony for nerds, and I mean that in an endearing way because I like data, and I understand how computers think, and I am a nerd in some sense, just like all of you. We're towel nerds, and this witness is a nerd, and Bob Alessi's a nerd. Hank Brennan's a little bit of a nerd. It's okay. Being a nerd is a virtue. Murder by Maestro is evolving into a quantum towel. I'm an atomic towel. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, this specific part of the recap is about the nature of Karen Reed's Lexus board, and we're going to learn about how Karen Reed's expert, first of all, totally misinterpreted data, one of her experts who hasn't testified yet. And then the other expert, Maggie Gaffney from the first trial, didn't do a proper chip-off. Conveniently, the chip-off that got messed up meant that during the first trial, key parts of Karen Reed's Lexus data weren't available. And then all of a sudden, Hank Brennan's expert during the second trial figures out how to do the chip-off. But it's incredibly complicated because you can't just take this data off and plug it into a computer. You have to read it off like a PCB board using a chip reader. It involves like desoldering, I'm sure. It's very complicated. Ladies and gentlemen, this is foundational nerdy testimony, but oh my goodness, is it important. If you understand what the witness is talking about, if you understand the nature of how these boards work, what you're really hearing is testimony about how Karen Reed's expert during the first trial failed to do an appropriate chip off. Ladies and gentlemen, oh my goodness, that's the layperson's interpretation. And yes, nerds are awesome. Allie 90211 has seconded the motion. Nerds are wonderful. Yes, Maggie Gaffney is a defense witness from the first trial who did the chip off. That was so poor that it only got 2.4 gigs of 8 gigs of data. We now know that 2 specific boards of that chip off were not done. The infotainment system, which has the backup event, which is the key data in all of this at around 12:32:04 or so a.m., right before John's phone stopped moving at 12:32 and 16 seconds or 09 seconds, depending on which clock you're using. using AM that morning. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Maggie Gaffney also failed to remove an SD card, which is a fundamental component of the chip-off. And although that SD card didn't have as much valuable data as the Lexus EDR black box and the Lexus infotainment system chip that were also not extracted during the first trial, it is still a big deal, ladies and gentlemen. And I am providing the commentary that Little Towels have requested, whether you're a new towel, an old towel friend, whether you are a wonderful towel friend, or you have different views, or you're just a towel in general. I will pause commentary and I will pause the video and explain to you what's going on if you so ask, and I happen to catch it while amongst doing other things. Now let's go back to this witness talking about why taking that data off the PCB board and why Karen Reed's expert screwing it up was such a big deal.
That is on the SD card itself.
You have drafted a number of reports in this case.
I have, yes.
Regarding the chip-off process, did Ms. Gaffney ever write a report?
No, not that I'm aware of.
When you wrote reports in this case, do you expect for them to be shared?
Yes, I do.
When other experts, like, for example, Mr. DeSorga writes a report, do you expect to have a copy and review it?
Yes.
Sustained.
What is the standard practice when there are reports from different experts regarding the same subject matter?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there a standard practice regarding reviewing reports from similar experts in similar subject matter?
Sure. So anytime a report is written by an expert, that report would be provided and shared with opposing experts.
Reports, do they always come at the same time in a case?
No, they do not.
When you wrote your reports, how would you provide them so they could be disseminated?
Sure. So that I would typically provide them to the client or the attorney that hired me, and then that would be disseminated from there.
Did you have an opportunity to receive Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided that by me, the Commonwealth?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked or given any direction on what you could or should do?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to avoid anything?
No, I was not.
What did you see your role as when you receive a report from another expert like Mr. DeSorga?
Sure. So when I receive a report, I would typically review it and then make a decision if it's better to address any issues in that report through testimony or address those with a supplemental report.
And in that analysis, do you follow your own discretion or do you follow directions of the client?
No, I would follow my own discretion.
Did you ever receive any direction on what you should and shouldn't do regarding considering Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, I did not.
When you looked at Mr. DeSorga's report, did you have concerns about his report?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about his report in detail. Before we get there, share with us what your general concerns were about Mr. DeSorga's report when you reviewed the whole report.
Sure. So what Mr. DeSorga does is take a couple different adjustment methods to attempt to adjust the clock from the Lexus with the iPhone. But what he does is takes a lot of methods or data points that are not applicable to the time that we're interested in.
What do you mean? Can you explain with a little more specificity what he does?
Sure. So if you think about it, your clock is constantly, changing as far as it syncs up with other GPS satellites or network time servers, and it's updating constantly. So a clock variance between two devices may be different at, say, 12 o'clock in the day versus 1 o'clock in the day. So best practice is to choose an event that is nearest to your time in question, so you have the most appropriate adjustment for that clock variance.
Mr. DeSorga's analysis, did he choose the event most closely tied to the backing up event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The backing up event, are you familiar with that time frame?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Was Mr. DeSorga's analysis based on information most closely related to that event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What information did Mr. DeSorga choose to use for that analysis relative to the backing up event?
Sure. So he chose a couple things. That's going to be call logs that happened on both devices or that was recorded on both devices, as well as a GPS data point, which was incorrectly identified as being near that or encompassing that 3-point turn. So what we did is did a more thorough analysis of that 3-point turn event when it occurred within the iPhone data, and then compared that and adjusted with the Lexus.
Explain to us your concern about using call logs.
Sure. So there's a number of call logs that you saw earlier that were recorded by the phone and the Lexus. The one thing you'll notice, and it's hard to kind of go back to it without the graph, but the calls that happened between 1 and 5 o'clock that morning actually happened when the car was powered off. We know that based on the power on and power off events. So those timestamps that are recorded with that 2-second and 1-second offset is actually from Mrs. Reed's iPhone as she gets back in the vehicle and her phone connects up and syncs back up. So the 8-second and the 16 or 21-second offset are the only offsets that we have to compare to calls.
Was that a concern?
It was a concern.
Why?
Because if you're using the 1 and 2-second offsets, that could be misleading because it's not actually comparing the Lexus clock with the iPhone clock from Mr. O'Keefe.
What's it doing?
It's comparing the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock with Mrs. Reed's iPhone clock.
What other concerns?
Sure. So the other concern was a GPS point known as GPS 154, which if you remember yesterday, we talked about a little bit. So that was misidentified as being the end or towards the end of that 3-point turn. But when we look closer at all the location data, we can see that actually occurs between 12:23:59 and I believe it was 12:24:07.
Let me ask you some questions about what compelled you to look at the 3-point turn and synchronize the clocks. Were you aware of Mr. Whiffin's report where he offered that the last user interaction on Mr. Whiffin's phone was 12:32:09?
Objection, Your Honor.
No. You were asked, did you consider Mr. Whiffin's report where there was a last user interaction of 12:32:09 by the user?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
You were asked if you considered that. Did you know that information?
I did know that information was available and existed, but I did not use that in my analysis for the clock synchronization.
Did that have any part of your motivation to do the clock synchronization?
No, it did not.
Were you attempting to match the synchronization with any of this other information that exists in data?
No, I was not.
You were also asked if you were aware of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that at 12:32:16 it ended its movement.
Yes, I was aware of that, yes.
Did that in any way affect your interest or your decision to synchronize the clocks?
No, it did not. So my primary focus and to adjust the clocks was because I thought the PowerPoint slides by Mr. DeSogra were misleading.
When you were shown Exhibit 190, can we have 190, please? You were shown this chart. Was this the entirety of Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, it was not.
Was there text information offered by Mr. DeSorga to give his position or explanation of this?
Yes, there was.
Is that included in this exhibit?
No, it's not.
Did you get a chance to read Mr. DeSorga's report, including the actual text explaining his analysis and process leading to this chart?
Yes, I was.
Did you look at Mr. DeSorga's entire report?
Yes, I did.
I move to introduce Mr. DeSorga's report.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. So this was triple D for identification. We need to make specific.
You said as a result of Mr. DeSorga's report, you were concerned, so that compelled you to do your analysis that resulted in your May 8th report?
Correct.
I want you to take us through Mr. DeSorga's report and explain to the jury what concerned you about his analysis.
Sure.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put this page 1 of this report. Is this the front cover of Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
Turn to page 2, please. What do you recognize this slide or photograph coming from?
Sure. So this slide is coming from Dr. Welcher's overall PowerPoint slides.
When you first saw this slide, where did you first see, which source did you first see this through?
Through Mr. DeSorga's PowerPoint.
Well, Dr. Welcher works at Aperture, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Did you know he was working on this case?
Yes, I did.
Was he providing you his PowerPoint or slides before this point?
No, he was not.
When you first saw this slide, did you see information about the timing of the text stream event, which was the backing maneuver?
Yes, I did.
And what time did that show?
Can we blow it up just so I don't get the time
Please.
wrong?
Up, please. I'm sorry. Up. There we go. Thank you, Ms. Gilman.
Sure. So that's got the text stream event ending at 12:31:43.
These text stream events that are captured, do you know how long of the event is captured? How many seconds?
Yes. So approximately 5 seconds before the trigger threshold is met and 5 seconds after.
When this information that you reviewed in Mr. DeSorga's report, do you know what clock is used to identify the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43?
Yes, I do.
And what clock is that?
So that's a combination of the Lexus clock that's coming from the infotainment center, as well as the running timer that we discussed yesterday, that's coming from the airbag module itself.
Is the source of that time important?
Yes, it is.
If you compare time from a different clock with time from a different clock and don't synchronize the two, does that lead you to an accurate result?
No, it does not.
When you were answering questions, you repeatedly were saying, according to the Lexus clock. Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly? One moment, please.
Sure.
Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly?
Sure. So to make sure that the jury understood that that timestamp was coming from the Lexus itself and was not an adjusted timestamp to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Could you scroll down, please, Ms. Gilman? Up a little bit, please. Thank you. The 3209, what did you understand that information to be?
Sure. So that is information I understood to be the last device lock recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And what clock did you understand that time came from?
That would come from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock.
If you reconciled his iPhone clock information, or if you compared it without reconciling to the Lexus information, what's the danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Is there any danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Is there any danger in comparing two times if you don't consider the clocks that they came from?
Yes, there is. So you could essentially be, in inaccurate time for when that event actually occurred.
If you could just scroll down to the bottom so we could see the rest of that. You mentioned the word variance yesterday during your direct examination. I'm going to ask you to look at that box that has the green around it. Is that an example of variance?
Yes, that is an example of variance.
There you go, towel friends. There you go. I thought we had more to go. We didn't. I was like, oh, there's more testimony. I'll just sit here and enjoy it. I'm so used to just watching hours and hours of testimony, but nope. That was the end, ladies and gentlemen. That was one of the more important parts. Now I have the most devastating part. This was the end of the redirect. It was so bad for Karen Reed. Oh, look at how Burgess ended the redirect. Look at that backup, folks. Look at the backup event. And then look at John O'Keefe's last movement. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it was devastating. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Let's watch it. It's only 2 minutes. It all built up to this. The backup event right as John O'Keefe's phone stopped moving. And then we're going to watch the Karen clips again because God knows we love the Karen clips. And also, God bless Mandy Strong. Oh, no, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Mandy, I missed the comment. Oh, God bless you for being with your friend Mandy Strong. And your towel friends are here with you, and it means a lot to us that you shared that with us. And God bless you, dear friend. Oh. All right, let's listen to this testimony. It was a big moment, but also we are a fluffy, warm universe of towels here, and we pause recap sometimes to confront our comfort our towel friends, and also confront the reality of a world that will one day be defined by unconditional love and toleration. Let's listen.
Traveling at 12:32:12.
It would have been traveling in reverse.
And at 12:32:12, do you know how fast the defendant's Lexus was traveling at 12:32:12?
I do not recall.
Mr. O'Keefe's last user interaction with his phone at 12:32:09. Where does that fall within the 10-second window that was captured by the text stream data?
Sure, so that falls within that 8-second window. So again, the text stream event ends somewhere between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12. But that does not represent that the backing maneuver has ended. Just the recorded data has ended.
And in your review, do you have, around this time, any other movement of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after 12:32:16?
I did not look at that specifically. It was my understanding that Mr. Whiffen looked at that.
To a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, did both these events, the last user interaction and the window captured on the reconciled data for the text stream, happen around the same time?
Yes, they did.
I have no further questions.
Boom. That's how you end a redirect, ladies and gentlemen. Boom. That's how you end a redirect. That is how you end a redirect, towel friends. And then you want to know how you make it even worse? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you come through and you leave Karen Reed just absolutely speechless outside of court. Look at this. Watch the Karen clips, ladies and gentlemen. Watch Karen's reaction because the Karen clips had just played. Watch how Karen reacts in this 16-second clip, and then we go right into the Karen clips. Karen knew John O'Keefe was dead around 12:30 a.m. right as that vehicle data shows, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness, it was quite a moment. Let's watch.
Hey guys. Very good. How are y'all? Any reaction to the clips, Karen, that are being played?
No.
How about Shannon Burgess? What do you think about his performance? They had to get him on there, so how do you think he did?
Incredible, or uncredible, I'm not sure what the word is.
So we approach from the north, we actually missed the turn, and John says to me, it's fairly, we just passed it, it's back there, it's on my left. And I said, all right, so I pull nose into a driveway and back out on to Street, which I now own as Cedar Crest, and then you come from the north onto Fairview.
Like the next play, clip 25.
At 12:41, I leave a voicemail to John where you can clearly, and this will probably be played on Monday, you can clearly hear me pull into John's garage. You can hear my car sensors beeping as I come close to the sides of the garage door. Beep, 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 beep. And then you hear the car go off, and then you hear the slap ding, ding, ding as I open the door, shut the door. I had high heels on that night. You hear me walk in, go into the stairs up into the kitchen, shut the door, and you hear me walk into the kitchen. It's like a full minute long. That's at 12:41.
And finally, clip 24.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Oh my word, folks. Oh my word, it's as bad as it could be for Karen Reed. Oh my word, towel friends, you saw it there. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, it's as bad as it could be. Wow, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. We're not ending the towel stream, ladies and gentlemen, but we are ending the recap. So if you enjoyed this recap of day 19/day 20 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, you can watch more. You can find more of this content, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Going to end this clip. So it started about 4:25, ended about 5:25. We did an hour-long recap. Oh, towel friends, look how effective we are. Someone asked earlier, by the way, as we end this recap, why do we all call ourselves towels? Well, someone mocked me one time a year and a half ago or something. Some random account like Stoop Kid or something, might have been a Turtle Boy fan. He was like, Grant calls himself a towel. His pronouns are towel. And I was like, oh, my pronouns are towel? I'm just going to become a towel. And look at this. We birthed a legion of towels. It is a towel universe. Come join the chat. See all these wonderful human beings. Ladies and gentlemen, you're seeing the wonderfully informative chat. We call the towel chat a Tesseract towel chat. It is like a four-dimensional entity that exists on a 3D plane, leaving an imprint on your screen. The towel friends chat with me and give informative remarks. It's like a Socratic dialogue. The towel friends chat with each other and provide a warm, fluffy embrace in all moments during the trial and otherwise. They become friends with each other. It is wonderful. Not everyone gets along all the time, but that's just what a giant group of people is like. We still try to be nice to each other. Even the people sometimes who are FKR are very kind to the people who are like either anti-Karen Reed or pro-justice for John O'Keefe. They all comfort each other here. It is a glorious, interconnected towel universe. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the towels are also existing within their own world and making their own comments. And so, therefore, it's a four-dimensional towel Tesseract chat, which interacts on a 3D plane with the wider universe through the towel chat on the screen. Yes, that is my proof that the chat is a Tesseract. I'm not really sure what that had to do with the wrap-up, but watch, you join us. It's hilarious sometimes on this stream, even though we discuss very difficult things. Moments of levity are important. My name's Grant Smith Ellis, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis, each and every day for coverage of the Karen Reed trial. I don't know exactly what time we're starting up tomorrow, but I'll be with you in the morning. Then I'll let the stream start up, and then I will pick up with you about 9. So basically, our plan tomorrow is 7:30 a.m. start. I'll let court start up either with a motion hearing. Maybe we start a little late, around 9:15 or so. I'll go to my towel doctor's appointment. I have had a lot of towel appointments this week and busy things to do, and then I'll come back with you about 10:30. But yeah, that's what happens when towel's health is not going well and everything. But towel is fighting, and your towel support keeps me pushing through, ladies and gentlemen. Health, side effects or otherwise, I draw strength from the towel friends. You can join us each and every day, and I'm going to end this recap now. So about 5:25, that will allow me to make a nice, clean clip. Perfect. All right, towel friends, let's talk to each other now. Okay, so that was quite a day. Oh, goodness, towel friends. A lot happened very quickly, and we just did a full recap. It was wonderful to do that. Now, if you're still watching, I am going to check in the chat. Yes, absolutely. Prayers for the O'Keefe family and friends. Yay for towels of the world. You can tell Big Towel feels good today. He is on a tear. Oh, that's funny. Yes, absolutely, Olive. I agree. Sending warm hugs to all the fellow towels. You too, dear Alana, and please stay in touch. We're going to figure out how people can contact Towel. Maybe I'll make like a side email address. We'll figure out a way for you to contact me directly. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless so many of you. And then furthermore, it was a crazy day. That clip of Karen was definitely the highlight. That is just making the rounds, ladies and gentlemen. In April of 2024, while Karen Reed was on trial the first time, as Eva has pointed out, Karen was openly admitting she knew John O'Keefe was dead at 12:25 or 12:30. Karen Reed's car backed up at 12:31. John's phone stopped moving at 12:32. Ladies and gentlemen, she basically admitted it, and Hank Brennan's got up to 20 more clips to go. Oh, goodness. But yes, a big hug, Alana. Alana, right back to you from all of your fellow towels. I know that each and every person today is just in the towel chat has been appreciating the opportunity to not only get support from their fellow towels, but to celebrate those amazing moments, the Karen clip moments we didn't know were coming, the data syncing up. It's all crescendoing towards a conviction, folks, in my opinion, on at least one count. It is quite a day. Now, yes, it was very nerdy, and yes, people like Murder by Maestro and Mandy Strong and Eva and myself and Dewdrops and so many other wonderful towels. We were definitely able to eventually tease out what was being talked about, but we did it in real time as a cohesive fabric of the towel universe, and God bless so many of you for being here for that process. It was wonderful. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, LLA, I'm so glad I can make you laugh. That is my vocation. That is me living up to my eudaimonia, as the ancient Greeks would say, or summum bonum in the Latin. My greatest good, ladies and gentlemen. My asymptotic towel form, in line with human perfectibility, being an asymptote, is that I am trying to use entertainment as a hook to engender cogent public discourse to ward off the usurpation of our representative form of democracy. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I think using humor and entertainment as a hook to facilitate education and informative content is the true eudaimonia of a public information service. And I'm pretty sure that's the first time that sentence has been said in the history of the English language. Oh, the humanity. Yes, elevate the process. God bless you, dear friend. Now, okay, 3-part closing. We do the same thing every day, towel friends, as much as I would love to sit here. Listen, 3 things. 1, it's Towel's birthday on Saturday, and there are no people and towels in the world that I would rather spend time with than you all. So I think we're going to do a special Towel birthday stream on Saturday. Okay, so that's going to be May 24th. It's the first time I've ever done this. I don't know what we're going to do. I don't know how we're going to do it. I will do a case recap. Oh, that's what I was saying. I'm going to answer all your questions and comments. It'll be a stream about you. It'll also be Towel's birthday. Maybe I'll get some kind of Carvel cake, and I will eat. I really like Carvel cake, and I will eat a piece of it, and we can all celebrate Towel's birthday. But in return, we'll also spend like 8 hours answering all your questions and comments about the trial so far. That is how I want to spend Towel's birthday, ladies and gentlemen. And so that's what we're going to do. I'm going to order cake. I'm going to get a cake. I'm going to sit here. I'm going to talk to you all, and that will make me a very happy Towel. Yay! But 3-part closing. Looking forward to Saturday's birthday stream. We'll figure out exactly when we're going to do it. It'll be called Towel Birthday Celebration Stream / Ask Me Questions about the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. Oh, goodness. My life is a theater of the absurd. But if you do like this stream, ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoyed this content, if you learned something today, oh, God bless so many of you. You are home, Second Beach Girl. I am a Gemini. God bless you, Deaf Otter. A national holiday, May 24th. Hey, elevate the process. Mandy Strong, none your business. God bless so many of you. I see Camilla Mosley in there as well. But okay, 3-part closing. I just want to hang out with you all. You're all such wonderful people. 3-part closing. Number 1, if you learned something today, if you benefited from this stream, if you thought it was useful, you know what you can do? It costs absolutely nothing, and I think it's wonderful. You can click the like button while the stream is still going. I don't actually like my own streams, but it does give me the ability to do it, which I think is hilarious. You can also subscribe to this channel, which is, it really helps the channel apparently if you click the subscribe button, clicking the reacts and the hearts. We're almost at 1.25 thousand subscribers, folks. We are heading towards the 2,000 subscriber mark. It feels like we just passed the 1,000 subscriber mark. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I can't wait to see you, Alana. God bless you, dear friend. Okay, Camilla Mosley, you try to ask your question. You do it. I'll be here to answer if I can see it right now, or we'll do it Saturday. I'll try to do it now. I'm watching. But yes, another way, because we have to do a 3-part closing. So let me slowly proceed through this. If you benefited from this stream, another way you can help the stream, there's actually a few ways. One, did you know you can become a member of Towel Stream? Yes, Camilla. Do I have to? Let me scroll up. You can ask your question, Camilla. Oh, God bless you, Mandy Strong. You are so kind to be with your friend. You are, but yes, even if you pop in for a few minutes on birthday stream, all of us towels will be celebrating. Oh, Beach Nance, of course, don't worry. I say hello to absolutely everyone before we close the stream. It's just I'm randomly looking at the comments and I'm seeing people have questions. Trust me, towel friends, I will never forget any of you. You are all wonderful little towels. I memorize things about each and every one of you. I don't know if it's on purpose or not, but you say things and I remember them. Oh, God bless so many of you. But yes, if you want to learn more about Towel Stream, you can click on the membership button. You can get some emojis. You can gift memberships to other people. Sometimes randomly the people who stay to the end of the stream get a membership parade and then I just start yelling. That's hilarious. But yeah, every single person who supported the stream today, special shout out to Courtney Myers for her a wonderful generosity. And then we had Pat as well. So hold on, let me do each one, ladies and gentlemen. I have the ability to do this. I am a towel. I have the ability to sort by, hold on, I have the ability to sort by support here, so let me do that. Even though it's going to make it a little hard to go back through all of your names, I want to say a very special thank you to the towel friends who have been so kind today. You all just continually show support. Oh, there's even a link to become a towel member. God bless you, Murder by Maestro. Oh my goodness, you all flooded the chat with towel support today. Paul Doherty again, God bless you, friend. Mandy Strong, you started off the day strong for us, honorary towel spouse. Thank you again. Courtney Myers, God bless you, dear friend. You just lit up Little Towels Day. Eva, your dancing pair was wonderful. God bless you, Dewdrops, the most loyal, wonderful towelette the world has ever seen, the leader of the towelettes. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Pilgrim Shadow, God bless you, dear friend. You are a super towel in so many ways, and your very presence warms Little Towels Day. Pat Brooks, thank you as well. God bless you, dear friend. That emoji of the dancing pair is the greatest. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, dancing emojis. Luisa Ramirez, oh, God bless you, dear friend. Thank you so much. And Mandy Strong closing out the day. Now, listen, that is just some of the ways, whether you like the chat, like the stream, subscribe, memberships, all of your support. This is a public information service. There are no sponsors, although 7-Eleven can sponsor me, and I will tell people about their pizza because I eat it anyway, and it's only $1.50 a slice. There's no sponsors. There are ads, but they're not like, I'm not running ads. YouTube chooses to run ads in this feed, which is great. I'm glad they're doing that. That helps. Every little penny helps. But ladies and gentlemen, this is a user-supported public information service, okay? So if you want to see this kind of content, if you want to help other people learn, you want to get people more involved, there are different streaming costs and software costs and hosting costs, and I need to get more hard drives now because I've used like 3 terabytes of space over the past month. I cannot tell you how much digital data is created trying to create a full archive of this entire trial. Oh, God bless you, Mandy Strong. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, please do not feel obligated. Towel is doing his best right now, so I'm not even going to put the donation links in chat. On days where like I'm struggling, you might see me like every 90 minutes link the donation stuff. I'm doing all right. You all have been helping Little Towel. More importantly, though, if you really found this useful, it's not about just helping this public information service continue to exist. Maybe we can bring on more like interns, reporters, like my editor is thinking about how we can structure this all, and there's just a lot of paperwork that I have to do and things like that, but we'll talk about it over the coming months. But it's not just about that. If you really benefited from this today, okay, if you learned something, if you feel like the world was made better by virtue of this content, then look for reasons to go out and do small acts of service. Okay? There's so many people out there who look for reasons to do anything but. But here, we have the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to go out and through one act of service at a time, make the world just a little bit better. And whether you pay it forward, what you learned here today, or the times you had, the camaraderie, whether you pay it forward by a simple act of service like donating to homeless veterans, or giving a smile to someone on the street, or a hug to, or a handshake to a neighbor, or calling a family member, or hanging out with a friend you haven't seen in a while, or donating 200 tomato plants like Francis Futrell and having them named honorary towels, ladies and gentlemen, look for reasons to be a source of light in the world. If only we, through 6 degrees of separation, can, instead of 6 degrees of Chewbacca, 6 degrees of authentic separation, inspire that kind of change for the better in the world through those small acts of service, then maybe, just maybe, we can bring about a new political paradigm, not defined by the realpolitik of preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power, but instead defined by a world where we preserve, demonstrate, and expand our capacity for universal and unconditional love by way of those small acts of service. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, now for your favorite time of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, I get to say hello to so many of you. I saw Kerry Gold in there. God bless you, dear friend. Murder by Maestro, you are a super towel. God bless you, friend. We're going to actually scroll through as I say hello to everyone. Mandy Strong, God bless you, friend. Miss Lisa, it was great to see you pop up in chat. Kerry Gold, Murder by Maestro, I'll say your names again. You are both super towels. Camilla Mosley, you are absolutely wonderful. Eva, dear friend, thank you for all of your wonderful comments. I just want to let you know my dad spent his last years just across the bay from you, just across the bay from, not you, but Oak Bluffs, so close to the islands over in Falmouth, and he loved it very much. He loved it very much. Nunya Business, God bless you, friend. It was great to see you in chat. Miss Lisa, you as well, dear friend. You are so wonderful. Thank you again for popping up. Second Beach Gal, love all of your comments and was so glad you rejoined us. Camilla Mosley, as I mentioned, thank you for your wonderful questions. Oh, of course, Murder by Maestro is just chatting. DJ, oh, dear friend, love Team Towel. You are appreciated. Mandy Strong, honorary towel spouse. I'm so glad you're with us. Pat Brooks, you're still here. God bless you. And yes, justice for John O'Keefe. Absolutely. Alana, you're such a wonderful towel friend. You, oh goodness, yes, some of you have been here from literally when this channel started growing, and Towel will be with you until the very end. I'll remember all your names. We could have 30,000 people in here. I'll be like, nope, we have to talk about Alana's dog, the service dog. There's no debate about it. And then 30,000 people will be like, oh, we love this service dog. It will be wonderful. JJ, God bless you, dear friend. Thank you for the early birthday wishes. Murder by Maestro coming in clutch with the towel membership link. God bless you, friend. Thank you so much. Best day ever. Someone said earlier, I agree. Deb H, I absolutely will do a recap on Hank's triumph and the defense loses. Oh, your birthday's Friday. Happy early birthday, Deb H. Towel friends. We will have a all-around towel birthday celebration. We have Court Off Friday, but Saturday we'll do this celebration. We'll also celebrate Deb H. Gemini's for the win. Also, did you notice how proud Hank Brendan was when he said clip 24? That man knew. He knew, ladies and gentlemen. He knew how devastating that clip was. Oh, God bless you, Miss Lisa. Thank you so much. I'm reading both. I'm reading comments and scrolling back. Alicia 4801, love your username. God bless you, dear friend. Tenacious P. Absolutely love all your comments. You are a super towel. 65 CJ5. Never stop, my dear friend. You, whether we've had too many birthdays or not, you are an erudite, cogent, and wonderful towel. Oh, God bless. Deaf Otter, God bless you, friend. I know I said hello earlier, but you are a super towel of the highest order, and I will always remember otters because of you. Not just deaf otters, but all otters. But deaf otters in particular are amazing. Oh, elevate the process. You are such a wonderful super towel. Anthony Barton, thank you for the early birthday wishes. Super towel, Christina, I saw you. We will start with updates tomorrow. Today was a truncated day for towel. We will do our reporter towel, Christina, updates overnight. I don't know if you heard, Christina, but somehow we decided that there was some relevance. I think Poland came up in the try. Someone in the chat was talking about either Poland or Norway being behind the conspiracy. Oh, I think we have to come up with some kind of meme about how Karen Reed cannot into space. That's how long I've been on the internet. And Whittick, oh, you wonderful dear towel friend. I know that you popped up a little late and you're getting caught up. I hope you enjoy the recap. I hope you found all the information useful. Do you see what happens when towel starts at 11 a.m., folks, 10:45 a.m.? If I don't start at 7:30, then at 5:45 p.m., I am yelling like a mad little towel. Look how much energy I have. Who gave me 6 coffees today? This should not be legal. I am a towel. You can't give towels 6 coffees. It just does not work, ladies and gentlemen. By 5:50 p.m., I'm just yelling like a mad towel. I'm reading hundreds of comments just to say hello to people. Oh, Macy, dear towel friend, you are absolutely wonderful. Yeah, it was great. You are not a baby towelette. You are learning every single day. You are a mama towelette to your towel friends, and you will become a super legal towelette any day now. I know it, Macy. Macy, you'll take over a small country and you'll say, I used my newfound towelette legal skills to facilitate the rise of democracy in this country. And then they will say, why are you here? This is our country. Hello, Alana again. Paula, it was great to see you all day, dear towel friend. You know you are appreciated, Paula. I love so many of your comments. You get so excited when you join the chat, and I do too. Kerry Gold and JJ, dear friends, and all of 19 with the scoop of the century. I think we have to call all of 19 another. Okay, so Christina Towel is our on the ground reporter towel. Olive is, we're going to have to call like all of our, we can't, so I don't think, we have to have different assignments, okay? So Christina is the on-the-ground photographer reporter towel. That's like, you win Pulitzers for that. And then you can also win Pulitzers for like investigative journalism, okay? So Olive 19 is our investigative journalist. Christina is our investigative photojournalist, and I am a towel. I'm very glad we've all come to terms with this, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, Mandy. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Mandy Strong literally put a sticker in the chat of a cat. Hold on. Elevate. I'm going to have to scroll back up to that part of the chat now because I have to reload all this new part of the chat. Hold on. There is no way that I am not putting that cat on the screen. It would be a crime against towels. It would be illegal, I'm pretty sure, under the Geneva Convention. Look at that cat. Oh, my goodness. No, get that out of there. Look at that cat. How dare you? How dare you? Look at that cat. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, that is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. I just want to sit and look at that cat. Oh, my word. Talk about an all-time emoji sticker. It's a cat. Oh, my goodness. That cat is an honorary towel. What? Oh, dear God. I cannot stand the cuteness. I am going to start giggling, ladies and gentlemen. I am way too awake for 6 o'clock at night, and I am going to start giggling. All right, you did it, Mandy Strong. If your goal was to get me to giggle, You have done it. You have done a service to the towel friends who are now going to start laughing. Yes, I'm going to continue drinking electrolytes. Don't worry, towel friends. The only thing that we have to do is continue to say hello. I will not stop in saying hello to people in the towel chat until I get Jennifer Ray. It's great to see you, dear towel friend. Absolutely wonderful to see you. Until I get to the top of the scroll back, I'm not stopping. B Rabbit, it was great to see you, dear friend. I love your username. I love your profile picture, and your contributions are even better. Bridge, absolutely love your username too because it's a wonderful pun. I like bridges and people named Bridget. There you go. Maybe that's not your name. Maybe you're from Bridgewater. Either way, I think it's a wonderful name. My Mountain View. Oh, you have a wonderful name as well. I would love to just sit and look at a mountain. Oh my goodness, you must enjoy that very much. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, look at the towel chat. Just to go back like 20 minutes in the towel chat, first of all, it takes like 20 minutes to scroll. Second of all, look at how much you all chat. You all have so much fun with each other. Oh, Empire, I'm going to add you as an honorary towel. Hold on. I'm sorry I missed you earlier, and I'm sorry I missed your comment. So I clicked the little button there. All right, there you go. I clicked that. The Turtle Boy rulings are pretty bad. That means at least 10 of his charges are going to full trial, probably more. You only get really one motion to dismiss. Pilgrim Shadow, God bless you, dear friend. Allie90211, I love your username, not just because it reminds me of Beverly Hills 90210, which was a simpler time and makes me think of Orange County with the song by Phantom Planet called California, but also because you just have an amazing username. My Mountain View, as I mentioned, your username is amazing. Paul Doherty, you got a super towel chat, and welcome, and thank you earlier. You are wonderful. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I think I see another towel chat has popped up. Correction 101, hello, dear friend. You are wonderful. DJ, Karen, I saw you in there as well. Claudia, Franco, both you and Karen make me smile every time you chat pop up, dear friends. Towels around the world, unite, ladies and gentlemen. Look at all these wonderful towel friends, and you know I'm scrolling up. None of your business, you even got in there as well. Now, hold on. I saw someone may have sent another wonderful towel emoji. Hold on, I cannot. I am a man. Oh, Pat Brooks. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Pat Brooks sent a picture of a lemon holding up what seems to be a baby pear. They are both honorary towels. You can't see it on your screen, yet I have to bump it up from a little bit. It will bump up in. Oh my goodness, there it is. If that is not the greatest emoji you have, first of all, Pat Brooks, God bless you, dear towel friend. Second of all, if that is not the greatest emoji you have ever seen in your entire life, oh my God, I cannot. The people are going to just start trying to make me giggle. Oh God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen. No, I don't want it to scroll out the screen. I just want to look at it. Oh, look at the thing. Look at it. Oh, how not love that? How can you not love a lemon hugging some kind of pear? Oh, they're both honorary towels. That is the cutest. Oh, goodness. If I keep saying it's the cutest thing I've ever seen, I'm going to fall in love with every emoji, ladies and gentlemen. I saw Jill Austin pop up. Hello from the Gold Coast. Listen, I cannot believe the brave little towels. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I cannot believe how many different towel friends we have. Oh my word. We have towel friends from all over the world, ladies and gentlemen. Towel friends from Australia, from Florida, from Germany, from Bosnia-Herzegovina, from Zimbabwe, from Portugal, from the UK, from France, from, I think we even had some Southeast Asian, like Myanmar, no, maybe not Myanmar, but the Philippines, Malaysia. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, there are multiple countries in Africa where people are watching Little Towel. I'm absolutely astounded. I'm somewhat perplexed. When someone was like, I'm in Zimbabwe, I was like, that is the coolest thing in the world. I'm just talking to like 17 countries at once. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen, we need to be careful. The governments are going to, the world's governments are going to start having a meeting, and they're going to be like, why are our people watching this guy who thinks he's an anthropomorphic towel, who thinks he's a horse racing announcer, who won't stop talking about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and why is this actually a subversive plot to bring about a new world order based on unconditional love and toleration? And do we have to be worried about this man overthrowing the current socio-political world order? And I think that's hilarious. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, some of you truly make Little Towels Day. I cannot tell you how much you make Little Towels Day. All I want to do sometimes is end the stream by just going through and saying hello to all of you. Chris, KHRIS, it was great to see you pop up, dear friend. I'm always so glad. Almost 1.25K subscribers. Little Towels. There's nothing I enjoy more than finishing up the day, saying hello to so many of you, and then laughing about how I'm an anthropomorphic towel. It might be a chick, Olive 19. I thought it was some kind of like lemon. Listen, whatever the emoji was, the goal is to make Towel giggle, and it totally did that. Dude, welcome to the Towel Derby. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we didn't even get to talk about the horses down the park at the starting gate. I am an anthropomorphic towel. Oh, yes. All right, towel friends, listen, how about I get some rest? I got to get these recaps up. I actually got to go put together another clip of Karen Reed because I want to redo the Karen clips. I want to make it a little bit more proficient in HD. That clip is very important. Then I want to splice it up to just the moment where Karen talks about John confirming John was dead at 12:25 and 12:30. Then I have to upload that hour-long recap, and then I have to get tomorrow's stream ready. So God bless you all, towel friends. Yes, Hank Brennan did say I can call him Hank. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. All right, let's watch the Call Me Hank clip. Fine. That's how we'll end the day. Everyone loves the Just You Can Call Me Hank clip. Who wants to watch the Hank Brennan clip saying you can call me Hank? I know. You all want to see it. It's the moment you've all been waiting for. Hank Brennan saying that I can call him Hank. Which means Hank Brennan knows about all of you towels. He knows about it. He knows. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir. I will, Hank. All right, there you go. As Hank Brennan walks off into the sunset, friends, I think that's a great way to end our night. Everybody enjoy your night. Get some rest. Go watch your other recaps. Make sure you support the channels that are doing good things. Continue to be wonderful towels. As you know, we always end the X stream first, so let's say goodbye to our friends over on X. It was great to see you folks today. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow, 7:30. Full day of towel, although I am going to take a little break to go to the doctor's in the morning. All right, X friends, going to say goodbye to you. Oh, you two friends, you know what that means. It's just us. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. Wicked Hoover, that was, I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to say. All right. Oh, goodness. All right, YouTube friends, you know I also always like to close by saying I do think we have created a really special community over here. Some of you, I've seen friendships form. I know some of you look forward to seeing each other every day, even on the days when I can't get the stream up like right away in the morning if I have something going on. I put that stream up with a placeholder so you all can chat because I know you've started to form bonds, and that means so much to me. Oh, Wicked Uma, I appreciate it. Yeah, after the trial, Modella Macy, I think I will do a sit-down interview. I haven't ever talked to Hank Brennan. I don't even know how to contact Hank Brennan. I don't intend on contacting Hank Brennan during the trial, other than if I'm just standing around outside and he walks out of the court steps. I will film him and say, hello, Mr. Brennan. How is the weather? Aren't the Red Sox wonderful? I like the Red Sox. And I'm a towel. I'm never going to say I'm a towel because I think he'll look at me very quizzically. But no, I absolutely, after the trial, I intend to request a sit-down interview with Hank Brennan. And I don't know, I like my chances. I think I'm at like 85%. If he's going to give someone an interview, it's probably going to be someone like me, like someone who he thinks like actually respects the process and like knew the facts from the beginning. And also, he said I can call him Hank. But yes, I am a hoot. You are an honorary towel spouse. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Towel loves you so much. All of you on the Towel YouTube, you all get a few special minutes with Towel at the end because it's a special place. It means a lot to me. It's not like I go to bed thinking about it and waking up thinking about it, but there's like a solace that comes with it. Like I really feel like I have a purpose. Like my life has meaning. Like it's not even like knowing like I will have something to eat tomorrow or whatever. It's more just like it created a community that, and like people are happy. Like if I could make one person happy, my day is like amazing. But there's like a lot of you and you all are very happy. And I know it's some tough material, but I am so pleased. I cannot tell you how much it means to me. It's the most beautiful form of intrinsic reward. Like I go to bed literally with solace because of the bonds and community you all have built. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, God bless you. And just know that when I do these extra minutes on the YouTube, it's because it really matters to me. You all really are very special, and Towel really does love you all. All right, good night. Get some rest. Towel's going to do his wrap-up things and hopefully get to sleep in the next few hours and deal with whatever list of things I have to do next, and then we'll wake up and do it all again. Love you very much, Towel friends. God bless. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday as we head into Wednesday, and you know I'll be back with you bright and early tomorrow. See you, folks. Thanks for being with me.